submit to the High Council here on World Class Bullshitters. I'm your host, Jeff, and with me tonight is Tom from Midnight's Edge After Dark.
Cancel Jeremy.
We also have Mecha Random 42.
Hello.
And our, not for the whole show, but we have a very special guest, Jeremy of Geeks and Gamers.
What's up, everyone? It's an honor to be here on the High Council, and thankfully Tom has been spamming the fuck out of me with links, not only through Facebook Messenger but also my text. No, it's fine. I'm not. I don't mind.
I told you I never text you unless it's a fucking emergency. This is like the first time I've texted you in what, like 6 months?
Yeah. Oh, but yeah, Tom was like, "Come on, man, come on the High Council." I was like, "You know what? I got 20 minutes. Let me hop on." So it's good to be here. Good to be here for sure.
So, Jeremy. You have gone through something today that we were talking about in the green room. Could you? Everyone's saying cancel Jeremy. Jeremy is over party.
Jeremy is over party. I love it. I love it, dude. There are so many people happy as fuck right now because I've been suspended from Twitter.
What did Jesse say?
Repeat it.
I'm here protesting. I'm not actually here participating in any fashion. I'm actually staging a peaceful protest against Jeremy being on the High Council. You can't see me right now, but I have posters that say Jeremy hates women. Jeremy supports fascism.
I do. So, yeah.
Yeah. There's art. It's a really beautiful picture of Jeremy's face with a questionable mustache.
Yeah, it's curled at the edges.
Yeah, way too much wax in it.
I still, and as I told you guys, I still don't know what the fuck I'm suspended for specifically. Like, I don't know. I got 2 DMC notice takedowns right before the official suspension happens. So, but I've gotten a lot of DMC notice takedowns over the last 2 months from Naughty Dog because I keep posting these memes because fuck Naughty Dog. So I keep posting the meme after. So once you get a DMC notice takedown, it locks you out of your account, and then you have to hit continue. And I mean, I'm sure a lot of people have gotten these. So you hit continue, and you have to agree, whatever, and you're back in. And so this happened to me again, and it's happened so many times lately. So as soon as I got back in, I screenshotted what the account locked, and I said fuck Naughty Dog. And then I was still getting notifications, and then suddenly everybody on my team, like we have a Geeks and Gamers chat, so everybody's like going, Jeremy, your account's gone. I'm like, no, it's not. I'm getting notifications. I'm good. They're like, no, it's gone. And I was like, I'm getting notifications, guys. Let me comment. And I go to try to comment, and then it says my account's been suspended for violation of rules, or whatever. So I don't know. It's been an interesting hell of a few days. I mean, with the Cameron Pasha interview, the fight that I had on Friday Night Tights.
Whoa! What fight did you have on Friday Night?
It was just an argument. Me and Az were arguing before Friday Night Tights started. Okay, so we were in the backstage arguing, and we were arguing for like 10 fucking minutes. And Gary's like, let me hit click. This is good internet, So like we're fighting as the show starts. Like fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. I'm like fuck you. We're going at it over this Dave Filoni thing. It lasted like an hour, and everybody, and I knew I was taking the unpopular position on it. Everybody's been talking about it. They thought me and Az hated each other. Like we started talking about other things after this. Like after that argument, we were talking about other topics. Me and Az never even had to discuss it because there was no issue. Everybody's like, oh my God, they hate each other. There's drama. And it's like,
Jeremy, remember that time we had a fight about politics on your channel and you fired me for disagreeing?
Yeah. With Yep. And I was able to go live and tell everybody to go fuck themselves. You think I'm firing Jesse Milestone? Because that's
the number of times people were like, fire Jesse, or Jesse's so fired from Geeks and Gamers is my favorite ever.
Yeah. It's just crazy. So, go ahead, Jeff. Go ahead.
No, I was going to ask you because we were going to talk about the Dave Filoni stuff. Now, what was your take on it? Because I know your take.
Yeah. So my take on it is it comes down to it's a 4-year-old tape. I understand where people are coming from, but for me, I've seen Dave Filoni's work over the past 10 years. There's some issues. Obviously, 2 months ago, I was shitting all over Dave Filoni for issues within the early parts of the Clone Wars, and I was catching hell from the Dave Filoni fans. And but this particular issue, it doesn't change that I love the season 7 Clone Wars. At least the final arc is some of the best Star Wars I've ever seen. And so I'm not going to get retroactively upset at a 4-year-old video where he's pandering to a group of stupid women. Like, I don't care. I don't give a fuck. And there are very stupid women in that audience that he was pandering to. They're very stupid.
Women are stupid without hating women. It's the law. Yeah. That also means, by the way, that Jeremy hates people of color. What a leap! And he supports police brutality.
and so, I mean, the same thing happened when I defended Zack Snyder last year. I mean, everybody knows I hate Zack Snyder's DCEU. I hate it. Zack Snyder was doing a Q&A with a bunch of people, and he said some stuff like, wake the fuck up. You know, you're living in a fucking dream world if you think that your hero shouldn't act like this. And a lot of people go, he went full Rian Johnson. And I watched it. I'm like, I don't really have a problem with what he said. I don't really care. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care. That really has no impact. So people are trying to go, well, Jeremy, you're changing your ways. You're changing your views. You've always said it's about respecting the fans. And Dave Filoni disrespected. I'm like, Dave Filoni respected the fans because he gave me amazing arc in the Clone Wars. And ultimately, when it all comes down to it, just give me good content, you know? And then people are like, so if you go to a restaurant and, the guy spits in your burger, are you going to say, oh, what? No, I'm just talking about a 4-year-old video. But if it was, my problem was the 4-year-old video. Az had a completely different take on it. And, Az was like, this is part of the problem with Lucasfilm and yada, yada, yada. And I totally understand his point. I've done this many times. Go back. Do you guys remember that when there was that whole thing with Luke and Vader from Jedi, and there was a red X over Luke Skywalker's face? Do you guys remember that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now that was early on in the days of the Geeks and Gamers YouTube channel getting traction. Okay. I defended that guy because I know the guy. I know the person's desk that is. I know him personally. I knew him before my YouTube channel took off. I knew him before he worked at Lucasfilm. That specific instance that everyone was upset about, I had more knowledge on it. I know the guy. The guy has a passion for the Empire. So that is a running joke. So I understand if you don't know anything, which 99% of everybody doesn't, that looks like another Disney fucking hates Luke Skywalker bullshit. I totally get it. But I'm just telling you, I know the guy. So when I was on my channel covering, people like, why don't you outraged? I'm like, I'm just telling you, I know the story. The guy doesn't hate Luke Skywalker. He just loves the Empire. It's like a sports fan. Like, I love this team, so I don't like your team. It's a team sports attitude from that particular individual. Does it change the fact that Lucasfilm is full of shit? Does it change the fact that there are a bunch of fucking weirdo employees and male feminists there, and they do have an anti-Luke Skywalker agenda? But that specific instance, I wasn't upset about. So, it is what it is. So I'm on the unpopular side of this Dave Filoni argument, and I totally understand that. But I feel how I feel.
Well, there's never a dull moment in the fandom, Menace. So
no, there's not. No, there's not.
One of our listeners wants to know what you think of the new G.I. Joe figures. Have you seen the new Coco?
Oh my God, that new Cobra Commander is so fucking sexy. Wait, is that Tom as a woman?
That sure the fuck is.
You know what, Tom? How you doing?
I'm tearing out.
Jeremy is gay. Jeremy has gone woke. Cancel Jeremy. Cancel Jeremy.
Would you have me? I'd have me. Goodbye, horse.
I showed your partner in crime that picture, Tom.
Rob?
Yeah.
Did he do naughty things to it? I hope not. I'm trying to keep it clean for the first 15 minutes, but God, no, I don't want to know.
But yeah, so it's been a very eventful week for me, and I wouldn't have it any other way. And I'm really happy that this all happened on Twitter, because I was able to promote, my new website. So that's all I'm really trying to do at this point. And Twitter walked right into it. I mean, again, some people were like, I pulled a John Campea because Campea nuked his Twitter the other day. I'm like, I really didn't. Twitter is just this dumb and naughty. The assumption out there is that Naughty Dog pulled this, and I don't really have any reason to not believe that. The Quartering made a video about it, and so it's crazy. The whole situation's crazy right now. So
yeah, I am gearing up. We have some Naughty Dog content to talk about. I'm not going to spoil my take, so people have to come back and watch the video. But it's been one of the most interesting builds to a video game in a long time, and I don't think the game will flop, but I think long term this game will not have the same appeal that the politics do currently in 2020. I think it'll be one of those games. Plus, I also think a game coming out in the middle of a pandemic about that kind of shit, I don't know how well it's going to sit with certain people. They're like, this sucks living in it. Why do I want to play escapist entertainment to basically play what I'm living? So,
yeah. I mean, I've kind of talked about it a little bit, and, you know, word of mouth is a very powerful thing when it comes to long-term success of a lot of these games and movies and things like that. And I've talked about, the example is, you know, I talked about The Force Awakens and how, regardless of how you feel about The Force Awakens now, you know, or even like Jeff, who, you know, hated it from day one, but regardless of how you feel about it, it had great word of mouth. Like, it only had like a 30-something% drop in week 2, which is fucking phenomenal, which led to the movie going to do $2 billion. The Last Jedi had like a 60, upwards in high 60s for its second week drop. So the word of mouth was awful for The Last Jedi. I think that The Last of Us 2 will be facing something like that. I won't get into the details of the spoilers. You can watch my most recent video if you want them, but we're looking at a situation where longtime fans that have stayed away from all of the spoilers that are going like, I don't care what these guys are saying, yada, yada, yada. I want to, you know, enjoy this game. I think they're going to buy it, and I think they're going to be very, very disappointed, and the word of mouth is not going to be good.
Yeah, I was reading some reviews, and a lot of them that are praising the game 10 out of 10 are just talking about the story, and then other reviews that are talking about that aren't giving it perfect scores, they're also talking about the gameplay. So there's an omission of, well, it was like a live omission with a lot of the storytelling reviews, because they're so like, oh, Ellie's a lesbian and she represents this and her sexuality is so important. I'm like, yo, video games are something we play. If I want, you know, if I can play a sexual simulator, do I want to? Not particularly. I'm glad they cut it out of Grand Theft Auto. So I think it's going to be interesting to see where this goes. It's going to be a summer of, they're going to be, you know, very haughty. But believe me, people are going to be waiting for the first price cut of that game. People are going to be waiting for, you know, all the bad stuff to talk about. Because let's be honest, a lot of people, I'm not saying us, but a lot of people want to see the game fail because of the crap they've pulled, because of the attitude they've shown publicly, or the way they've treated you or other creators that talk about just the game in general. So Christmas 2020 is going to be very interesting to see what the top selling games are, because it'll go to show, does your ideology outweigh, you know, what the popular consensus is in games. Call of Duty will sell every year. Last of Us may not.
Yeah, you're right about that. I mean, you know, they're not doing themselves any favors at all. I mean, it's just, I don't get it. We're a few days away. Neil Druckmann has been on Twitter acting very strange, even Az. So I went on Hill versus Babyface the other day and talked to Az, and you know, he was because he had been a little more plugged into what was going on in the last few days with Neil Druckmann and Naughty Dog, and we basically went on there to kind of, everybody thought we hated each other. I went on his channel to show, no, guys, this is what men do. We fight and we move on. But so Az was talking about how he feels that Neil Druckmann is really trying to he's setting people up, you know, to be like, he's already setting up for the excuses and the way he's been interacting on Twitter. And I think Az is 100% right about that. So I think they're prepared for this to blow back on them.
I would love that. I mean, it's a lot like post Last Jedi with Solo kind of tank, and people are like, oh, Star Wars is the strongest brand in history. Oh, box office bomb. So it'll be fun.
Yep. Absolutely. So how have you guys been doing? It's been a while. So it's been a few months since I was here. So how's everything been chugging along?
We had a record breaker with the International High Council about a month ago.
Nice.
So Tom put that together, and that was it was an 8-hour show. We had our highest turnout, I believe, for a high council, and it was ridiculously fun. So that was the big highlight. Other than that, it's been good. I mean, YouTube's summer slowdown always sucks, so we're here to have to deal with that. But
I'm moving.
At least you got the Ninja Turtles arcade game back there.
We had
if
one
I
of those
didn't,
in my doors. I loved it. Oh.
If I didn't respect you before, Tom, I definitely do now after seeing that. So, but I already did, so it's okay.
Cancel Jeremy.
Now, Jeremy, if you were going to,
I can't trust his judgment. He fucking respects me. I'm kidding.
If you were going to get an arcade machine, Jeremy, what would it be? Would it be Turtles?
No, I don't think it would be Turtles. It would be the X-Men game.
I want that one. That one.
Yeah, it would be the X-Men arcade game, probably. That fucking game. There was a Top Gun game back in the day that I remember being very fun as well. But that X-Men game was, I mean, again, you can't go wrong with Turtles or the X-Men game. But that X-Men game was fantastic. So,
Jesse, do you want to say something Jeremy said?
I just know my arcade game that I would get.
What's that?
I don't actually know what it's called. I know that it's called Airplanes. And it was in my dentist's office, and it was awesome.
Probably like 1941 or something like that.
It might have been.
Wait, were you in an actual airplane? Was it Afterburner? Because that'd be amazing.
Or Afterburner. Yeah.
Afterburner, yep.
Flying around shooting stuff. It could have been the Top Gun one almost. I'm like, I just have to see what what it looks like. If I saw the images of the gameplay, then I would know. It's not the Top Gun one. It's but whatever it is, it was awesome, and I would play the hell out of it. I would get that or Time Crisis.
They had 1941s everywhere, so that's possible.
Time Crisis is an excellent choice, by the way.
I love that one. I sank so many coins into beating it at my roller rink with my friend once upon a time. I don't remember which version, but you know.
Somebody in the chat said something about a G.I. Joe. There was a G.I. Joe arcade game made by Konami. I'm aware of the game, but I never played it.
Really?
Never played it. Yeah, I never played. I don't know if I never saw. It was just never at an arcade when I was a kid. You know, like I played the NES games. You know, being a huge G.I. Joe fan, and but I never played the arcade game. Never even seen it in person.
Now, Mecca, what about you? What would be an arcade game that you would get?
Ooh, now since Jesse went outside of the 1-up machines, I was wondering, could I choose pinball? Because I was a huge pinball fan.
Oh yeah,
Absolutely.
Like I would love, the Universal Monsters table, Next Generation, Elvira Scared Stiff. There's a million.
Did you see they're doing pinball machines even though they're digital? They still look pretty cool.
Oh, see, now I'm gonna have to buy those.
Yeah, I don't know which ones they're working on first, but I guess they got a couple coming out. They had them at the expo last year or whatever.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, they look pretty nice.
Yeah, I'm a huge pinball fan, so I love those. But if I'm going with the 1-ups, then the Rampage one probably would be one of my first choices.
Yeah, that was a good one too.
Yeah, I want that one, and I want the one that the Pac-Man one coming out with Galaga and a bunch of other Pac-Man ones.
Tom, it's not 1941, but it's really similar.
Then it might be 42 or
What?
It might be 1942, and then there was another one.
It was more futuristic.
Is it Galaga?
Because it wasn't that futuristic, but the graphics were better.
Oh,
So it wasn't
okay. Then it's not. If it's not one of those two, I can't think of the name of it now. There's one that's very similar to that, but it's got a more futuristic plane and stuff.
Yeah, whatever that one is. So when you think of it, you let me know, and then I'll get that for my future house.
And then I also have to mention the Mario Kart arcade GP.
Yeah. Ooh, those are nice.
By the way, Jeremy, Jesse and I play Mario Kart every couple days, so we're training to whoop all you guys.
Yeah, you guys got to hop on with us on some of these streams, then, man. It's have you guys seen like
on Tuesdays because you have time for Mario Kart but not time for the High Council?
I've always got time for Mario Kart. Mario Kart takes precedence over everything in my
whatever,
existence.
Jeremy.
Even porn. Okay, so
Jeremy's gay. Cancel Jeremy.
Mario. There's Mario Kart, porn, and then pizza. Those are the three structures of life right there.
I mean, you could live a nice, fulfilled life with just those three things.
You absolutely could. Yeah, absolutely.
Now, Jeremy, before you go, since we're on the topic of games, what'd you think of the new Star Wars game trailer? Because that's going to be our.
I haven't seen it because with everything going on, I want to react to it without seeing it. So I've heard about it, but I have not seen it yet. With everything I've been dealing with the website and now with so many videos and doing, and last night I was up late trying to get everything done with that Cameron Pasha interview by getting the article on the website. So I haven't seen it. I've been actively avoiding it so I can react to it on a video. So I'm gonna try to do that tonight. So I know we did a video for it on Gaming with Geeks. Probably Ryan's the one who did it. Ryan or Lethal probably covered that, but I have not seen it yet. I've heard the complaints, but I haven't.
Are you
seen
about
it.
Afterburner? People in the chat, Miss
You
Ninja.
brought up Afterburner, I think.
Afterburner? That's what people are suggesting.
Yeah,
Let me see.
because there's also
That might even be the one I'm thinking of too.
Because this is like a great mystery. The whole chat's got to help us figure out what's the game Jesse's thinking of.
Craig the bad guy says Lethal reacted to it. Okay, Lethal reacted to it. All right.
Nope.
Apparently, it's not it. Darn.
No, because it's most of the afterburner. You sitting in a chair for this one. That's the way it's said. No, this was just you stood at it. You pushed buttons. It's not this fancy.
Is it Galaxian?
Nope. If I heard the name, I might know it. I definitely know it isn't.
Snoopy and the Red Baron.
No.
Star Wars Arcade. G-Lock.
I'm reading the names of different things and trying to see what sounds right. I'm on a list of scrolling shoot 'em up games, and I'm trying to find out.
Well, I'm reading.
Right, Razvan says Jeremy gets suspended. Let's see, Jeremy gets suspended. Ivan comes back from the dead on YouTube. Coincidence? I think not. There's a lot of shit. Did you guys watch my live stream earlier? My all of my glitching. My computer was glitching during my live stream, talking about getting suspended from Twitter. It's been crazy. All this shit was crazy. Like all kind of fucked up shit was happening. Messenger went down for me. So within a span of like 30 minutes. Facebook Messenger went down for me. I got suspended from Twitter. I go live, and then my YouTube starts crapping out on me. It was weird. It was fucking weird.
I think it's a sign.
Somebody's trying to shut you down. Yeah.
I mean, I just
allegedly.
Yeah,
allegedly.
Yeah, we can't say for sure.
Jeremy's live stream wanted to cancel him. Jeremy has been hacked. Not really. How long are you guys going to be live for?
Couple, 2 hours, probably more. I don't know. It's the High Council. Let's be honest. The week we had the Dark Council on, we went for 5 hours. Last week we were on for 3 hours, which you definitely aren't going to shoot for tonight. It's just, we got the cats fighting, so we can't go too long.
It was Raiden.
It was Raiden?
It's Raiden.
Oh, so who had that one? I'm going to have a shout out because one of our listeners, I knew.
Specifically, I think it was Raiden 2, based on what I'm seeing.
Was it Ray's Double Dong who said it? I think that's the listener that picked it up.
I'm pretty sure it was Raiden 2.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's Ray's Double Dong.
That's a good game one.
Yeah, it was that pretty. Oh, yeah, it was definitely this one. I'm watching the game like that's it. I want this.
Well, now you know what it is.
Make it happen.
Ooh, all right, we'll get somebody mentioned R-Type. Oh,
we'll get some emulators, or you know what, Jesse, we don't have any space in the apartment because we all have stealing solo books. Let's just put an arcade machine on top of the ones.
Let's do it. I see nothing wrong with this one.
Yeah, fuck it. That's my life.
We'll turn the one over here.
One Up's got those tabletop ones coming out now too.
Hey, I'm gonna have to bounce because my food is ready. That's why I'm having to leave because my food is ready.
Chairman of the High Council. Anybody?
But I appreciate you guys having me on. Go to GeeksandGamers.com, make you an account. We're almost up to 2,000 members now. Go to the forums.
I gotta do that.
So now the new hashtag is Jeremy didn't kill himself, evidently?
That's right. And there's a lot of fucked up memes in our meme thread on the forums. It's crazy. But yeah, so thank you for having me on. Thank you for all the support, everybody.
Thanks for coming, man. I appreciate it.
If it's my choice, I don't even know if I'll come back to Twitter. I fucking hate Twitter anyway. I've been wanting to get banned, so I'm happy about this. I'm just happy that it happened after we launched the website. That was really all I was hoping for. So fuck Twitter. Fuck Naughty Dog. Fuck Neil Cuckman. And I appreciate you guys. So y'all have a good show, okay?
All right, man. We'll see you later.
Come on one of my streams. I miss making fun of you.
All right, I will. Bye, Jesse. Love you, Jesse.
Love you too, Jerry.
Bye.
Take care.
See ya.
Bye.
So we had a ton of people chime in. So thanks, folks, to help Jesse figure out the game because now we'll just be on the hunt for it.
Yes.
Maybe it'll show up on one of those arcade classic discs or something like that. We'll get a copy. So, Tom Mecca, since we're on this video game kick for a minute and the chat seems to be riding pretty high, there was a trailer for a new Star Wars game this past week, which did not show any gameplay footage, that did not show anything besides this lady rebel fighter pilot and all these white dude bad guys.
That was a lady?
Yeah, it's a lady.
Oh, God.
What a surprise. A Star Wars something with a generic white lady lead. Wow, how awesome.
Well, I looked at the trailer. I thought it was just a guy. I thought it was supposed to be Luke for a bit. I'm like, no, this isn't Luke. And then I was watching this on my live stream on Monday, and people were telling me that Ryan Cannell was in it. I couldn't find him. I was really confused with this one, I think.
Yeah, no gameplay, folks. Tom, did you see this at all?
I'm watching it right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I got to rewatch it.
Evidently, this is like all cutscene footage.
That's all the whole trailer is. There's no gameplay footage whatsoever.
Because it said, game engine footage or something like that.
Yeah, like, the thing is, I somebody on Twitter was trying to be like, well, how come you don't trust EA, blah, 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 after the last, or New Jedi Order, or whatever it was called. And I was like, I don't trust EA for many reasons. It's games like Anthem, games like Star Wars Battlefront 2. And the fact that this is a $40 game that's going to come out, and people think, well, it's a great value game. You know, why EA not charging you the full price makes me think there's something fishy. I guess I don't trust them as a company. No company that gets rated worst company to work for multiple times, puts out subpar games, unfinished games, is going to get my trust. I used to buy their products. I don't anymore. This is the type of thing where I go, hey, you know, vote with your wallets heavily. Yeah, a lot of people are saying EA is trash. I think EA is trash heavily. Lindsay, the reason I trusted EA at one point was because of the James Bond games.
I'm betting this game is just going to be about as deep and heavy as just any online multiplayer that would be a free-to-play sort of game. So,
yeah. Well, this is a good analogy from Salvador right here. Battlefront 1 and 2 and Squadrons equals the Disney trilogy. Fallen Order equals Rogue One. So, and even Star Wars from Disney can get a one-off, though some people think it's a trash film. But I'm a guy who loved Rogue Squadron. We're talking when I waited in line with my grandma to get a GameCube. The first game I took home was Rogue Squadron 2. I'll never forget when I got Rogue Squadron 1, I stayed home from school sick. I was like, Mom, can I play this game? Can I stay home? She's like, I guess. So I got to do that. I loved the series. The third one, was too much of a rehash, so I kind of skipped it. But I've gone on record and said it on multiple streams. I can't wait for a flight simulator Star Wars game. It's been too long. It's my favorite type of Star Wars game to play. And it's not even about being jaded. It's just that I can't trust them, therefore get excited. So I want to know what people in the chat are thinking. People think the title sounds terrible. Tom, since you did see the trailer just briefly, is a guy who...
I found Ryan Cannell. He's at 59 seconds.
Okay.
I did find him finally.
All right, let me look. Well, what was your question? Sorry.
Oh no, I just before we moved into like some Filoni stuff and other topics, I just wanted to know what you guys thought, because we don't have Star Wars movies coming out. We don't have the TV show until October. I guess the next thing is this game, then The Mandalorian. This will be their little late year push to try to sell Star Wars merchandise for Christmas.
Right. I mean, the first Battlefront game or whatever the fuck it was from a couple years back did have a VR part for Rogue One where you got to fly around in some X-Wings. That was all right. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, this might be a decent game, but here's my thing. Unless you're going to make me like a major character in the game as like Luke, Han, somebody like that, I want to be able to make my own character.
Same. I want to play as Luke Skywalker. Like, I would never get tired playing as Luke Skywalker in video games. But if they're going to take that approach where I got to, somebody new, yeah, just let me be my own character.
I got the picture there of the freeze frame. It does kind of look like him a little bit.
Hey, he made it to the big time.
It does more when you look at him in motion for like the 1 second he puts the helmet on.
The snarl.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to play it because
no. This game doesn't seem like, if it's going to be a cheaper game, I wouldn't imagine it's going to be even finished. Like, and I know I was reading up on this a little bit. I guess they were saying we're not going to have any microtransactions in this, and I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe them as far as I can throw them. They might do something where, they'll still want to sell you something. They'll still want to sell you like DLC characters and shit, and they'll still want to,
I wish we all had one of those buttons we could push for the Anchorman or I don't believe you. that's what I got one, but yeah, I should send it to you, Jeff. I don't believe you.
Well, look at all the controversy with all the loot boxes and stuff that EA's been getting into, and what was it? Hawaii was even like they had to like go and pass a law saying, "Hey, is this gambling?"
They banned them or whatever, yeah, or tried to anyway.
Yeah,
well, they did a whole South Park episode on it.
Yeah, like so. I mean, EA. I don't trust that they're going to make any game that's going to be that complex or deep. I mean, how many hours was Battlefront 2 for the storyline, right? It was 6 hours of gameplay for your solo campaign?
I don't know. I haven't played it yet. I got it in my Xbox
And
behind me. That I haven't got.
Well, and I remember this. A lot of people, I think it was Angry Joe's review that I was watching of it, where he was really pissed off, or somebody I was watching was really pissed off that you go through the whole game and you're promised that you're going to play for the Empire, and you end up switching sides about like, a third of the way through, so that all of a sudden you're best friends with Leia and you're working for the rebels. And so I don't know if I trust EA doing Star Wars games right now.
Well, the thing is, I see a lot of people are like, you guys are being unfair to EA. Why do people treat companies the way they do? Because there's been a continued trend of companies treating us a certain way. And plus, look, I love gaming. I don't have a gaming channel. I kind of wish I did in a way, because I'm like, man, gaming's so much fun. There's a ton to talk about. It's awesome. But the thing is, I've been a gamer my whole life. Trailers often mislead. Now, it used to be like you would see a gameplay footage in a trailer and you could go, oh, that looks kind of cool. And then nowadays they hide behind it. It's like, what was the game? Oh, WWE 2K20. They had review embargoes. They wouldn't show the game until a couple of weeks before the game came out. And the thing is, these games, they're not any different from year to year. Licensed games get a bad rap because as of late, licensed games have been fairly bad. I look at the EA stuff, I look at the 2K stuff. You can go back and look at other historical flops like a No Man's Land or Battlefield 5. Isn't Battlefield 5 also an EA game? Wasn't that the whole situation? Let me look that up real quick. Battlefield 5 is an Electronic Arts game. So there we go. That is why I don't trust anything, because we also know the type of people that work at Electronic Arts, the game, these game execs. Thankfully, that guy got fired. What was his name? Let me look. Patrick something, right? Soderlund, something like that. He got the axe after his stupid comments. We've had the guy from Xbox, Don Matrick, get the boot. There's this mentality in the gaming community that, and much like with movies, like the fans are supposed to be thankful that we get whatever we're getting, and it should be the other way around. Is that yes, we're happy to get it. We are grateful, but we're paying for it all. You're not giving us anything for free. We bought it. And here's the fucked up part too with all this stuff. We don't really buy anything in the digital age. We license it. When we click that little I agree or set up one of those stupid EA accounts on all your games, we just basically sign away our rights to these games. So if you're gonna want to play the game, I feel like, hey, voice your opinions even harder instead of just rolling over and saying, well, it wasn't good. So that's why I am the way I am personally about EA. I don't trust their shit. I don't trust a lot of game companies. I hate to sound like, so regressive, but unless it's Nintendo, I'm not able to go, oh, I know what I'm going to get in a good, positive way. Not, oh, it's the same old shit. It's, I'm going to get a complete game and I'm going to enjoy what I get. So,
well, I remember getting pissy with EA years ago when every year they'd keep releasing the same game especially when we got to the point where like the PS3 and stuff, where all you needed to do was download an update to update the rosters. Yeah. You know what I mean? And it's like, come on, guys.
Oh, all the sports games are terrible.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's like
they're horrible. You even see like the same year in the background in some of the stadiums, depending on like which sports ball game you're playing, right? You see the same. It's the exact same, characters and the exact same stuff. You're not getting anything different.
No, very rarely do they add anything new. And then half the time that there is something you really like about the games, they take it away the next year anyway. And they change it up again. So it's like, whatever. Like there was a franchise mode and some other, or not franchise mode, but player mode or something like that in one of the older games I really liked. They took it away and some other shit. And, it's just silly, stupid shit. But like, again, paying I don't justify or understand paying $60 every year for a brand new sports game when they could easily do it like every 4 or 5 years. You know what I mean? And you just do an update. Even if you got to pay $5 for the update, that makes more sense than doing it that way. It's just greedy bullshit.
Well, that was the same way when they were doing it with like Guitar Hero and stuff too. For a while with some of those games, you could just download more songs. You don't need to make a whole entire new game with everything.
At least some of those were a little bit more affordable.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe not the main game, but they had a lot of add-ons that were not so much. But no, you're right. The EA thing is it's all about nickel and dime, especially kids who don't really have the money or are stealing it from their parents or whatever, to do this shit. And that's what we were talking about before with the whole, microtransactions becoming a problem in a lot of places. And it is almost a thing like gambling because it's that I need to do this or I'm not going to be able to advance in the game. And, when you get sucked into a game, we all know what it's like.
Well, yeah, and it's very much it's an addiction on a lot of these too, because if you're collecting, oh, I need every single one of these outfits, or I need every accessory, or I need every, weapon or upgrade or whatever. Yeah, if you're going for loot boxes, and you don't get it, you're gonna keep going and keep going and keep going until you finally get the thing. I've played some of the app games before where they do get really, really addictive.
Oh, I know. I have this Avengers game that I can't stop playing. Like, I've almost put money into it, so.
That was me in Scrabble. I almost put money into stupid online Scrabble because I'm collecting tiles. Like, what? I got the trash panda. He's okay. I'm going to keep him.
Now, real quick, I do want to address two things. People are talking about the licensed games never being good. They're rare exceptions. I won't say always, because like the Ninja Turtles games in the 90s were pretty fun, especially Turtles in Time. You had GoldenEye, which is obviously the golden standard of all licensed games. I do agree. I'd say it's about a 50-50 historically, because more recently, of course, they're shit. But then again, licensed games also include great games like Ghostbusters, the game from whatever, all the Batman Arkham series, Spider-Man game from PS4, because it used to be the rule of thumb was movie games sucked. Now it's kind of jumped up to licensed games suck. But I disagree. I think it's about 50-50. And you have your Lord of the Rings, Shadows of Mordor, which is getting Game of the Year awards and all kinds of other accolades. And so I think, like I said, it's half and half. But I wanted to bring up EA real quick. If we look at all the games they put out last year, Anthem had a whole bunch of controversy around it. The Sims is The Sims. They didn't even create The Sims. Well, SimCity is Maxis, so that's Will Wright. I take that back. And then they also have just a couple Madden, more Sims, FIFA, Plants vs. Zombies, Need for Speed, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. Them saying they're really lacking in terms of originality.
Well, I think it acquired Plants vs. Zombies too.
I was going to say the same thing with Sims, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, Sims was Maxis.
Well, EA is like the Disney of game developers. They don't really create much anymore. They just buy up what they can get. So they made a fuckload of money with all their sports games. So now, and they strong-armed the NFL into signing an exclusivity deal, 15 years ago. Close. Yeah, because NFL 2K5 was the last one. And only finally are we getting through that. Because when you get to your sports games or your smaller licensing things, when you have multiple people making the games, you have competition. Therefore, hey, Madden might be your big $50 game, but the $30 guy is a better game. And they were afraid of that competition. So they bought their competition. And then every year somebody bitches about Madden. It's the same old shit. It's a roster update. It's just EA's business model. So all of that stuff is in my mind when I look at a trailer from Star Wars, because it's not like they take Star Wars and they put it on a platter and they hold it up on this pedestal and treat it special. They treat it like every other one of their damn properties, and they treat all their properties like shit. So there's my roundabout answer about I don't think I'm being too harsh. I think I'm being
you're not
realistic.
And that's a very good point, because back when LucasArts used to handle the Star Wars games, like George wouldn't even allow them to make Star Wars games until he knew they were ready. Like the first few games they put out weren't Star Wars related, because he's like, I want to make sure you guys got the technology right. You guys got to get your shit together first. Otherwise, I ain't going to let you do it. Yeah, he would not let him touch anything Star Wars for a while. I remember reading that. So it's sad to see because Star Wars used to be a big video game. I mean, all of us who in at least my age group probably didn't have the at least Atari or Nintendo versions of Star Wars, and especially the Super Star Wars Empire and Jedi games. And Tom, back in the day.
And Tom, to give the folks at home an accurate, because you're 100% correct with your statement, not until 1991 did the first Star Wars game from LucasArts come out, because I'm looking at all their games right here. Their first game that we probably all would know, there's Indiana Jones, that came out in 1989. But according to this, the first LucasArts game is Ball Blazer.
Yep.
And you have Rescue on Fractalus, the Eidolon, Habitat, and you just keep going with all these other games. Maniac Mansion. But yeah, 1991 you get Star Wars. Then you don't have another Star Wars game until next year with Empire. And then they pump out Star Wars games throughout the 90s, which is what I grew up on. And that's the shit that I was, really invested in.
And then he went from there and he's like, this is the technology we're going to use in movies next. And that's what we're doing now with Mandalorian, basically. Yeah. And look who we have here. We have the boy from the game.
It's me. I heard you guys needed a TIE Interceptor pilot, so I'm here.
So what do you think? Are they having some fun with you, Ryan, or is it just coincidental?
Well, it's quite obviously coincidental. I had some people in my comments like, "Wow, what are you gonna do about this? Are you gonna take League?" I'm like, I'm clearly kidding, guys. Relax. But yes, that pilot did look suspiciously like me. I'm just glad I'm on the Imperial side. The completely no diversity at all just mean white males on the Imperial side. The New Republic side is all women of color and aliens. So yeah, I fit right in as an Imperial.
I think so.
So yeah, to jump onto this game, Ryan, have you played any of the previous flight games, like your X-Wing, your TIE Fighter, Rogue Squadron series, anything like that?
Oh my God, I lived on X-Wing versus TIE Fighter, X-Wing Alliance. I loved those games. Like, I love Star Wars, LucasArts, when they were just shitting out game after game after game. They were like, what's popular right now? Flight simulators? All right, let's do that, but Star Wars. And the way they did those, even now, I played X-Wing versus TIE probably 3 years ago. I had to find a way to make it work before they had it on GOG. And it even like the graphics are not great, let's be real, but the gameplay still kind of holds up to this day. It really makes you feel like you're actually in an X-Wing. You have the ability to move your shields back and forth, link your quad lasers. You can do single, double, or quad fire. It was incredible. I think a lot of people are hoping that this will be like that. I guess we'll see if you can still get that feeling. But you guys are talking about how they kind of perfected it, then did their thing. They put out so much stuff in the late 90s, early 2000s that are just incredible to this day. You got the Jedi Knight games, you got Dark Forces, you got KOTOR 2, Battlefront 2, Galactic Battlegrounds, Empire at War. Just incredible games that they were shitting out over and over again. It wasn't like, oh, you might get one every 2 years. They were real, enjoyable, great games.
Well, I'm looking at the list of on Wikipedia. I went to the list of LucasArts games, and I just did a Control F for Star Wars. 74 Star Wars games on this one page alone. So there's just Star Wars. And the thing is, you could get 1997. You got Dark Forces 2. You got X-Wing versus TIE Fighter. You got Yoda Stories, and you also got Star Wars Masters of Terras Kasai, which is a shitty game. But the point is, you got all those Star Wars games in 1 year. They just kept coming out. You talk about this is what Disney should have been doing with this. If they would have launched Star Wars properly, you could have done this type of thing. You could have had 5 games a year. You could have had all this shit because the demand was there. You could put them on game. You could put them on different consoles. You could put them here. You could put them there. It could exist. But now the way the game culture is, everything's just one place, one universal thing, and one big game. And sometimes the big games just stink. I mean, if you were a Star Wars fan in 2001, you got 5 different games. You didn't like Obi-Wan for the Xbox? You got the money, get Rogue Squadron on the GameCube, or Super Bombad Racing, or Galactic Battlegrounds, or Starfighter, or something. I miss the diversity of choice. So
the volume, like, they weren't all great and they weren't all for you, but guess what? There was a volume. So whatever you wanted to play, you could play it. And, like you said, you got Rogue Squadron on the N64. You got Rogue Leader, or was it Rogue Squadron 2 for the GameCube? I forget which one, but the one where you get to
Rogue
get
Squadron 2 is Rogue Leader.
Oh, there it is. You get to get on the ground. You play as Wedge Antilles. You get stuck on Geonosis. You have to fly Obi-Wan's his Jedi Starfighter off of Geonosis. It's awesome, right? And those games are so burned into my memory. And everything we play now, you're right, it's just a different market, right? And now it's all about the kind of the live service type of game with the monetization, with the loot box style of play. So it's profitable. It's more profitable for them to put money into it and then let it sit for years and years and years as more people play it. And even as the player base dwindles, they still don't need to make a new game. And it's sad that since 2012, I mean, how many Star Wars games have we gotten? Maybe 4 and a couple mobile games probably. So it's
well, I'm looking. I actually am a little less interested in this game. Like before, I was like, well, if it gets whatever, I'll try it one day, maybe. Now I read it's a first-person game, so I'm
balls.
because as much as I loved Rogue Squadron, my least favorite mode was when you pressed, what was it, Y or X on the GameCube controller, and you played in first person. If I'm going to play a Starfighter game, I kind of want it from this perspective. Third person. I want to see
Yes, you can see it.
This is from a GameCube game almost 20 years ago. This is a 19-year-old game. This looks pretty good still. I played it on with some upscaling chords on a Wii to whatever 720 or whatever it did. It's not 4K beautiful what this game is going to be, but it was still fun and it still works out great. First person, I'm a little meh.
Yeah,
Well,
the only time something like first person works is if you're doing like the VR thing, like I was talking about before. But yeah, this is so easy and simple. This is so old school. How hard is it to make a simple game like this?
Well, see, I actually kind of, I have a little different perspective on this because the style of game you're talking about right now is available. It's called Battlefront 2. Battlefront 2, the campaign mode was about half Starfighter based, third person, just like this, and half on the ground, Battlefront style. But there is a game mode in Battlefront 2, specifically Starfighter multiplayer, like that you can just do Starfighters, but nobody ever plays it. There's not a whole lot of interest in that third person kind of team deathmatch and objective based Starfighter battle. But one thing that people had been clamoring for was back to X-Wing versus TIE, a true flight simulator. My problem is there's going to be no way that they can do a true flight simulator game on console. I saw some message in chat earlier that someone said TIE Fighter had over 100 controls, and it's true. You had to use the entire keyboard, and you had to have a joystick to be able to do anything in that game. And I can't see how they can give me an adequate flight simulator on console.
Well, the thing is, I am not looking for necessarily a flight simulator like a Microsoft Flight Sim. I'm looking for, Rogue Squadron. So I need something that I can hold to spin my ship, to boost it. To do
That's a neat trick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God damn it.
But they have that. They have that in Battlefront 2. You know what I mean?
I played Battlefront 2. I felt the controls were a little sluggish, and I wasn't even necessarily looking for like multiplayer games. I think a Rogue Squadron game really lends itself to just single player story-based game play. Not, we're going to have 12 people versus 12 people in space. Yeah, it could be fun and a fun feature, but if I'm EA and I'm going to build a Star Wars game that I think is going to entice the fan base, I'm going to get something like that, and you can leave a multiplayer game to a first-person shooter or a lightsaber battle game or some kind of shit that they can develop. I don't know. I feel like this game, based on what we're hearing and based on EA's strategies historically, I'm concerned. So we'll see gameplay on the 18th of June. That's cool. I'm ready to eat my hat and be proven wrong, but until then, EA's got to prove me wrong. It's been decades of proving me right.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, listen, I have to at least play. I'm in the game, right? I mean, I have to play it. I do think that there's some interesting concepts involved in it. I'm probably not going to buy it. Let's just be real. I'm not super interested in Disney Star Wars, but one of the problems they have is this idea that they've set up in their canon that between the second Death Star being destroyed and the end of the war, so the Battle of Jakku, is a year. So you can't really fit a whole lot of depth into a story that's set in between there as far as fighting a war. But one of the interesting things I think is the multiplayer aspect, the fact that you're supposed to build these 5-person teams, that you can, obviously there's several different choices. It can consist of a couple X-Wings, an A-Wing, a bomber, a Y-Wing, whatever you want to do. So I think that'll be cool if you get enough people together that all want to play this game to kind of have your little squadron. But I think that's why it's $40. It's going to be a smaller game. I think they know there's not going to be a ton of interest in this. So we'll see what happens.
Well, I'm glad you also brought up the $40 thing too. That's the part that concerns me, because game companies never cut prices unless it's a lesser experience or unless they kind of get forced to. It's like if Rockstar 3 months ahead of Grand Theft Auto 6 says, we're feeling generous, we're going to make Grand Theft Auto 6 $40. I'm going to go, oh, I don't know if I trust that. I mean, I could see like, oh, this is a $40 expansion, and I get it, and I don't, I understand it, I don't want to buy it. But like when you cut the price, it makes me feel like your product is lesser, because the only time, again, they cut prices is when something is lesser, and they just don't want to get as much ire. They think, oh, I paid $40. People aren't going to be as pissed for this lacking experience.
Well, it's kind of like, so the way I look at it, and the way I've always kind of looked at it, because I was listening to the inside scoop on Project Maverick for a while when we heard that this was, a flight simulator game, and everyone said it was a smaller scope game. This to me is kind of like Uncharted Lost Legacy, which, I have my issues with Naughty Dog, and I fucking hated Uncharted Lost Legacy. It was stupid. It was about characters I didn't give a shit about. But that's kind of what it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be a smaller game with these spin-off characters. That's what this seems to be as well. You're going to have a couple characters that you saw in Battlefront 2, a couple cameos from, was it LGBTQ Squadron? No, Alphabet Squadron. In Disney canon are going to make some appearances in this. We'll see what happens. I can't say I'm super hyped or interested, but at least they're trying to do something a little bit different. So we'll see what happens.
I think that's the best attitude to take, realistically. We'll wait and see what happens. Like I said, folks, 2 days from now, they'll release gameplay footage. I'm sure we'll talk about it on this Thursday's show because it's weird. I mean, E3 is supposed to be happening right around now. It would have if it wasn't for the virus. And then Comic-Con being canceled and they're putting all the reveals. So it's actually, for the summer YouTube slowdown, which is stupid, the geek culture stuff is actually really heating up. So it's going to be kind of fun to look at everything that's coming out, kind of pick what you want to get towards the holiday season. You basically have what geek culture is going to represent in terms of merchandise and marketing and stuff like that throughout the rest of 2020. So if everything gets back to normal, we could have a really cool, exciting year, or we could also have a repeat of the first half of the year. Everything sucks, and we're just waiting for it to get better. So,
yeah, I'm kind of a pessimist when I come to all of that, but we'll see. We'll see.
Well, I mean, I get it though. I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, you guys are always hating on stuff," but we're not hating on it because it's just cool to hate on it. We're just coming from a place of I've been a consumer of your products for X amount of years. This has been a steep decline, and I'm unhappy. I would like you to get better. That's basically the most formal way to present it to these companies. They just, angry fans on the other side are just so like, oh, you should be happy that we're getting anything with Star Wars, and I don't buy into that. So,
well, I would say we're a consumer advocacy group too, because give us a good product and we will dump all the money at it. How much stuff do I have of? I know Ryan Cannell doesn't like him, but Baby Yoda, for example, or Tom has it, or give some of us what we want, and we'll actually spend money on it.
Hey, I wish I hadn't bought all this shit. It was like I was on a drunk fucking Baby Yoda binge or some shit. Now I got Baby Yoda shit coming in every night on the fucking out of my ears and shit. It's crazy. No,
it's good thing everyone's buying it now because that shtick's gonna get really old.
Probably will. It probably will.
Yeah, it definitely will. I think that, like you said, I can't stand it when people say, "Can't you just be thankful we're getting Star Wars?" No.
There's a difference between somebody who's starving and you give them a sandwich and somebody who pays good money for entertainment and you give them shit.
Exactly. We're paying for it. The companies aren't entitled to our money. I hate it when people use that kind of wording. They use the word, "Oh, you're entitled fans. You should be thankful." It's like, stop. Then don't give it to me, for money. Give it to me for free, and then I'll be thankful because at least it's free.
Exactly. Yeah, it'd be a little different if they were giving us Star Wars for free.
Mm-hmm.
You have an entire. I feel like you have an entire generation or two of people who have grown up with the desire to just be part of something cool and something big. So they're like, "Oh, Star Wars, that's cool now. I'm going to be a part of this no matter what." That is one of the reasons I honestly think that the MCU did as well as it did. It kind of latched on to this generation of people that wanted to be part of something and tweeting about something at the movies, tweeting about something. "Oh, how cool it is. I'm a big part of this. I'm a huge fan, guys. Look at me. I have a Black Panther shirt." And I think that kind of consumerism is something that hopefully we are starting to take a turn on in culture, but we're obviously still in that era right now.
Ryan, I wanted to ask you, what were your thoughts? Do you think, since we're on gaming, you think Last of Us 2 is going to be the biggest game of the year in terms of sales, or do you think there's a lot of hubbub and it's just going to be whatever?
I think it's going to do tons of sales. There's a lot of people that have pre-ordered this. It has a huge fan base that is saying, I don't care what anyone's saying about this. I want to judge it for myself. I think that, and you also have a year in which there isn't a ton of big games because it's the last legs of this generation for PS4. So you have this, Ghost of Tsushima, and Cyberpunk. That's basically like all the big ones we have left. So I think there are a ton of people are going to buy this. I do think that there is going to be a ton of backlash. There is no doubt. I've talked to people. I did a video about 20 hours ago that's about nearly 30,000 views on my channel. So I blew up quite a bit for me about how the leaks weren't even like the worst part. Like what happens to these characters is even worse in actuality than we got. Once we had context, it was even worse. And so I'm starting to hear a couple people who have heard this and seen the 3 hours straight, the first 3 hours of the game that have leaked, that are saying, wow, I've defended it, but I was just wrong. I wanted to like it, but now I can't. You're going to hear so much of that. But it's much like Disney Star Wars, right? Where if they make $1.3 billion like The Last Jedi, they're going to crow it as a victory. In reality, we know it should have done better. And that is where we'll be with Last of Us 2. It'll be a big financial success, but it should have done way better, and it completely ruined a franchise.
One more thing before I read some of the super chats. What did all of you, this is for everybody, Mecca and Tom, if you guys have seen the PS5, what'd you think of it? I thought it was damn ugly.
Yeah.
I thought it looked like an Xbox.
No. It doesn't look that great.
I think that it looks different, but also at the same time, I can't remember ever sitting there playing a game, like you said, with the GameCube, playing Rogue Squadron, and in the middle of a mission, just pressing pause, looking down it and being like, God, that thing's fucking ugly. I don't like this. Like it's literally like the last thing I care about. I care about performance. I care about cost. I care about all these things. The fact that it looks like a Wi-Fi router, I couldn't care less. Just please don't give off as much heat. That's all I'm asking. And please don't sound like a motorboat when you're on. That's what my PS4 does.
I mean, yeah, you're right. I mean, mainly it's what's it going to do for me? Is it going to be really worth upgrading from a PS4 when I'm not even that many years into my PS4? Because I waited for that one. The PS3 was fine for me for the longest time. So I mean, I've got an Xbox One too, so I'm stretching to see the reason for this. I'm glad to see they've got what version with physical media still, but other than some of the backwards compatibility things I've heard about, I don't know what is all going to be available with this system yet. So I can't really comment too much.
Well, that's the reason why I've kind of changed my stance. Because if you guys have listened, like listeners, if you heard my my personal just one-on-one streams, the Fandom Menace Tonight, I've talked about, Jesse and I are going to start a Twitch channel. I want to pick up the PS5 and the Xbox and do them both and stuff like that. And after seeing, this isn't even just, look, I think the console's ugly, but it wouldn't really color my perception of buying it. But after seeing what a lackluster lineup was, how I have no interest in Miles Morales Spider-Man, and I have a PlayStation 4 and all the big games out this year are on it, I'm going to just stick with the PlayStation 4 and then pick up an Xbox and play all the Xbox One games that I missed, because I missed that entire generation because of their piss poor launch, overpriced. You can't borrow games, all this other crap. They really buggled the launch there. But I think this is an ugly system. This is the future of PlayStation. I almost want to wait until they redesign it in a simple black box with an all-black controller and go, okay, now I'll buy the remodeled PlayStation 5. Because until then, I don't see any reason to pick it up. I'm with you, Tom, about being late into your system life. There's a ton of games you can get.
Yeah, I just think at the end of the day, one, price is going to be important. If the PS5 is $100 more than the Xbox Series X, that's obviously going to make a lot of people's decision for them. But at the same time, Xbox, what exclusives are you looking forward to playing for Xbox? Well, what could you get for Xbox that you couldn't get with anyone else? The answers are Halo and Gears of War. That is it. Name something else that you want to play on Xbox that you can't play on PS5. Whereas PS5 over its PlayStation over its history, that has been what people continue to buy their product for time and time again, are its exclusives. And although I've had a lot of issues with Sony and Naughty Dog, who have made some of those exclusives in the past, you can't deny that the future for PS5 as far as gaming, where you're talking God of War, whether you're talking about the proper Spider-Man PS5 sequel, not this fake DLC repackaged as a sequel trash that is Miles Morales Spider-Man. I don't mean it as a slight to Miles. I mean it as a slight to what they're doing with this game. You know, when you look at Horizon Zero Dawn 2, Horizon 2 Forbidden West, that game is going to be incredible. I'm not decided yet either, but one thing I do know, I don't give two shits what it looks like, but it will look way better when it's all black. I guarantee they'll have a black console for sale. So.
Well, the thing is, you brought up the PlayStation. The PlayStation is the only series of systems that I've purchased every single one. I've had the first PlayStation. I had two different models. I had the original PSX and the white one, the fat PS2, both are two different versions of PS3 and then the PS4. I've always been a PlayStation guy, so I'm not coming from a place of I've had one PlayStation, I didn't really love it. I'm talking I've had across all the systems, we're talking hundreds and hundreds of games. The PlayStation has been. It wouldn't be crazy to say I've had probably 200 PlayStation games in my whole life. I've
always been more of a Sony person too, yeah.
But I've also, up until the last gen, I've also had the Xboxes. I had the original and the 360, and the 360 I thought was a fantastic system. Yes, it had the red ring of death. Yes, I had to send it in twice. And then eventually they re-released the upgraded model, and I never had another issue. But once I got past that crap, I had, without a doubt, some of the most positive group gaming experiences since the N64. Because you talked about what are you going to get on the system. For me personally, since I passed up the entire last generation of Xbox and the Xbox One, or Series X is backwards compatible, even up to some of the original Xbox games, that's what I want. I mean, if I'm going to get Cyberpunk 2077, I want to get it on a system that's going to upscale it to crazy amounts that the PlayStation 4 basic that I've had since launch isn't going to be able to do. And all these other multiplats that I do tend to buy, I want to get them on the powerhouse system that's going to be stupidly crazy. Now, if price on one system is $500 and the other one's $700, or we get even higher, I'm going to just sit it out and wait, because I like games, but I'm very happy with a Switch in Mario Kart. I don't need to buy thousands of dollars worth of gaming equipment unless it's going to be, work-related stuff. So,
yeah, I have one more thought about this, and then I do actually have to get going. I have a couple things to do. But the fact that you have these two consoles here, this is something we haven't talked about a ton, and we probably should. The PlayStation 5 Digital Edition could be a game changer. The fact that it does not have a disc drive, they could theoretically price this console extremely low,
right?
And even take a loss on it, because what they're going to make back in digital sales, they're going to make so much money on. Because the idea that instead of having Best Buy buy your product, them getting a portion of the profits, having to do shipping, all of this other stuff that's associated with physical media. The idea that you have a completely digital system that could be cheap, where they buy it from your PlayStation store and you keep effectively all of the money from that, there's no cost to it. So that could be a game changer for PlayStation, and also for places like GameStop. Is GameStop going to sell? Is GameStop going to sell a product that will only hasten them going out of business?
Which is
that
funny,
is the PlayStation 5 Digital Edition.
Because this is exactly what Xbox, or at least Bill Gates and Microsoft, tried to do back when that's why they backed HD DVD and then didn't put one, as far as the drive, into the Xbox. Because their whole thing was they were going to try and start digital streaming and gaming and all that stuff and downloading. And try to kill physical media was their plan. And that's why they created the format war with Blu-ray. And now here's PS, they're going to be doing, a non-disc version, which is kind of ironic. I just think it's funny.
Well, I think it's funny that we brought up, this one, that point, because I think this actually will hurt. I think what will happen is you'll have the PS5 digital only version sit on shelves, because one, we're in the midst of, hey, let's just pull a movie and change it because of recent sensibility. So everyone's on this whole buy physical kick. Secondly, we're forgetting about middle America, where the internet is dog shit in some cities. Hell, I'm in Los Angeles. Our internet drops constantly. I can't run two devices in this apartment because, oh no, it's going to drop it below streaming quality levels. So I think we're still years away from the infrastructure of having only digital games. I love it. I have a big digital library on the PlayStation and the Switch. It's so convenient. But at the same time, I'm also very happy to go, let me give you the money for this disc and know that once I install it, it's not going anywhere type of thing. So we have to wait and see. I hope, I want everyone to have fun with their consoles, but I think price is going to be a big factor. And if Sony's going to play the PlayStation route, which they usually do, and what I mean by this is successful system, and then they fuck it up. Because the PS2 is the biggest system of all time. The PS3 took a while to get its footing because of all the mistakes, the cell architecture, the overabundance of other issues, the price, all these other things. And then the PS4 comes out, simplistic, awesome. It looks like they're forgetting that simplistic, awesome approach. And hopefully Microsoft has eaten enough crow to go back to the drawing board or go back to basics to reference Spider-Man and kind of give us the experience that I think will catch on.
Well, one thing I noticed about the last gen was each system was trying to compete and do what the other system did in the previous gen. And I think that's where the success came from. But again, I don't know. I wonder, is Sony going to be putting a 4K Blu-ray drive in this, or what is it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's a plus, but then that's going to add that much to the price.
Well, yeah, both of them are doing that. Both of them are going to be 4K. In theory, both of them are supposed to be 4K and 60 FPS. Although, just depending on the game, we've heard that a lot of them are still running at 30 on both systems, which is really disappointing because, I mean, 30 was the standard for the last generation. So we've had so many years, you would think that 60 would be better. And
PC runs 60 on most games anyway. So if they're trying to compete with PC gamers and they're still only running 30 frames per second, like seriously, a lot of people make for the PC.
That's the same thing when PS3 came out. Everything was running at 720p. And I remember a lot of people were having issues when the PS Pro and the Xbox One came out with a lot of the 4K business and that too, and how that worked. I haven't had a chance to really mess with it yet, but I don't know what other people's experiences are with it. So
you haven't opened your Xbox, correct?
No, it's still sitting in the box. I finally got my 4K TV up, but I haven't got it set up yet.
Look, if I don't know what your finances are, but if you don't really need that yet, I would hold on to it, return it to the store, get store credit, and get a new system because they both are going to have 4K players, and then you're future-proofed for how many years? I mean, if it's not going to be some crazy, you probably have the $250 or $300 model. Let's say the other one, if you want to put $200 more, there you go. You got the newest thing, and now you're ready to go. Even if you have interest in new shit or you don't, you're kind of set. That's how I always take the approach with.
I got it on Black Friday for like $120.
Oh shit! Well,
yeah,
okay.
So it was like a hell of a deal, and it came with Battlefront 2. So,
well, that'll be fun.
Yeah, a game that they've stopped service on.
That's my number one complaint with the new era of games is we don't service this game anymore. Like I love my wrestling games when you can go to the community creations board, you can download wrestlers, arenas, and all that, and then 2K is like, we're done supporting it, and then your game essentially is just whatever you had, and if you ever want to add anything more, you're SOL. So that's
also a problem with the sports games too. But yeah, there's a question in the chat: how long before 8K? I don't see 8K taking on any form anytime soon. Most of the applications they see for 8K right now are like hospitals, other places where they really could use that kind of a definition to see things. The human eye can only see so much.
It gets 60 FPS before you worry about 8K.
Yeah. I highly doubt. Yeah, I highly doubt 8Ks within the next 10, 15 years. And if any push is just so they can do that's the only way they'll do it is so they can do 4K 3D without glasses. That's the only use I can see in the home right now that is even useful remotely, because they're so far away from because like Ryan just said, a lot of these games that are coming out aren't even going to be running at the larger frame rate. So they're still so far behind on some of this shit. Movies are the same way. Most of the shit that you buy in 4K, unless it's an older film that's actually on film, is a downgrade from something else to 2K and then upgraded to 4K. So it's not even true 4K. So
Michael from Retro Blasting had a great video on that. So
yeah, I mean, he got a couple of things that were a little off, and some people were calling him out on it. But I said, that's bullshit. He got 90% of everything correct, in my opinion. Yeah, he was off on a couple little details, but that was it, and they were minor details, in my opinion.
Some of the people that watch his videos are very unfair to him, though.
Oh yes, and I can understand.
Like, I'm a Facebook friend of his, and he's a cool dude. And so, like, I see his normal everyday posts. I'm like, he's a cool guy, and I've watched his videos for years. We're friends now, and I'll watch the videos and just peruse the comments. I'm like, really? Some of this shit that people complain about is just so small, and it's just like, oh god. So and like Michael Wolf says too, a lot of the CGI is only rendered in 2K, so if you even upscale it, like I was surprised when Jesse and I sat down to watch A New Hope on Disney Plus, the fact that it actually looked fairly decent. I was surprised because I thought the effects were going to look horrible. Like, I don't know if Lucas went back and changed stuff or whatever, but I mean, they looked as good as they could have possibly looked. They don't look out of place. They're stupid as they are.
The Star Wars films are one of the few that I know of where he went back and re-rendered all the effects in 4K for the original films. Now, the episode 1, 2, and 3, I don't know. Maybe episode 1, but episode 2 and 3 were shot at 1080i interpositives because they didn't have 4K yet. So I don't know if that's just a simple upgrade or what. That's all I know about that. But yeah, I know episode 4, 5, and 6 were completely upgraded to 4K though, from top to bottom.
Well, I will say that the episode, as much as I enjoy episode 3, it looks pretty bad in high definition, especially some of the textures and some of these shots on Kashyyyk, especially like go back and watch the clips of Yoda fighting the scout trooper, whatever he would be called as a clone. Like some of just the textures look like PS2 level, just pasted on. But I guess if you saw it in the theater, you moved past it quickly. But now the way home TVs are.
Yeah, and it's darker in the theater too. But Ryan has to get going, but we appreciate you hopping in, buddy.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Thanks for the invite. I wish you could stay longer. I got a couple things to take care of. Make sure to tell my internet dad when he gets here that he hasn't given me my allowance for the month. So
I'll talk to him when he gets here. I'll talk to him.
Right. Sounds good. No, my other dad. Jeremy is also my dad. Gary's my other dad. So they're very happy together. But yeah.
That actually makes a ton of sense because everybody knows that Jeremy's gay now. He came out earlier on the show, Ryan. You missed it. So he and Gary being in a relationship.
Ryan got it wrong anyway. He's Gary and Mai's baby, and we gave him to Jeremy to raise. Get it right.
Tom, that's child abuse. You shouldn't admit that stuff publicly. You can go to jail for that.
It was Jeff's idea. He was like the third party in this.
You can't prove that.
Yeah,
I know I can't prove it because you're the fourth party, and that's why you deny it, and he's got backup.
You know, it was really just a big orgy in Las Vegas. We were all drunk. We have no idea what was going on. So.
Rob and Mecca were involved too, but again, denial, plausibility.
All I know is that he's not my baby.
Yeah.
That's
You can't prove anything. Clint Howard could have been involved for all
I know. Well, Gary and I both did tell him you better start a YouTube channel. So
that is true.
Because I was like, you don't have a channel? I'm like, get going on that shit, man.
What I actually had started one just like a few days before.
Or yeah, that's what you'd said. I was like, yeah.
Yeah, so it all worked out though. We'll have to go on Maury, see who my real parents are eventually, but that's for another day. But thanks for having me on, guys. I really appreciate it.
Well, of course I didn't want him. He's in the Empire.
Yeah. Long live the Emperor. I'll talk to you guys.
Hey, all Ryan, thanks for stopping in.
Yeah, bye.
Before Gary comes in, let's address the super chats, the audience, and we're going to talk a little
Canceled bit. Jeremy says, "Are you high? The new Top Gun 4K transfer is great." Well, yeah, because Top Gun was made in 1986.
Yeah, it was shot on film.
Shot on film, so it's a completely 100% perfect transfer.
I wonder what when we get a 4K remaster, like proper one of all the Indiana Jones films, because I think on the first Blu-ray box set they went and they remastered Raiders, but they left the other two alone-ish. So they look good, but I wonder how like full 4K like remastered Indiana Jones will look. Because
if you want my guess, George probably did those at the same time he did Star Wars.
You think so?
I think so. He just is sitting on them or whatever because he does that.
Now, have you had a chance to see Jaws yet in 4K? How does that?
No,
look?
I haven't, but that's going to be one of the first things I watch when I actually get my shit set up. I got a Dolby Atmos system I got to set up yet, and all this other stuff yet.
Because I'm looking at the the review of it because I go to Blu-ray.com. I mean, it's got perfect score for the video quality.
Yeah, I've heard some really good things about it. So, well, they went back and they cleaned that up considerably. There was damage to the original negative they fixed and everything, so it looks beautiful. And Stan says it's sounds great. I can't wait to hear it. I've heard good things about it. So,
well, that's why I'm really cool with the older films getting these super treatments, and people like even Scream Factory and Shout Factory. They go back and do cult films like that. Preservation of film is important to me because, like I always talk about our pop culture. Popular culture is our culture. One of the cats got out, Jesse. Popular culture is, a reflection of that time that it was made in. So it's nice to see, Jaws. Well, Jaws is a good movie, but it's just nice to see that stuff preserved in the highest possible way. I'm tired of busting out an old videotape or looking at a crappy quality film. So, Gone with the Wind finally. Oh, okay, Clay Jarnack. I hope you enjoy it. So, Mecha, do you have any 4K movies? Do you give a shit or?
I know. I think I have like a Blu-ray. I never.
Okay.
I sent her a couple, but she doesn't even watch them. So
yeah, I haven't. I can't remember the last time I pulled a movie off my shelf to watch it. Maybe Life of Brian on Easter.
yeah, something like that probably.
Yeah, I don't have time anymore, so I've never really upgraded.
By the way, Juan R, shout out to you. You are the listener of the night since you knew about GoldenEye's transfer problems. I would high five you if you were in the room. Every time Jesse and I talk about movies and shit, sometimes Bond gets up. I always go on that damn tangent about GoldenEye's Blu-ray doesn't look as good as the rest. And it's my favorite one, so I can't wait to rebuy.
How's it cropped off wrong?
What I had read is that it's mastered from like a DVD thing or whatever. Like there's a whole story behind it. Like, the Brosnan films aren't mastered from they didn't go to Lowry the same way as the Connery ones did. And select Roger Moore ones did. The Bond series didn't go. We're doing all 22 films 22 films at the time, and we're gonna go do them and make them look the best they can. Just the Connery ones are remastered to the nth degree, but when it comes to the Brosnan ones, they just look very ruddy and crappy. So,
I suppose they used old transfers or old. Yeah.
Now, first off, we have our who's that? Matt. Who sent in the super chat? Excuse me, folks. Got the window pulled up right here. Our friend Matt G. He sends us a piece of cake. Thank you very much.
Yummy.
It's funny too. We have all these rotating guests tonight. If you maybe sent us a piece of pie, we would have tried to get Ethan on, but it's always next time. Our friend Space Monkey 0899 says EA is lazy. Should have called it X-Wing versus TIE Fighter. I do think the game Star Wars Squadrons sounds like it's lacking, but I'm not going to knock a whole game because it has a crap title. Matt G also says, finally, Jeremy has time. There's a lot of Jeremy messages. Yes, Jeremy did have time for the High Council tonight, folks. If you enjoyed that, remember, always give your the props to Tom. Tom is, the guy that's been getting guests and doing stuff for the High Council and the Fandom Menace. So always, subscribe to his channels, give him the likes and stuff because he's bringing everybody out here the best possible content. So thank you again, Tom.
No problem. I try to make good shows.
Dude, it's funny too. Jesse and I will often talk about when do you sleep type of thing. So it's like
it's a popular
everywhere
question.
Because we've had we were on one weekend. We were on Mary's stream twice, and you were on one of those, and you did your own stream and something else and something else. It's just like it's nonstop. So I feel for you.
I sleep a couple times a day.
Matt G Space Monkey 0899 also says, or Rogue Squadron. I wouldn't mind if they rebooted Rogue Squadron and remade it properly. You'd never hear me complain one bit. I'd be like, ooh, cool, Rogue Squadron. I loved the old ones. Let's see the new ones. Or just a basic remaster.
I'm surprised they're not doing more of that. Like honestly, completely really doing it really well, remastering some of these older games. Because I'd love to play Vice City in the quality that GTA 5 is. Hello, sir. You were supposed to be a surprise, but our internet child screwed up the surprise. Ryan went and told everybody you're coming.
Surprise! Oh, he did?
Yes.
I'll give him a whooping later.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
What's up, Hefe? How you doing? Hi, Mecca.
Great. Just I'm a fellow Californian now. I don't think we've talked since I've been out here. So
no, we haven't. And I drove right past you last time I was down there. Yeah, dude. What the hell? Why'd you pick the worst time ever to move to California?
I ask myself that question every morning when I wake up. I go, why did I go out here? Oh, and I'm happy I made that choice. But yeah, it's weird because everyone's like, oh, you're going to go to California. You can do this. You can do that. I'm like, yeah, I can leave my apartment to go to the grocery store. Everything else is shut down. There's no beaches to go to. But it looks like things are starting to pick up again, I guess. I don't know how things are by you. But
it's completely shut down in San Francisco. But San Diego, where I just was, is open for business. Like you can go pretty much everywhere now.
Do you think there's going to be a reversal of like, oh, everything's great, we're going to open back up, and then there's a new spread of sickness, and then they just shut it all back down again?
Yeah. And you know what makes me think that? Just because I'm paranoid, is that delay of Star Wars Celebration to 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Just
I
thinking
saw you post that.
Disney
Jesus.
knows more than we do. And I thought that was a little weird that they delayed it for 2 years.
Well,
Don't you?
Bob's a big deal over there in China, you know. Have you read his
Wow.
book?
Yeah, I have. He's a big deal. Freaking Bob. Yeah, I hope not. I hear conflicting stories, but here's my attitude towards it. I'm not locking down again. So they
I
can
hear
tell
you.
me to lock down. They can tell us to stop, but I'm not. And I think that's what everybody should do at this point. If we get sick, we get sick. I mean, it sucks. And you didn't, Mecca, didn't you? You probably had it already, right?
I think we actually had it, and I think Jesse and Jeff might have had it.
Yeah, you too, right?
They're also sick for a good long time, like maybe a month. I don't know, or they might have had something different. But yeah,
It probably all started with shit pancake.
yeah. In January, I was like just sick for about a month and a half with
Ooh.
fever, couldn't get out of bed for like the couple of days I was in Vegas, and then it just
That
coughing.
sounds about right.
Yeah, coughing for about 2 months, and you don't get over it. You almost get over it, and then you don't get over it, and then it comes right back.
Well, I'm glad you got better.
Yeah,
I'm glad you all got better.
hopefully I had it already, and then that's the worst it's going to be. So I hate to say it, but
Yeah. No,
we
it's
didn't know.
no. I think Ryan brought that up, and I agree. I think it was around long before December of last year. I
Same
think
here.
it was.
Well, it had to
Yeah.
have been, because I was hearing like even when we got back from Vegas, we are like, oh yeah, we got the inappropriate name that we were calling it, we'll just say, and we were making jokes about it because we were told, oh yeah, it's not that bad, it's not contagious, there's no reason to worry, there's nothing, no problems. I'm like, okay, so I mean, if it's not nothing to worry about, maybe I'll just keep my vacation scheduled here and go to Vegas in January, right during Lunar New Year, aka Chinese New Year, with a lot of Chinese tourists all on top of each other at the Bellagio, and for their Chinese New Year themed garden. I mean, there was a lot of, Vegas is a petri dish, so I think a lot of people were bringing it in. You had how many tourists come in from that part of the world in December?
Or just from the Bay Area too. And then we did Lunar New Year here. They did the whole parade and everything.
Mhm.
And we didn't get it that bad. So, Jeff, I don't know, man. I think they're going to try here in California, and that's why. Shoot, it's been. I don't want to bore you guys. Like, it's been bad for us.
Well,
The salon, it's getting killed right now.
It's
My wife's salon.
I was thinking about that because Jesse's hairdresser opened up and she went and got a haircut. Like me, I got this, Corona long hair that I absolutely hate. Every once in a while, I'll show up on camera and I look like a wild man because I can't get it cut. And
At least you got hair, motherfucker.
That's true. I'm thankful. But the you brought up your the Chinese Lunar New Year thing. Like Jesse and I were at a convention, honestly, in the beginning of January, maybe 2 weeks after people started talking about it, and it was weird. Right next to her fencing tournament was a convention from China, just straight up. We didn't know what was going on. It was just a Chinese convention. All the signage, all the the patrons and stuff were from China, and we're just like, wow, we came back right after this, and then it started picking up, and we're just like, oh, we probably did catch it at some point, and we didn't show symptoms. So,
because I remember you guys got sick right around the time you were in Vegas too. So either you guys might have gotten it there or right before, or because that was in January too.
Yeah, it was the week after, actually. The week after Vegas was when we went to Washington. Technically, we were in D.C. for it. So now, are you guys going to try to make? I know, Tom, we talked off air briefly. Gary, we haven't spoken in a minute. The Star Trek Las Vegas thing, is that something you're going to try to come out for?
Yeah, most definitely. I'm going to try to get a place for everybody to kind of meet up for a couple of days.
Oh, I think we lost Gary.
Oh, Gary cut out. He's still there?
Can you hear me now?
There you go.
There you are.
There
It
you
was
go.
internet
Okay.
gas.
Sorry. I'm going to try to get a place to and feed everyone, and this will be on me to a point. I don't know if I can get booze yet, but I'll definitely get the place, get the food. If you can get your butt there, we could. I think it'd be a blast. I think it'd be tons of fun.
Oh, Jesse's planning her 30th birthday around this, so
Awesome.
we'll definitely be out there. She's going to do stuff too. So it's going to be like, even though Star Wars Celebration is canceled, which we're gonna talk about in a second. That was our next lead-in.
Well, look at this tweet before you do that, because William Shatner also weighed in, and Anna as well. So if you want to share that.
She retweeted Anna. Or he
Yeah,
retweeted
William
Anna.
Shatner retweeted Anna talking about.
I'm so used to Shatner being a girl all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Oh God, those are so weird.
Yeah. But yeah, so William Shatner basically retweeted Anna to go and, to plea with Creation Entertainment here to, let's see, what Anna says. So Star Wars Celebration has been canceled, but Star Trek Convention was just postponed until December. Looks like we're moving the Phantom Menace party from Anaheim to Vegas. See you all there this December. He tweets at William Shatner, can't wait to finally meet you at William Shatner. William Shatner retweets Anna, please invite the Star Wars community to Creation's Star Trek Las Vegas. I think it would be a special year to do it when fans and cosplayers of both franchises could come together and have some fun in Vegas.
I like that.
I love that.
That's a great idea.
I think it's a
Just want to
great
meet
idea.
Anna, that Star Wars girl. That's what I want to do.
Yeah. I do.
Then
Me.
I'll sell her some Priceline.com stock.
Speaking of William Shatner as a girl, I did react to everybody that I could find, including Gary and Tom. I did subject Rob to the would you smash it sort of game. So you'll have to see if you want to do any of
Would
you
you
guys.
do me? I'd do me. Goodbye, horses.
It's better for me.
They're
it's better for me.
flying.
It's better for me.
Over you. And it's better for me.
It's better for me.
I've been seeing, dude, those deep fakes. The weirdest one I saw was the Jeff Goldblum from Jurassic Park one, because it was uncomfortable how right he looked. Like he looked like somebody I know personally. It was so uncomfortable to see how it just did it so well. The FaceApp is like devil technology. I don't like it, but I do love it. It's fun to watch. And I'm hoping folks in the chat, maybe you take pictures of us and put us through that. That'd be funny. Maybe we'll show those if they do them properly.
Yeah, I could be the bearded lady. It's all good.
Goodbye, horses. They're flying over you.
I think that's awesome that he retweeted Anna. That's brilliant, and I think it's a good idea. Some little kumbaya going on in Vegas.
Oh, yeah,
I'm always in a good mood.
And that's one of the first times I mean,
Vegas.
we all know he has like this friendly feud thing going with Mark Hamill that he carried over from Carrie Fisher and stuff like that. But this is one of the few times I've seen him say something positive about Star Trek and Star Wars together. Oh, and he's back.
What's up?
What up? Why Gary's here? I just come back to pop back in. I was like, hey,
What's
Gary's
up?
here.
What's up, killer?
Man?
Getting all
it's
canceled
been a-
off Twitter and
it's
shit.
Man, it's been a great week for me.
Damn.
I swear. It's been
So you have not,
wonderful,
you
so.
don't have time and then have time for the High Council? Is that
Yeah,
how
I
this
mean,
goes?
I wanted to go ahead and directly tie it into the fact that when you get
Jeremy?
banned from Twitter, huh? Can you hear me? Hello?
I think Gary's got internet issues.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Hang on. Let me figure out what's going on.
Oh,
See,
so everybody else
yeah.
can hear me. Confirmed?
Yeah, we can hear you just fine.
Oh, okay, so yeah, I'm trying to tie it into the fact that once you get banned from Twitter, you have time for the High Council. So,
So you're
So you
telling
guys-
us to cancel
Yeah.
Twitter and then just
yeah,
continue on his business as usual.
absolutely. So, yeah, it's been a hell of a good week, though, for sure.
I just think it's
So-
awesome because it's like Chevy Chase coming back to host SNL.
It's been a
Did
good
you-
week.
Tom, did you see that website where you pay a celebrity to like record something for you?
Cameo or whatever. Yeah, that's how Mecca found out that Ernie Hudson was going to be in Ghostbusters 3. She actually broke that story.
Oh.
So gives her credit.
Well, I think
know
somebody
that.
on Twitter broke it and sent it to me though.
Regardless, you were
Yeah.
the first one of us to find
Yeah.
that out.
Can you hear me now, Gary?
I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Hi, Gary.
How
Have you
about
hit
now?
250,000 subs yet, Gary?
I don't know. I haven't checked.
You're close.
Probably not. I'm pretty close though.
You're close.
So, folks, this week, Jeremy jokingly says about how the week has been good. Well, we found out that Star Wars Celebration has been canceled officially. Now, like a lot of you, I've just been waiting. I bought the tickets whenever they went on sale last year, and like WrestleMania, this waited till fairly late to cancel, which pisses me off because thankfully I didn't make plans to rent an Airbnb and do all the stuff that I was going to have the guys come out for. Instead, it's just I got to wait and get my tickets refunded type of thing. But officially, their statement is to our Star Wars Celebration fans and friends at Star Wars Celebration, the health and safety of our fans, attendees, exhibitors, guests, and staff is always our number one priority. Due to the global impact of COVID-19 and the speaking in which with local and state authorities, the latest public health guidelines related to indoor conventions, we have made the decision to cancel Star Wars Celebration 2020, and then they said it's coming back August 18th through the 21st of 2022. Now, Gary, you had a very interesting take on why you think it got pushed back to 2022. We had a bunch of new people roll in. If you wouldn't mind, just share your theory.
Well, this thing keeps dipping out on me. You guys can hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're doing
Okay,
fine
good.
now.
Good. So I just figure that Bob Iger and the powers that be at Disney have a lot more knowledge than you and I about the state government here in California, and they probably have a hotline to Gavin Newsom. And Disney practically runs the city of Anaheim anyway, so I'm figuring they know a lot more than we do. And the fact that it's delayed an entire, I mean, this makes no sense at all.
Yeah, why till 2022?
Yeah. It tells me they're going to try to lock down the state again, and forget it. You can't.
That or they have nothing.
That could be it too. There's nothing to promote. They got Disney Plus. You're going to be promoting things for 2022. I mean, you'd think they'd be shooting something.
The only thing I know of is Mando.
Yeah. So I guess Obi-Wan is just off the table. I guess
they're still working on it. They had to rewrite it. They just got a new writer. What, like 2-3 weeks ago? Was it
something like that?
Yeah, so I don't think it's a good sign. I mean,
I will say this though: they haven't been running them back-to-back years since like 2017. So they have been splitting them up. But with them canceling this one outright, you would think the logic would be to have it in 2021. So that does lean into your theory, because why? I mean, if you're not going to have it at all, then yeah, you would think that you would want to reschedule it for the very next year, not 2 years, because then you know what I mean? So it doesn't make, if this happened this year, it would make sense if they cancel it or if they make the next one 2022. But since this one's being canceled, logically it would be like 2021 would be the next one. So pushing it back to 2022, I think that lines up with Gary's theory.
Yeah, unless the Anaheim Convention Center is booked solid for 2021, which I can't imagine, but maybe it is.
Now, I have been on the side with you, Tom. I just don't think there's anything to promote. I mean, Star Wars seems anemic right now. It's fun that we have the community that we do. We can talk about countless other topics, but they don't have a movie. They tell us, the movies are coming out in 2022. No, they're not.
I think they're at a standoff a little bit.
They are. I mean, we're talking about Universal with their $5 million safety plan for Jurassic World. That's going to be like the first big blockbuster, I think, back into production. So that'll be kind of what I think a lot of people watch in production of a film. And then on top of it, it's like, we're going to have a whole convention to celebrate a TV show and a video game release that's a budget title as it is. There's really nothing to promote. I mean, I guess it's a smart move. I think a lot of companies can hide behind a lot of this stuff. I don't think Disney's hiding per se, but I do think that Star Wars is just lacking this year. I mean, look at the merchandise, the stuff I cover all the time. There's really not that much new. Some of the stuff from last Celebration still hasn't come out. So it will be a big nothing burger.
No, I think you're right. I think the next announcement we're going to hear about anything big is Taika Waititi's movie is going to get pushed to 2023. Obi-Wan we'll hear something about eventually. Cassian Andor is going to get fucking canceled. Nobody gives a shit about that.
That show's never going to get made.
No, and they've already brought on what's his face
to see that.
What was that, Gary?
He still has some issues.
I can hear you.
Oh, you cut out at the beginning there, though.
I did. Why?
Yeah,
I have great. Let me check.
Yeah, you were fine afterward. All you said was "I see that" or something like that. Yeah, that's all we heard.
I'll be right back. Let me check my screen.
Okay, but Rob's right. Yeah, David Koepp left, but he left with Spielberg, so that's kind of a. Yeah.
They're not going to promote Rian Johnson's trilogy, are they?
He supposedly there was another push here. 2 weeks ago? Somebody
there was a thing where they were saying what was in it, right? Where they were saying that it's going to be it was going to be like Rey grown up or some dumb shit, right? Was that it?
Oh God!
I heard something. I heard some news about the details of Rian Johnson's trilogy, but I didn't even look into it. I didn't even want to deal. I didn't want to cover that shit. So.
Yeah, because it's never going to get made. No matter how much they want to keep talking about it, there's no Rian Johnson trilogy because of what happened with Star Wars post his work.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I bet you the first thing that Bob said the day he took over everything and said the buck stops with me is like, this is not happening. And Mecca and I and a few others predicted the same thing. In about a year or two from now, you're going to have an interview with Rian Johnson after Knives Out 2 or just before Knives Out 2 comes out, and they're going to say, well, what's going on with your Star Wars trilogy? He's going to say, well, I really just haven't gotten to it yet. It's been one of those things on the back burner and blah, blah, blah. I'm thinking I'm more importantly, and right now I'm going to be concentrating on my smaller projects and more me movies. Guarantee you that's what he's going to do, and it's just going to go away.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess they figured we'd go away before that would go away.
Yeah, it's true. That's true.
Well, not only that, I think the Rise of Skywalker showed us that they don't give a shit about Rian Johnson. If they did, they wouldn't have let a lot of that shit slide.
You know, that's a good point. I don't think that and maybe it's because we're so far beyond caring really anymore. But I think the Rise of Skywalker, as much as it was such a lackluster entry into Star Wars and it sucked so bad, it was actually a massive win for Star Wars fandom because it proved that we were right. It was shit, and it dropped 50% from The Force Awakens, barely broke $1 billion, and no one talked about that movie like 2 weeks after it came out, other than how shitty it was. Like,
nobody talks about it anymore, really.
It wasn't even profitable for Disney. I mean, look at Joker. Joker made more money and cost like a fifth of what, Rise of Skywalker did. And that doesn't even take into account all the marketing stuff, because Rise of Skywalker was publicly listed at $275. Joker was listed at $55. So, and you bring in bigger budgets. I know Disney has all this money.
No way Rise of Skywalker cost less than $500 million.
No, not at all. That's a $500 million picture. The weird part is that movie cost probably as much as Avengers Endgame, but look at the profit. Endgame made more than double.
Rumors I heard is it cost more than Justice League did. And Justice League, we were told, cost over $500 million. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was more. And that's just the rumors, but yeah. You know how Jeremy loves the rumors.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, I think it was 600 million. Easy.
Well, they shot the movie 3 fucking times. Sorry, Jeremy.
Yeah, no. I was going to change the subject just for a second. So, can I just say a world without Twitter is a fucking beautiful world? I just feel better.
Jeremy's got time for High Council.
Yeah. So, but yeah, no. The Rise of Skywalker was though. It is the. I mean, at least The Last Jedi, and again, I think Last Jedi is a little bit worse because I think they're both equally fucking terrible. But at least the Last Jedi, people were talking about it and trying to defend it. Nobody defended Rise of Skywalker. Nobody. No.
Well, because
it pissed everybody off.
Well, because the culture war too had shifted to other things. I mean, they tried to weaponize the Disney Star Wars and all that stuff, and we were all the ists and phobes, as Mecca likes to use the phrase. And by the time we had rolled around to that, it was such an old, tired statement that even Disney and the Defenders didn't try. Look at Scott Mendelson, the world's biggest shill, next to John Campea and Kevin Smith. And that dude's like, I'm not even going to try to defend it. The only thing he ever says is,
he blamed us for it.
Yeah, well, even Campea didn't like Rise of Skywalker. I was live on with Jeremy, I think, on his show, on his channel. And, we were watching the premiere, watching the people come out of the premiere, and Campea was like live tweeting, saying I didn't like the movie, so.
Greetings and salutations. It's because of all you fuckwits that this movie sucks.
Cousin humpers.
Oh God,
you cousin humping loving mother.
Hey, we're already an hour and 37 minutes in, Tom.
No, I can't be mean to Campea. He actually stood by R&B. So, I mean, when the cards were down,
fair enough. I'm not about just piling on to everybody for whatever. So, hey, I respect that. Now, one thing I don't respect, I wanted to ask you guys, Jeremy, Gary, it's been a while since we've talked.
Yeah.
What do you think about all of this, like the Gone with the Wind stuff, the censorship, just in general, pulling down movies off streaming? Where do you fall in all of these things? Because I think that's a really important topic. A lot of people brush over for other things because the stuff we consume is kind of being slowly taken away from us, and everyone's focused on other stuff. And before you know it, there'll be a huge paradigm shift in just how entertainment is viewed.
I mean, it's bleeding into everything. I mean, and it's not going to get any better as we head to November. You think it's bad now? Just next month. Remember me saying this. You think it's bad now? Just wait till next fucking month. Just to reach a little beyond the entertainment industry, just to show how stupid things are getting. Oklahoma State football coach Mike Gundy had a picture a fucking picture with him and his sons where they fucking went on a fishing trip, and he had a OAN, it's like a conservative news network, television network. He had their shirt on, and one of his best players went on a Twitter, like crying on Twitter, saying, "I cannot associate myself with the university anymore because of this shirt, because I am offended." And then Mike Gundy comes out and apologizes wearing a fucking t-shirt on a fucking fishing trip. You don't even wear your best shirt on a fishing trip. You usually wear a fucking piece of shit that somebody gave you. Like, what the fuck is wrong? And he apologized and denounced the network. It's just like, this is the world we're in, and it's not going to get better, and it's going to impact every impact of our, entertainment, sports. It's never going to it's not going to stop at least until November, and then we'll see what happens. But that's where the line will be drawn as to what's going to happen. And like Cameron said the other day, I had him on a live stream, Cameron Pasha. He says he thinks Trump's going to win. He's not a Trump guy, but he says once that happens, he thinks it's going to even get even worse with what's going on. So again, it all ties into this. Like, as much as we don't like to talk directly about politics and everything else, it's all intertwined right now, and we're losing our entertainment. We're about to lose the NFL season. We're going to lose the NBA season. We're going to lose video. Like, every fucking thing is being impacted right now.
Well, look at Domino's Pizza too. Yeah. Like, they're just going after Domino's Pizza for liking or for thanking an 8-year-old tweet from somebody who happens to work for, the president now.
Yeah.
Crap.
And so, did you see the amount of traction that the guy that retweeted them that says your business is done now because of an 8-year-old reply, and the traction that it got on Twitter was fucking insane.
Yeah, people were. Well, he got a lot of backlash for that, and including a little bit from me. So
good.
Seriously,
good.
Like, you're gonna call people out for something that they associated with now. We'll just go ahead and cancel you because you associated with Domino's, who associated with this person. So you're just as guilty because you.
Well, cancel culture is fascism. Period.
It is.
It's just getting ridiculous.
When we gotta smack it down, and there's a point where we got to say enough is enough. And you know what, if actors in Hollywood want to back this shit, then maybe we need to cut them off. If they want to disassociate a coach for wearing a goddamn t-shirt, then I had no problem giving up the NFL. I've lived and breathed the NFL for freaking 40 years, and I don't miss it at all. I feel free, just like Jeremy does with Twitter. My Sundays are open now. I can focus on other things, hang out with my family, and I don't have my week ruined because I loved a shitty team anyway. So a lot of my weeks were ruined. It's not easy being a Charger fan, but screw them. Okay. So that's whatever. It's a conservative station or somebody supported the president. That's a third of the country. That's half of the country that you are just automatically dehumanizing. You're dehumanizing.
Well,
and it's continuing to happen. And now they're erasing. I mean, like 1984 is playing out right now.
Yeah. And sorry, go ahead, Gary.
No, it's just playing out right now. We got to stop it. I mean, we can't just let it go. There's a point where the adults in the room, we're busy working. We're not confrontational. We're watching all this insanity go on, and there's a point where we have to step in and do something about it. I don't know when that point is. It's collectively we have to have enough. Maybe it's the ballot box, and we need. A lot of this gets backed up by these powerful tech companies and these powerful media companies. Well, the people who are working, the people they are directly going after, the middle class right now, are the ones that support that shit. So there's a point where we just got to say enough is enough. Maybe we don't need social media. Maybe it's outlived its purpose. Facebook and Twitter are means for me to put my notifications out for my videos. Mm-hmm. And I don't mean to disrespect anybody who's followed me on any of these platforms, but they're not our platforms. These are platforms for insane people to flourish and cancel goddamn Domino's for an 8-year-old tweet. This is just enough of this shit. I'm so fucking sick of it. So yeah, I turned off Twitter completely after Robert Meyer Burnett. I've been on for like maybe a total of 10 minutes, and I've felt very peaceful, very peaceful. And I don't see any of this crap. And yeah, Seattle's occupied right now. So what? Sucks to live in Seattle. If they do it here, I'm out of here. I mean,
Well, speaking of Twitter, I want to get to this quote here. If you can share that, Jeff. And this doesn't matter if you're a Trump fan or not. Charlie Daniels is spot on here, and I think this rings true to everything we're saying right now. There are a lot of people out there who don't like Trump, and that's their business. But when a political party turns 100% of their efforts and energy into destroying a duly elected president, there is danger they will destroy anybody who disagrees with them, including you and me. This is from over a year ago. He said this,
and that's what's happening. Though.
Look at
That's
exactly what's
right now.
Yep.
Yeah, this is your with us or against us mentality. I'm like, well, you know what? You're just making people not want to be with you, though. All you're doing is making people not want to be on the side of crazy fascists, and that's all.
Exactly.
Yep.
And that's what I always say is like, what's the stupidest thing you could say to somebody? Oh, well, you're just some Yahtzee Trump supporter if you like Ghostbusters 2016. Okay, well, that's fine. Because A, if you are a Trump supporter, then you're going to be like, yeah, so. And if you're not, then all you did was just make an enemy out of somebody who basically, in your definition, should be an ally because they aren't a fan of Trump, but you just pissed that person off simply because you had to call them a name. And the idiocy of that is the whole idea behind calling them that name is supposed to piss them off. So if they don't like Trump in the first place, then what is your fucking point? You're just trying to shame that person, basically.
Exactly.
And it's a bunch of ridiculousness. Sorry, what were you saying, Mecca?
No, sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I was done. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, I just like Gary was right. It's dehumanizing other people, and for me, it looks like it's all about marketing. Like it all comes down to what box can we put you in for a marketing point? Because are you an alphabet person? Are you a this ethnicity? Are you a that gender? Are you this pronoun? How can we market to you? And then they've just got everybody just marketed by political party now, because that's what they're trying to sell. I mean, I always try and ask anybody who's trying to give you any message, what are they trying to sell me? What are you advertising to me? And that's what this really feels like to me. They're just trying to witch hunt everybody and bully them into being on their team too. And I'm like, you know what? I don't want to fucking be on a team with a bunch of crazy ass people who think that they're going to grow food for, 500 people in a little waiting pool on top of some cardboard, right? I don't fucking want to be on a team with these assholes because they're crazy people.
Yep.
But Brondo's got electrolytes.
Right. It's got electrolytes. This is the most unpunk rock movement I've ever seen. I couldn't be more disappointed in my generation. There are a bunch of fucking idiots. There is a song by the Descendants, one of the best punk rock bands ever, about not wanting to be classified, not wanting to be a clone. And there's a bunch of little fucking poser clones running around out there who all want to look the same, sound the fucking same, and they want to be little rule followers. All of a sudden, they wanted to follow all the rules when they told us to lock down, and now they want to go out and
racist if you wanted to, work and open a business, and that's why you were protesting. You just wanted to get your hair done and go eat at Fuddruckers.
Yep.
Ooh,
Fucking Patton Oswalt, that little hobbit. Smack that little punk.
Hi, Gary.
Hi.
Long time no talk.
What's up? How you doing?
Not much. How you been?
I'm a little fired up right now, but I've been good.
I can hear it. It sounds like you're on a roll there. We missed you.
Oh, well, we missed you too. I don't know. I've been just trying to figure out where the hell I'm going to live.
I think I'm logging in a few
Are you
times to be on
leaving
the
San
council.
Francisco?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, wow.
Getting the fuck out of California.
Colorado's
These
nice.
things happen. But yeah, I hear you're planning something big for Star Trek Las Vegas.
I am. I've been cooped up. We've all been cooped up. We need to all go out and have some fun. And
So that's going to be just a couple weeks after I turn 30.
yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
I bet you're finally going to reach the age of wisdom. This is good.
We'll see. I'll let you be the judge of that when it comes to it. But we'll have to coordinate though, because I'm planning on celebrating out there as well. So we'll make sure we set it up so we can just keep the party going all weekend.
We most definitely will. It'll be a blast, and hopefully, we could have you celebrate your birthday, and then I can give back to all the people who've supported me and us for so long. And again, a way we could just get together and have fun, and even invite anybody. I don't give a shit who shows up. Fandom Menace, not Fandom Menace, doesn't really matter to me. I want to have a good time.
I'm inviting Carrot Top.
Let's do it.
My plan is to invite
We
the
can
world.
work out together.
That would be fun. It's something I actually miss doing because everything's closed out here. So
God, it's killing me.
No party without Shatner though.
we should try to get William Shatner to party with us all.
I think he will because he retweeted Anna. So just say, hey, we're Anna.
Bring that Star Wars girl and I'll think about it. Check out Priceline.com.
No, but you guys are hitting on some excellent points. I mean, Jesse and I actually had this discussion too. Like, we're living in the dystopian future they write about right now,
Mhm.
because everything seems all fine. Oh, we're gonna get back to normal, but realistically, think of all the things you lost in a post 9/11 world. I mean, I'm not old enough to remember, and Gary, I'm not trying to put you on the spot here. Tom, you'll remember too, but like, you remember the airline travel before 9/11. You remember how all the freedoms, and then we had, you know, the Patriot Act and all these other things. I always try to keep the channel one way, but like, even now, everything's just kind of blending together. I mean, you had companies last week. Last week was the week I was the most fired up, because I had the Disney tweets and how they were putting out like, oh, we stand behind John Boyega and all these actors. But then you put them in your movies and you make them jokes. They're janitors. They're afterthoughts.
Yeah.
So all of the cats are pissed off too. Lando's really angry because of how they treated Lando in Independence Day. But there's a lot of double talk across everything, like in entertainment and politics and sports. It's just all shit right now. You know, I'm looking like what is there honestly for all of us to look forward to outside of like meeting up and hanging out? Like, what kind of piece of entertainment is the fan base going to ingest and be happy with? And I don't know what it's going to be. I know I don't want to be super negative, but what is there left?
Bill and Ted looks pretty good. But
Yeah, Bill and Ted's about
Tenet, maybe.
excited
But
just
as
to
far
see-
as franchises go, I think they're lost, and I think we were making headway with, I don't know, with Doctor Who or Star Trek or Star Wars, but I felt like we were making some real headway, and it's gone,
operative word. Yes.
erased in the
Exactly.
last couple of weeks.
Thanks to Gary, I have Dark on Netflix to look forward to next week.
Yeah.
God, that's a great series.
There's going to be an independent movement, Jeff. There's going to be a huge independent movement because Hollywood's not going to have a ton of money. So this is going to force a lot of change, a lot of creativity, and this will be a huge opportunity for people. I mean, like, would you even want to work in Hollywood right now? It would be like working in 1984. You would have to watch what you say all the time. You couldn't have any fun. It must suck to be a comedian right now if you're not Bill Burr or Dave Chappelle. It would just absolutely suck to work there. I would hate it. I think we are way more free. I mean, we have our restrictions here on this platform, but we're way more free than anybody in Hollywood right now.
Mhm.
I mean, you talked about, I've seen a lot of people say now it's not the time to consume, it's the time to create. Like, that's what we're doing here. On our channel, we got a couple more book projects. Like, I'll show the trailer at the end of this stream. We did the Wokebusters trailer. Tom, you'll get a kick out of it. You too, Mecca, being big Ghostbusters fans. But that's how I feel. It's time to create everything. So luckily, with comics dying, but people still have the appetite for comics, they'll go elsewhere. I'm waiting for the first Fandom Menace movie, the first Fandom Menace game, the first Fandom Menace, all these things, because it doesn't have to have the label Fandom Menace, but it'll be created by groups of people who are passionate about projects and aren't going to be worried about who you voted for or what you did on Twitter. It's like, hey, we're just welcome, we're happy to have you type of mentality. That's where I am, and I know a lot of people are just like fed up with everything, folks, but stay positive. There will be a silver lining to all this somehow, and we'll hopefully find it soon.
Well, I hope Gary's wrong, but I've said the same exact things he has. We were on a trajectory to where the woke culture was going away, like between Charlie's Angels, Birds of Prey, and Terminator, and a few other things. Like, Hollywood was on the verge of changing.
Yeah.
And then this happened. And you're right. Like, even pre 9/11, you could smuggle a shit ton of coke and a little person on a plane and nobody blink. In fact, that the stewardess would probably want to partake. But not, you're right. After that, everything changed. I mean, and everything just stopped. I mean, that song, as cheesy as it is, the country song, Where Were You in the World? That's what it felt like.
Yeah,
it did.
Well,
it did. Felt like the world just stopped.
It sucked that some of our work has been erased over the last couple of weeks. It doesn't mean we stop. I don't think like woke movies are going to be a hit next week. I just don't. I think they basically took control of the narrative over the last couple of weeks because through tyranny, through fear, if you even spoke up, they were coming after you. Jeremy and I spoke about it. I won't get too public about it. Somebody came after me. So And the best thing to do is to not bring light to it. Don't discuss it. And, it got squashed and that's it. And that's going to happen. And the thing is, you just don't back down. Don't apologize at all, ever. Especially when you didn't think you did something wrong, and continue doing what we're doing. And we will get through this, but we lost some ground, we'll say. And, we got to be realistic about it. That's all. And, you know, I'm not gonna lie to anybody and say, oh, everything's just fine like it was 3 months ago. No, it's not. But we can get it back that way, and maybe pretty quick if we stand our ground. Because it's gonna get it could get rough for us right now. People are going for big stars and pizza companies and stuff.
But
But
for me, for forever, I always
They
find a way
have.
to spin it back on them by you know, like the Lashana Lynch comments or something. They're like, "Oh, here it is because you said Lashana Lynch looks like she works at fast food." Yeah, I worked at fast food. That's how I know that expression, dumbasses. So if you think all black people work at fast food, then maybe you're the
Oh, that was that. Yeah, you know that situation, Jeremy. That's what you know the ripoff artist was talking about when he called us a bunch of racists.
Mhm.
That's what Mecca said, and then a bunch of people were freaking out because Rob said something about Panda Express. And well, for one thing, last time we checked, Kelly Marie Tran wasn't Chinese. She's a completely different race. So who's the racist now for thinking that Rob was being racist for saying
Oh, the
that?
thing that they like to clip from that trailer reaction for me was I just asked, did she not have a weight contract?
Yeah, well, that
And-
was the whole point. Was they were talking about the fact that they made her look fat, and it was the clothing, not her particularly. Because if you see her outside of her costume, she looks very thin. Yes, Sadie, I agree.
No, yeah, I mean that. You know how many times people sent me that clip of Mecca saying that on Twitter and wanting me to respond, and I'm like, I am never going to react to out of context clips that you're posting or whatever. I'm not going to do it. Like, and they were just like, "What do you think about this?" I'm like, I don't think anything of it. You know, there's nothing wrong here. You know, like you guys just are trying to find little things out of context, and I'm not going to buy into that. Yeah. So. People are stupid.
Must be a full moon or something. Jeff's cats are going nuts. Sadie's barking at me. Sorry about that, folks.
Impulse from the aliens.
Yeah,
they're showing up. They're like, screw this place. These guys
the
just
third thing. We were waiting for the third thing to happen.
Yeah, all they do is sit there and watch porn and eat fast food. We're out of here. The cows are more interesting.
Can I just say that the celebration going on Twitter about my demise is the greatest thing I've ever seen. I've had so many fucking screenshots sent to me of people legit celebrating. Even Ryan, when he was celebrating it, and people thought, like, the people that hate me thought he was actually like truly celebrating it. He even had a retweet. He goes, "These idiots really think I'm celebrating it." It's so good. Oh man. That's compliments. All that is.
Now, are you like permanently gone, or is this?
I don't know. Like I said, I told Jeff when I joined High Council when they started. I don't know that there is no actual notification that my account, like as far as an email or anything, that my account was suspended for any particular reason. I do have when I signed into my account. It said like your account has been suspended for violating rules, but it doesn't tell me what I did, and it doesn't tell me how to correct it. So I did go in and just, file a claim to say like my account's been suspended and I don't know why, to get some type of reasoning behind it. Cause I don't have, the only thing I have is 2 DMCA claims that happened. And then I made that post where I said, "Fuck Naughty Dog." and then it went well. So like I was saying, so everybody was telling me, they're like, our Geeks and Gamers chat, they're like, "Hey, you're suspended, you're gone, your Twitter account's gone." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, I'm getting notifications right now, and they're like, "No, it's gone." Everybody's sending me screenshots, and then next thing I know, I got the prompt like, "Yeah, your account's been suspended for violating Twitter rules or some shit." And so I'm not sure.
If I remember right, I think it says temporarily, but I could be wrong. Hours ago I looked.
No, I'm going to tweet them that picture like every few hours. Just fuck Naughty Dog at Naughty Dog. I already did it twice.
Well,
I did it to the wrong count first, though. I did it to the wrong Naughty Dog, so I say correction.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. Because that was on the Geeks and Gamers Twitter account. So, here, hang on. I'll pull up exactly which one, because I sent it to our group chat, so I'm trying to find it. My God, my team just went fucking crazy.
I know my phone went off too, and I'm not.
No, I'm dropping a video. Everybody's all, "Jeremy got canceled." I'm like, good. I mean, awesome. It frees me time up. So
right there, Jeff. That's what I got. Is your D-Day Cobra account is currently suspended, and then I do the login thing, and it just kind of gives me the generic like here, are you seeing this prompt? Are you seeing that prompt? You can do this and you can do that. And so I don't know.
You are a bigot. You have been suspended.
But yeah, everybody, they were all posting like in the group chat. That is fantastic right there. That is amazing.
Oh my God. Have you seen the new Perry Chan, the Filoniing part 2?
Yes. Yeah,
Oh my God.
I retweeted it.
No, it doesn't say temporarily. It just says suspended.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Jeremy's Twitter account.
So
There's a couple of
So
good
I
ones.
can run Geeks and Gamers now. Yo,
Yes.
I just hit 10,000 subs. Look at that, damn.
So I mean, I think my team is internally celebrating just as much as the people that hate me are celebrating publicly. So
Well, for different reasons.
yes, exactly. But I just say thank you, Twitter, for doing this after
I couldn't have
launched
been
the
timed
website.
better, dude.
It could not have. So good.
So great.
So good. We already got some new premium subscribers off of this, and it's been perfect. So I thank you so much for being stupid as fuck, Naughty Dog and Twitter. Thank you. So
Yeah, we gotta get Mecca to 60,000. I'd say, and yeah, let's go subscribe to Mecha Random 42 and Midnight's Edge After Dark. But do Mecha first, ladies first.
The main channel just hit 175K. You guys are blowing past us, though. We're just like,
Well, you do 175. That's good. Listen. I had a stretch, and then I took a 10-day vacation, and YouTube hates that. They freaking hate it.
They do. They penalized me hardcore, like a lot. So I'm in that whole like we have to pick up with the summer slack and then all this other shit. So
you know what the hard truth about that is, and I discovered it last summer when I took a bunch of time when Jeremy and I went to New York and all that, and I wasn't really concentrating on the channel.
Mhm.
What I heard is it takes 90 days for you to get going again. 90 days.
Jesus.
But you got to be consistent, and it will get going again. But it's basically a quarter, and that's when they change things because of the ad rates and stuff. I mean, the algorithm's the algorithm, but it takes the algorithm like 90 days to relearn you if you, I don't know, take too much time off or get sick, which sucks. There should, especially last year, they were like, we care so much about creator health. Then there has to be some setting that you could put in to put your channel in vacation mode, like just like a week. So where it doesn't change anything, it still recommends you the same. But no, they don't do any shit like that. It's just lip service.
Well, I'm glad one, Jesse thinks that's a great idea for the vacation, but two, I'm glad you say it like that, because the thing with YouTube and a lot of people, even folks like you're listening to us with, our channel's large, you get to these things where where YouTube changes stuff, or there's these weird policies that they don't tell us. It's not like we get letters in our emails each month that says, do this for success. It's like you have to hear, like Gary tells us this, or Anna told me something about how one of her friends, or not a friend, but somebody that she knows said, like, sometimes they'll pause your channel and they make you wait to see if you're going to stick it out because, all these other people want to do YouTube. It's more of like a proving ground testing things. I've heard a lot of different things, but I'm going to go on vacation at the end of the month and I'll just restart, I'll do what I got to do until then and then let the 90-day restart happen by the time the holidays kick in. So, yeah.
And if your kid's system, it might happen faster. That's just what I've heard. But I mean, weird things happen. Like I go in my studio now and I get that code that says, congratulations on 100,000 subscribers. I got that a year ago. And
I got that today. I got that today too.
Popping up for me again. Yeah, that's odd. So something's going on.
Yeah. Well, I've always thought it was because YouTube keeps like you guys have noticed this, but every time YouTube makes a cosmetic change, we all take a hit because it takes I don't know how long for everything to pick back up. It's like, oh, we changed the search bar function. Guess what? For a week, it's going to be slow. Then it'll pick back up. So it's always like every little change YouTube makes, we definitely feel.
And that's when they unsubscribe people too. I think it has something to do with they're just refreshing the software. So anybody who subscribed either a long time ago or recently or whatever the case may be, or who isn't as active all the time, those people have to resubscribe. And every couple of months, I'm like, oh, YouTube screwed up. I got to ask people to resubscribe again. And I hate having to ask to, have people resubscribe because YouTube, should just do that. They should just keep it. But
I know. H3 doesn't have to go through that though.
No.
Unsubbing people, it seems like they must pick if you weren't subscribed, if you weren't watching a video from this channel at this particular date and time, you are unsubscribed. Because I get people where it's like people like Anna, who's been regularly subscribed and watches stuff regularly. And I know this because she texts me constantly about shit I say in my videos. But like, she's been unsub for me multiple times.
I just got unsubbed from Anna. A couple weeks ago.
I got unsubbed from Midnight's Edge before. And I watch every fucking video like multiple damn times just for what, whenever I go to comment, So it's like that doesn't even compute. And that's the thing. Rob and I went one night when we first started getting that demonetization shit, for instance, we went and ran all kinds of tests. We found that there is no, like, you can't figure out any like kind of standard to anything. Like, they change shit so much that like nothing makes sense in the system. And once you do start to figure something out, they fucking change it again. Like Mecca was just saying, you guys were saying too, with refreshing the system. It's getting ridiculous. And I mean, yeah, we know like the last few months, our videos on the main channel they have not gotten any views hardly. And we don't know what the hell's going on. So either we're being suppressed or whatever. I don't know.
went through something similar at the same time last year, correct?
Yep. Oh,
Yep.
sorry.
I'm not sure. I'd have to ask.
You did.
Andre,
I
but
remember because
Possibly,
I was
yeah.
going through it too. We were all going through it too. So I think it's got something to do with it just being summer and it's slower. I think people are genuinely watching streaming services, and I don't know. I mean, a lot of us have to rely on people being bored at work too.
Mhm.
So I think things will pick up once more people go back to work.
Yeah, Gary, we actually spoke last summer because I was bummed out because we were riding that Captain Marvel high, and then all of a sudden they didn't even plateau. We fell off a cliff, and all of a sudden, like, what did I do? Because my whole thought is like, did we do something to piss people off? I'm like, no, I stand by what I say, and that's what people have always gravitated towards. And it's just them playing games. But folks, if you're ever watching one of our streams and you're like, what happened to you guys? Where'd you go? We're not really going anywhere. It's just you have to come back and look for us because they make it harder and harder. Maybe one day they'll have a new system where everything is at the ease of the user and the creator, and it's this nice symbolic symbiosis of whatever. But
I think one of the problems is big creators mucking around and having the ear of Susan Wojcicki. I think that's one of the big problems. Treat everybody. Listen, I understand they make them a lot of money, so you're going to have their ear, but. People like I watched that whole H3 Keemstar thing. It was fascinating to watch. But then it showed kind of the worst of YouTube. And both of those guys can contact her, who used to, and basically she's a CEO because she rented a room or her house to the CEO of Google. She was like she had an incubator going in Silicon Valley, and that's how she got the gig. Must be nice.
We talk about this. We're not really here, folks, to vent and complain about X, Y, and Z.
Yeah,
a lot of times, no, don't apologize, Gary. What I was going to say is a lot of times creators ask us, or other people ask us questions, and we're just trying to give you guys transparent views about a lot of things because, yes, every person, all 5 of us on this panel would say, if you want to start a YouTube channel, go ahead and do it. We're supporting you 100%. But there are going to be hurdles and things that you'll face that aren't necessarily your fault. And sometimes you need to just be aware that it's not you or your audience that's turned on you. It's the platform that exists, and just things happen, and it's never like a personal attack. So don't get demoralized and don't quit is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, most definitely. It's mostly fun, folks. Trust me. It
is kind of tied into what we're talking about, though, because again, we are being suppressed if you think about it compared to the bigger entertainment outlets and like you said, other YouTubers and
news too. Yeah, they favor they'll favor the Tonight Show and the stuff that they know is advertiser friendly, like the Jimmy Fallons and the Jimmy Kimmels and stuff. They'll favor those little clips. They'll favor mainstream news over, at least they're pre-approved. CNN, Fox, they're pre-approved ones, and they will squash anybody doing like independent news coverage or which is why I keep myself in entertainment categories. But
Mecca, you're making a great point too, because they take the same 30 or 40% from everybody. Mm-hmm. And the thing is, like when you suppress, all of us have had big videos. They're taking the same cut from us as they would these big creators. So I just don't know why they don't elevate everyone so they can take a bigger cut and make more money. I don't get why politics or ideology will outweigh profit. If I'm a studio or a company, I'm going to want to make as much money possible. And, if a dude talking about soul food or this chick talking about guns or whatever is going to get views, and no one's getting hurt in the process of making these videos, then I'm going to be like, cool, thumbs up, watch the shit, and take my cut. That's the agreed upon thing. But they just keep changing it. You know, it's like moving goalposts for what we're allowed to do and what we're allowed to say and how we're allowed to do it. I mean, Tom makes the joke, oh, we're 15 minutes in, I can cuss. That's not a joke, folks. We have to fill out this paperwork or this digital paperwork now.
Yeah, it's not a joke. It's funny.
No, it's not. Hey, and don't let me forget. I talked about it on my live stream today, and I meant to send you guys this fascinating live stream that somebody emailed to me that I watched 3 days. I get a lot of emails, but I will send it to you. And so SJWs have invaded the knitting community. And I'm not kidding.
The knitting community?
The knitting community. And they had these two young ladies did a live stream, and one of them is a former SJW. She said, I've been an SJW for 20 years and I got out of it, and it's a cult. And in this little 45-minute live stream, they break down everything that's going on in entertainment, games, freaking music, through the knitting community, of course. But she just, like, I have never heard it told this way. It's everything you already know, but she did it in a nice little package. And their politics are it is a cult mentality. Their politics are much more important than money. We've all known this, but it's invading the knitting community. That was the shocking thing, is this is a coordinated infiltration. Absolutely. So that's how it's affecting us. There's probably some of us here that should be doing better, because maybe YouTube has put us into some corner. Well, I kind of suspect they have. They've put us into some corner based on who watches us, and how much they know about that person. And Google knows a lot about you and a lot about me. So if I can, it's called Escape the Cult from SJW. And I will, I got the link right here, and I'll share it towards the end of the live stream so everybody can watch it, because it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
You know how we fixed this whole thing? Oh, go ahead, Mecca. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, well, if you look at like how, a cult member reacts to being pulled away from their cult to be deprogrammed or something without willfully going, they scream, they throw a temper tantrum, they all look a certain way, they all conform a certain way, they force each other to do dehumanizing acts. It's like an abuser going in and telling, his children to beat the other child almost, just to kind of make sure they feel the shame. And that's what they do. That's why they call you a Trump supporter. It's just to dehumanize you and shame you into following their little patterns. And I see it very similarly in all of these sort of really, really bad cults, where they do a lot of really bad things with their members, and they react the same way. They scream like the one SJW that Jeremy uses quite a bit on his thumbnail with the green, that crying SJW chick, like that's exactly the same way they act. And you can go up to them with logic and they just scream their heads off, or they block you because they don't want to hear it. Well, here's proof of what you said being wrong. And they redefine words. They practically have their own dialect and their own way to speak. And they do have their own uniforms, and they do extreme crazy things to themselves.
I don't know what you're talking about. I've never used a screaming SJW woman on any of the I've never put that on probably 90% of the fucking thumbnails on my channel.
I've used it a few times too.
Oh man, I think I had a conversation with Josiah one time. I was like, hey, I was thinking, should we change the thumbnails? And I was like, nah, let's keep the screaming SJW. It seems to work pretty good. So
point. She's perfect. That is the exact reaction.
It's practically the brand. It's the brand for it. So
yeah, it's so good. Yeah, but I agree with everything you guys are saying. I mean, it's they make everything an uphill battle, and they clearly favor the mainstream brands over the individual creators, and that goes all the way to the top. PewDiePie has 105 million subs, and he gets 3 to 5 million views per video. You know what I mean? I'm not saying he should get 100 million views per video. That's ridiculous and unrealistic. But you would think that he would get more than that. But they clearly don't like PewDiePie. At least, obviously, they're going to make some type of partnership with him because of he's the biggest creator on the platform. But they
Golly.
definitely love their Jimmy
I keep
Kimmels
dipping
and
out.
they still love their Jimmy Kimmel and Jimmy Fallon more. You say you keep dipping out?
Yeah, I keep dipping
Herb?
out, and my internet's fast as hell. It must be StreamYard.
It might be. I know our internet's iffy at best, so I don't know if anything on mine would affect you, but maybe it is StreamYard.
I finally got screaming internet, so I'm happy.
Yeah.
No, but Jeremy, you brought up about how these big brands are the ones that YouTube gravitates towards. The thing is, the people that want to watch YouTube want to watch YouTube. The other audience, I almost called them old people because I don't want to put them in that category. But people that want to watch Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon, and who else? Conan O'Brien. They can go watch the shows live.
Jeff. Nobody wants to watch those fuckers.
I don't. But the thing is, the YouTube has made them the face of a lot of stuff. Like, how many times are you like on? I'm on Jesse's YouTube on her TV, and it's or our TV now, but it's like James Corden or this or that. I'm like, I don't watch this shit. Neither does she. They recommend the dumbest stuff based on what they are. I guess they're getting paid the most. Because personally, if you base YouTube strictly off what I watch, you're getting some weird 80s music, video game stuff, the angry video game nerd, and then what we produce in the Fandom Menace. Not, I don't need videos on the NFL or whatever shit they're just going to promote to me. I don't like how they've changed.
It got bad. It got to the point where I used to, like you, Jeff, I'd be watching our shit, and I go down that YouTube rabbit hole. Before I know it, I'm watching CNN, I'm watching ESPN. It's like, why the fuck am I on this shit?
Sorry, real quick, by Mr. CAF or the CAF production, I have seen all the Lord of the Rings now. So boom.
Wait, what?
Yeah, back before the whole beer bug virus happened, Obi-Wan 21
2788.
Yeah, why did I mess his name up? I know him personally. He had us over to his house, and we did the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy. He made us pizza. Proper Jeremy was there. Proper Justin, was there before he moved.
You're messing everybody's names up.
Yeah, dude. Look, it's hot as shit here right now. Okay, and we're in the middle. Anna's coming over tomorrow. And so we got to clean up a little bit. So I'm in the process of doing all this shit and making videos. So,
okay. Did you know this, Gary?
I did not know this, and I was supposed to go down and join them. And
we have to know. We have to know. Yeah, of course, the beer bug canceled all that. So, what is your thoughts, Jeff? I'm fascinated to hear this.
All right. So, I thought it was a very good trilogy. I liked all the movies, but my favorite one is the first one. I thought. None of them were boring. None of them were bad. I had no real complaints with the quality of the film, but they're never going to be my favorites. I can only watch them once a year, and I thought the battles were cool. The dialogue was fine. I liked the characters, but I don't know. The third one, I think maybe because we watched them all back to back, I was a little tired, but that first one really, I really enjoyed it.
Now you said you're talking about the Lord of the Rings trilogy. We're not talking Hobbit, right? I mean, you didn't watch the Hobbit along with all this, so you just watched the three. Now, did you watch the extended cut or just we
watched the longest versions that exist on Blu-ray?
Good.
Okay.
Well, hey, that's not bad for not seeing it of its time, and not. I don't know if you're like big into fantasy or not, but I mean, I simply think they're the greatest things ever made.
I think they're objectively the best films ever made.
Yep. And we're going to see, we got some big Lord of the Rings news today, guys. So we're getting 3 new book covers.
Oh.
New Zealand is the first major studio that is Weta Studios is shooting film right now. So we have a studio shooting back at work, and it's the first one out of everyone. And we did find out that Galadriel will be the lead, a co-lead for the Lord of the Rings show. It will indeed be a 22-year-old, a very young Galadriel, and we're going to see the fall of Numenor, and it sounded pretty exciting. We got the Golem game coming out, and you can play Smeagol or Golem, and it's based on the book license. I'm very excited about all this stuff, and there's a mobile game out, but and they might have. There was some conjecture out there that HBO Max, they're going to come out with a 4K version of the Lord of the Rings, and it might be like a super duper cut with appendices and they were talking about. So I didn't know that Stuart Townsend played Aragorn for a day and a half before he was replaced by Viggo Mortensen, and they shot that, and maybe they'll show it on HBO Max or something like that, and I might have to resubscribe for that. But
did you cancel your subscription to HBO Max?
I did.
With the wind?
Gone with the Wind, and then they said they're removing 3 DC movies at the end of the month, and then I remembered Game of Thrones season 8, and they're supporting Doctor Who, and I went F this, and I back.
The only reason we have HBO Max here is because we share streaming services with one of Jesse's friends, and so it was HBO Now or Go, whatever the one was. That morning, it instantly upgraded it to that, so we have it. But I'm with you. I personally wouldn't keep it if we were paying for it because I'm just opposed to that. And real quick, I wanted to joke. You brought up the Lord of the Rings news. You said words. I have no clue what you're talking about. I know what the word appendices means. I know you're speaking English, but all those names, I'm like, I don't know what this is.
Galadriel's Kate Blanchett.
Oh, okay. I know her.
Yeah. So she's a big deal in Middle Earth, man. She's a big deal.
I like Kate Blanchett in general. So
I do too.
I like her voice. It was all joke aside, I think she has the best voice. I just like if somebody's like, Jeff, who do you want to read you to sleep? It would be Kate Blanchett. It's very soothing and mildly arousing. So there you go. But no, I did finally see it, and I thought of you because I know you're nerdrotic and people you definitely delve into the geek culture deeper than I do on certain topics. Definitely on Lord of the Rings and Doctor Who, 2 shows that not Lord of the Rings is the show, but I enjoy Doctor Who, not to the level you do, and definitely the shit that I'm watching is keeping me out from getting back into it. And then Lord of the Rings, like I said, I enjoyed the movies. Jeremy, I know they're one of your absolute favorites. They look great.
Well,
Go back to watching anytime.
Yeah, I mean, they're not necessarily like. I mean, I love them. I wouldn't say they're my favorites. When I watch them, I just think it's the peak of filmmaking. They're not my favorites. You know what I mean? Like they're Gary's favorites, and he thinks they're the best. You know what I mean? But they're not my favorite. It's not my favorite trilogy or anything. But I just think that stepping back and just looking at what Jackson did with all 3 films, with the scale, and I mean, because I don't know the book, so I can't speak to how faithful it is to the books or anything. But just
not really. I mean, it is and it isn't.
There's
a lot of changes.
Yeah, so stepping back and just looking at it, and just the emotion involved, the interactions with the characters. I think Ian McKellen's Gandalf and Gary Oldman's Gordon in the Dark Knight trilogy are like my 2 favorite movie characters ever. I just love those movies from that perspective, but not my favorites. But I just appreciate how well made they are. They're fucking fantastic.
They looked great, and the nice part. I believe they were shot on film, right, Tom? Lord of the Rings?
Yep.
That'd be of that era. So, I mean, they looked
the original 3, yeah.
Oh, dude, when I talk about Lord of the Rings, I'm just talking those 3. I don't ever want to watch the Hobbit movies.
I enjoy the Hobbit movies, but again, I'm not a Lord of the Rings aficionado.
I think you got to be into Lord of the Rings to enjoy them. Yeah.
I had to read the book once, and that was about it. So that was, 17 years ago. I'm making myself feel old, but
17 whole years ago.
Yeah, 17. I know. You're like, whoa, I remember that like it was nothing. No, I joke with Jesse. He's like, now that I hit 30, I feel old. So.
Oh, my God. Stop it. Your life is just starting.
It's getting good, too, so I'm excited. But
yeah, life could start getting interesting at 30. You kidding me?
Well, I mean,
it's just like you're a teenager with more bills in your 20s, and then shit gets going. So.
Well, that's what I used to describe myself. When somebody's like, how do you adult? I'm like, I am not an adult. I'm just a big kid with money. And believe me, my purchases definitely reflect that. So I'm loving it now. But down the road, I got to make, the adult choices and changes. But until then, I'm just going to enjoy this. Well, I mean, eventually I want to own a home and leave California and do stuff. So.
Yeah. Well, you might not be able to own a home in California someday.
Yeah, but see the difference is, Jeff, they didn't have this back in the day, and they do now.
What is that? Hold on.
I got Reflection.
Oh, Ninja Turtles album? Is that what that is?
Oh, yeah, that's the score.
Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah.
And I see your Ghostbusters figures behind you.
It was perfect that you brought that up. I was just playing back there.
You can get your game in your room. God, I wish I could get my Sega into my room. I have a Sega Spider-Man arcade game into my garage collecting dust.
That's a good game.
Those Ghostbusters figures back there, Jeff, I blame you for.
You're welcome.
Remember that stream when we were doing with retro blasting? I pre-ordered a bunch of shit that night and forgot about it.
Is that Mattel? God, did
those
you do
new Mattel ones?
You did stream purchasing? Oh, don't ever do stream purchasing.
Well, those are the new Hasbro ones in the back.
Or Hasbro, yeah.
Are they? Those are badass.
I got the real Ghostbuster ones somewhere around here too, though.
Did you, Gary and Tom? Obviously, this is for everybody. Did you see that since Comic-Con's canceled, these companies have been releasing their exclusives? Did you see today Hasbro announced a talking Deadpool head?
Really?
Yeah, it's literally just it's got 600 phrases. They say it's for adults because it's 18 plus, but that's their big thing this year is a talking Deadpool head.
No way.
I'm gonna show you a picture of it real quick.
Yeah, please do.
The trailer came out this morning, but it's this right here. It's it's based off the movie, I guess. But here we go. It's just straight up. I think this is dumb. A lot of people were pissed off because Hasbro built it up as this big special thing. But there it is. It's a life-size talking Deadpool head.
Body not included.
Okay.
If it don't sound like Ryan Reynolds, I don't care.
It doesn't. It's not his voice.
Oh, what a waste. Oh.
I know. I know, man. If it was his voice 100%, I'd consider it because it'd be hilarious. You walk into a room. No.
I would listen. This is just more of my paranoia, but knowing how the politics are in San Diego, Comic-Con's canceling this year, and they waited till the last possible minute to do it. The hoteliers, the people who run the hotels in San Diego, hate Comic-Con. They freaking hate it. And if it was gone tomorrow, they wouldn't care. Because it's San Diego in the middle of the summer and they can charge whatever they want for hotel rooms, but they do these big blocks with the convention center. So they've always been, if they could get rid of it, they could, and they have tried. They have actually tried, which is just, you would think it's insane, but everybody else wants it, but they don't. And Comic-Con has always talked about leaving. It's just gonna be very interesting to see how things play out over the next few years. I think they're tied in for like 3 more years, but it could actually move, which would be just the dumbest thing ever. But San Diego's done a lot of dumb things in the past. But yeah, skipping this year is a big deal.
When I saw that was because first it was E3 was the one that I caught wind of. I was like, oh man, E3, no way. And then the Comic-Con and WrestleMania, because I actually go to that one, so I was really bummed out. But yeah, the Comic-Con getting canceled, I understand why, of course, in this year. I mean, going to the grocery store in a damn mask, as annoying as it is, but I couldn't imagine trying to walk around, talk to vendors, talk to celebrities. The celebrities wouldn't even show up. I mean, it would be the worst year ever. It would be almost an embarrassment if they held Comic-Con this year. And
then there's the con crud anyway. I mean, there's like a little cold that goes around every year at con that you get. Mm-hmm. It's at every con now, the con crud. So that would probably freak people out too. So yeah, I understand why they did it.
Well, that's why we need, when this all blows over, we really need to sit down and do like the Fandom Menace equivalent of that, because it's big enough now. I mean, with all the channels, I mean, combined, I mean, obviously we have tons of overlap, but you're almost at 250,000. Jeremy's almost there. I'm at 160. So we're all moving up. We all have big audiences. And look at last year, Jeremy, in Chicago. How many people showed up to that bar? Well over 100, and we were all much smaller channels. The place was jam-packed. And how many times did people come up to us at the thing? Tons. I mean, we could definitely we have enough audience demand actually to have something sizable, like a smaller end hotel or something, and do it. I think that would be fun. We should really.
Las Vegas was packed.
Sorry, what was that, Mecca? You cut out.
Oh, sorry. Even Star Trek Las Vegas was packed with people coming up to all of us, like Midnight's Edge and Gary and myself. Just because the Star Trek community is really huge too. And then you've got like the anime sort of stuff coming in with like Yellow Flash and everybody. Yeah.
We really do cover all aspects of entertainment, with the exception, I mean, even Jeremy's got the sports stuff locked down too. So kind of everything's in our wheelhouse, excuse me. So, maybe off air, not tonight, obviously, because we all got stuff we're doing. Gary, you're going to be moving possibly and all this other shit. So we should all come up together, though, before Star Trek Las Vegas, and have a private meetup online and work it out. I mean,
let's do it.
There's huge demand. I know we can make it happen.
I know we can make it happen. And Jeremy and I just did these weird little meetups at Comic-Con, and we had way more people showing up than I thought we would. We were off the beaten path and people found us, and that's how we found Ryan. That's how Ryan happened. So speaking of sports, real quick, Jeremy, did you cover on Sports Wars ESPN losing 40%? Their ratings went down 41%, and they got beat by cartoons and Nat Geo and stuff. Oh,
Jay Leno's Garage. Jay Leno's Garage is beating him. There's shows that we've never heard of that's beating ESPN in the ratings, all because they went down politics. And again, this all ties into everything going on. But a few years ago, ESPN went super fucking woke, and they got a new president. The new president came in. He moved them completely away. He canceled all of those woke anchors, all those woke shows, and ESPN saw a nice increase in their ratings because they got back to sports, because that's what people. Shocking, I know. Calm down, ESPN. But you're the worldwide leader in sports, so I know it's shocking to think that the people that tune into your channel want to see fucking sports. And so he moved them back into that. And that was around the same time with the kneeling of the national anthem was going on, and the NFL moved away from that as well, and the NFL, because their ratings were suffering. And now this is not a pandemic situation. So there's been the few people out there that try to defend this to go, well, there's no sports, so it doesn't fucking matter. ESPN's ratings were fine during the pandemic, especially for The Last Dance with a Michael Jordan Chicago Bulls special, which was fucking the greatest documentary I've ever seen for sports. But even still, it was really entertaining, and it was taking people's minds away from the craziness going on, because ESPN was just, doing the bar talk, like, oh, well, who's the top 10 players? Their ratings were fine. But then recently they went full into politics, and their ratings have collapsed. So
how recently do you think they went into the political slant?
In the last several weeks, like just with all of this, ever since George Floyd, basically.
Okay.
So
ever since, you follow this shit better than me. I'm like, we're stuck in a lot of this. There was literally a protest at our front door last week. Was it 2 weeks ago now?
Jeez.
Yeah, like that's not an excuse. We just look out the window and they're there. It was peaceful and nothing happened. There was no anything negative from it. But I mean, we're kind of Gary, you too, because California is just a different country essentially at this point. Really? But like I'm missing all that kind of stuff because I'm busy dealing with stuff to live right now. I know it sounds crazy, but like you got to line up to go to the grocery stores and wear masks, and you can only get so many pieces of meat. I mean, that's not an exaggeration. We have signs I can go take a picture. They let people in 2 at a time and shit. So I missed all that crap. I didn't know that ESPN had gone unwoke because I stopped. I'm not a sports guy, but even then I'm just like, all they do is go one-sided because they're owned by ABC and Disney. So that's why I never gave them a time of day. I just listen to you or my friends talk about sports and kind of move on.
Yep. I mean, it's it ties into everything. When you go into the political world, your viewers that tune in for whatever your product is, they're going to start tuning out. And it's a lesson Hollywood was learning. But fortunately, the world has changed in the last few months, so it's going to take some time to get us back into that situation again.
Oh, I don't think we'll ever go back to that situation because I've talked with Tom at this ad nauseum. I've never actually had a chance to ask you or Gary this question, but with the way, we can't really go to theaters, it's looking like AMC might go out of business. Do you think big budget movies are going to be a thing of the past? Do you think we're just going to go to small tier, maybe streaming TV shows, but we'll never get an Avengers Endgame level film ever again because of the way things are going to switch?
I think that's a possibility. I was talking about that on my live stream today. Is like, what's going to be our next $1 billion movie? I mean, we were getting $1 billion movies regularly, and that's not going to be the case for quite some time. And I don't know if ever again, because you need a certain amount of theaters for that to happen, unless they completely start jacking ticket prices up, and those will be going up. I'm not sure. It won't be Captain Marvel 2. That's a guess. But I mean, Tenet, everybody's got their eyes on Tenet, but I think that'll be too early to tell.
Same here.
And I think it'll be going to streaming. I think it'll be going to prestige streaming, but it's way too soon. Tom will back me up. They still needed movie theaters for at least a few more years to bridge the gap, because streaming is nowhere near be close to being able to pay for itself right now. No. Everybody's massively in debt, especially AT&T, and Netflix technically doesn't make money. They just throw series out and they drop them. I was surprised today to see Umbrella Academy actually get a date announced a couple of months. Usually they just drop the stuff. So that'll be interesting to see. I think it's prestige TV is the way to go. I think, if this Lord of the Rings TV show gets made, that might be the future of big blockbuster stuff.
I also think it's, when you talk about the changing landscape, I mean, you think short term and longer term, and also the way everything else changes along with it. One of the reasons why, production costs so much money now is partially because there's certain niche services like there's only this number of companies who can produce CGI at the level that we expect it, and so they get to charge a premium. CGI is still one of the most expensive commodities in filmmaking right now. And as the landscape changes and things like, no one's got, there are people out in LA who own houses specifically so they can rent them to film companies to shoot there. And, when that type of market, when these things that people could charge a premium for are no longer have the same value, those costs go down. So over time, you'll start to see an uptick in the quality of independent productions because they'll start to get access to some of these things as the Hollywood loses that monopoly on filmmaking. Some of these talented positions, talent-based positions are going to be less coveted, more accessible to everyone. And so your quality, your independent productions will be allowed to go up. And then eventually, some big rich person who's, owns the biggest company making the best independent films becomes the new, whatever production company, the new Hollywood, the new face. And I think it just will move cyclically. It may take a long time to get back to quote Hollywood splendor, but I think that all of that ability to make films of that caliber is still going to exist. And I think we're still going to see that sooner than we think. It's just not going to be a X name studio sinking, $300 million into this blockbuster. It's going to be some independent creator spending a whole heck of a lot less to bring you twice the quality.
Yeah, I think it's going to, well, and another thing that's going to compete is live streaming. I mean, I know, we're partial to YouTube, obviously, but again, I was talking about this earlier today. When I get up in the morning, it used to be I flip on the TV, watch Sports Center or watch the news or a Star Trek rerun on BBC America. And now it's live stream. I just go see whose video's up. It's usually Tim Pool in the morning or something. And the first person live streaming is the first person I'm watching. And I generally watch that all day in the background while I'm doing stuff between me recording videos. It's just more entertaining. It's way more entertaining, and they're going to have to compete against that. That's why Quibi became a thing. It was, I don't know if you guys know what Quibi is. It's a joke. It was DOA, but that was supposed to be competition. The first direct competition to YouTube was Quibi, and it was supposed to be Hollywood taking us on, and they found out people don't want that stuff. They'd rather talk to each other, and I think that's a good thing.
It's funny you brought that up, Gary. I shit you not. Super Bowl Sunday, they had an ad for Quibi, and I didn't know what it was, but I took a note. I was like, look into Quibi, because I thought, it's a social media platform. We can expand the channel there and do more stuff. And it's not doing well, isn't it? Jeffrey Katzenberg and a couple other big executives behind it, and it's
He
still
blamed
not.
COVID for it.
He did.
Which, I'll be honest, I mean, there is a point to be made there because, like you guys were saying earlier, and it's true, with everybody out of work right now and stuff like that, that's one of the reasons why I think YouTube's views have been down so much is because people aren't watching YouTube as much like they are when they're at work, because it's easier to digest YouTube videos when you're on the job or listening to a podcast like Gary does, stuff like that. That's what I used to do too. When I used to work, I'd listen to stuff on the way there. I'd listen to stuff while I'm working in the background, whatever, and when you're home, you're watching Netflix, you're watching movies on TV, you're interacting with your family, you're, playing with a dog, whatever, I can see why views have gone down on YouTube. And I think that's why, he's not totally wrong. That's probably why Quibi failed now, but it was never going to be a thing anyway. You would think it was never going to do anything.
Billions into that, billions and billions. And it's not even available like on Roku instead, just like HBO Max isn't.
Well, that was the whole point. It's only available on phones and tablets or whatever. Yeah,
it's on Apple TV, but they make the mistake too with the DC streaming service. It was never on PlayStation. Gary, I paid for the 15-month plan. I used it maybe 5 times, and then because it wasn't on PlayStation, I never streamed it. And they're like, "Can you come back?" Never come back to your fucking service because you can't be on every platform. So I guess it's a Warner Brothers, Time Warner type of thing. I was just, I don't know. They're screwing up already.
Yep.
Oh, there's a big old bunch of shit going on over there.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how it collapses because, we've been watching, we're like, I know this sounds dark, but I think a part of all of us, and I'm talking in the chat, would like to see Disney get taken down a peg or two, like a serious peg. Not just like, we lost X amount of dollars, and then we'll recover. It's like, no, I think a lot of people look at the stuff Disney's done, and they're like, I want to see this company pay for their crimes, in quotations I'm using here. But Disney might take a big loss out of theme parks and all this other stuff. It'd be funny if Warner fell at least a little bit because of their incompetence. It wouldn't be more of a, bad market or whatever. It's just they fucked up. So
no, the problem is you're right, because Warner could come out and they could squash everybody right now. But they're imploding from the inside out. There's a bunch of internal bullshit going on there. AT&T took over, so you've got a lot of people who are pissed off and upset. A lot of people lost their jobs. So, there's going to be some animosity there. But you've got HBO doesn't like the fact that they're owned by AT&T. Warner Brothers themselves is now butting heads with AT&T. We've seen that happen right out in public with the Snyder Cut shit. It's getting to a kind of a point where it's like, you're right. They could have come out, they could have swatted Netflix down and Disney down like flies. But now instead, the HBO Max launch, I guess, was a lackluster at best launch. They're already starting to lose the base customers because of the whole Gone with the Wind thing and everything else. It's turning into a clusterfuck.
Well, it's funny too. Gone with the Wind, like I said on the stream last week, because on the World Class Bullshitters podcast, I was very fired up about a lot of stuff. The Gone with the Wind was kind of like the catalyst that sent me over the edge. And it's funny, 2 weeks ago, nobody cared about Gone with the Wind. It wasn't offensive. Then this past week, it was offensive. But it's nice that with people canceling and shit, it's nice that people have a standard that they won't. You can't go beneath that. There's this floor, and if you go break through it, then I'm done completely. And people are leaving, and I didn't realize how much people loved Gone with the Wind. Hopefully Warner Brothers does. And, if they have the balls to put out whatever 90th anniversary in 10 years from now, or the 80th this year, they don't put that stupid thing. And they're just like, people liked this movie the way it was, and they stick with it. That's, I think, a lot of issues too, is a lot of these companies don't stick with it. The first little bit of social media pushback they get, they jump the gun, and social media isn't paying the bills. It's nice to look cool on social media, but at the end of the day, it's who buys your product. That's who you're supposed to cater to.
That's you just said it perfectly. Yep. Social media does not pay the bills.
It's not real life, right?
I'm telling you, I really don't know how. I didn't plan. I really wish I could tell you guys I planned this shit out with Twitter. I mean, I've been wanting to get banned from Twitter for a while, but you're right, because I've been privately. I have been discussing with my team. I was like, I really want to delete my Twitter account once the website is up, because it does take so much of your attention away from what you need to be focusing on. Don't get me wrong, it provides you with a lot of stuff. I mean, I generally use Twitter to talk a lot of shit, to rile people up, just so I could make videos. You know what I mean? But it really takes a lot of your attention and focus away. And I do think, again, I don't like to shift blame from individuals, because at the end of the day, I believe we're all responsible for our actions and what we're doing, and we have the willpower to overcome things. But collectively, I do think social media is causing a massive fucking problem for people in general. It's causing and it's giving people a distorted reality. And it's a false perspective of what is really going on in the world. If you eliminate Twitter from my life, now obviously you can say, well, there's the mainstream media news, yada yada yada. But if you eliminate Twitter from my day-to-day life, I'm not really sure I'm that aware of how big the problems are in these fucking crazy, blue states, basically. You know what I mean? Because I live in a red state. Ain't no problems around here. Because we actually have officials that are actually going to hold people accountable. But you get on Twitter, and my God, it's madness. You know what I mean? So that's a good point.
What you said though too, I think it was one of the. I'm not saying this to sound like a kiss ass, but the point you made about social media skewing people's perceptions of reality is one of the better points that you've made to me personally. I don't watch everything you put out, but people don't respect other people. They don't treat them like humans on social media, because on social media you're a character limit, you're a bunch of pixels, you're a picture, you might be a funny meme, you're not a person to these people, and so it does skew them. And this viciousness. That's why I think cancel culture is so pervasive today, because people aren't people to other people. It's you're an idea, you represent this. Nobody gets to see, if you cancel, let's just say some artist on a movie because they share a different view, you don't see that they had a family that hurts this person, then they can't get a new job, they might have to leave the industry completely. Like, people don't think about that stuff. People are dehumanized because of social media.
Exactly. Yeah. And I mean, Jeremy's go ahead, Mecca, sorry.
Oh, I just wanted to jump onto that.
Oh, it was Jesse. Sorry.
I just wanted to jump onto that even further and just say it goes beyond that. We have our echo chambers. We dehumanize people, and you've seen just in person-to-person interactions now that dehumanizing effect. affect conversations. The people who are like calling up their friends and saying, you know, oh, do you stand with this or not? Oh, if not, we're not friends anymore. People delete people off of Facebook they've known for years who they know more about, but everyone's reduced to just a sum of whatever beliefs they've posted. And now people feel comfortable treating real life human beings face to face as if they're no more than a sum of these ideas, as if they're not individuals, as if they're not people with lives, with families, with struggles, with dreams, with all that shit that everyone else has.
I mean, a classic example, Jesse, is what happened with me and you on a live stream when me and you argued over politics. And when it was done, we were done. Just like me and Az, we were done. Like, all right, it's good. We had a good argument, life's over. But people took it so literal, you know. Yeah. And they're like, you have to get rid of her. Okay,
I have
the
most vicious things that anyone's ever said to me online happened in the comment section of that live stream.
Yeah, I mean,
brutal, awful things and stuff were just, I mean, based on nothing. Where people want to say you don't know anything just because the things I know don't line up with the same things they know, or just because my interpretation of an event isn't the same as their interpretation. Well, you're a moron. You don't know anything. And it's like that's weak. People need to get past that. People need to remember what are facts and what are opinions, because we treat every opinion like it's some sort of life-altering fact, and we're super quick to dismiss facts, real statistics, real science, and forget it, because for every piece of science and for every statistic, there is an alternate piece of science or statistic that's been, gathered in some other way with key parts of that missing. Reality is, unless you've read the goddamn scientific paper and are summarizing from that, I don't care even about your science, because your science is probably wrong.
Yeah, I mean, the worst thing that you can do to me is to try to pressure me to make a decision. And so what I told people is, like, the more you tell me to get rid of Jessie, the more it's just, just cements her that she's not going anywhere. And to be clear, yeah, she hasn't been on Geeks and Gamers, but I'll just be honest with you, it's because she's been in Jeff World. She ain't got time for me.
It's an upgrade.
She has.
He got
Jesse,
time for nobody. Ooh, upgrade. What?
Jeremy don't have time for the High Council. Jesse don't have time for Jeremy anymore. Done.
That's right. Jesse has no time for that shit. She's got a really very good-looking man. Many wonderful working parts.
I told people. I saw some people saying, like, Jessie hasn't been in Geeks and Gamers for a while. Jeremy finally got rid of her because of her politics. And I'm just like, I don't respond to people like I used to, you know what I mean? But I'm like, fuck, no. No.
Hey, Jeremy, just for shits and giggles, can I make a video for Geeks and Gamers that just says, hey, I'm still here. Jeremy and I are still friends. I still believe all the stuff that you hate. Suck a dick.
Yeah, you know what I'll do?
And then make out with Jeff.
I'll put that at the end of one of my next videos that's going to get big views. And that'll be really good.
Please.
So, yeah, just make a little 30-second, video like that, and done.
All yours. You're the best, Aaron.
Well, I was looking forward to meeting them both at Las Vegas, and Jessie pulls me aside, and we have a little conversation about her and Jeff, and then I haven't heard from them since. Basically, this is probably the first time I've talked to Jeff. They were making out in a corner the whole time.
That's entirely true, Gary. That's entirely
true.
Hey, we gave birth to Ryan Pinnell somewhere in the middle of all that.
We did invite you to Lord of the Rings, Gary, which was our first time, being in public with other humans since then, but due to reasons that got rescheduled, so...
Yeah,
I told him I finally saw it. They asked me. We had a Lord of the Rings section while you were gone.
Yay! I'm sorry. It's probably good that I missed
I'm sorry I missed that.
I'm willing to watch. Look, next year I will watch it again. I told Jessie. She's like, "What did you think?" I said, "I liked it, but I can't do it more than once a year. All three of these movies. It's just so much, and I don't want to watch it too much because I'll begin to resent it if I'm forced to do it every couple of months, type of thing." So
next year, Gary, we'll plan it way ahead of time. So even if you're somewhere far away, you can still fly out for next year's.
Right on.
Watch.
I'll cosplay as Gandalf.
Beautiful.
I mean,
that's what we want from you.
I mean, you're halfway there with the beard, so
yes, I'll just let it grow.
That's what I didn't know what Kelsey looked like from the Jacks or those guys and all that. I finally found out what he looked like, and I was like, oh my god, it's like if Gary was just on a lot of crack with a crazier beard.
Yeah. Well, that was me 6 years ago and 20 years ago. So
woo!
Yeah.
Well, I like
not crack though, meth. Same thing, but lasts a little longer.
I like this version.
Jeff, can you share this image real quick?
Yeah, of course.
I think everybody will recognize this person.
As soon as you hit share, I will share it, Mecca. Oh, sorry, it's on. Oh, you sent it over.
Oh, she does that to me all the time. I don't know why she just doesn't share shit.
She wants to make it harder for you.
She's a brat.
Oh God. Oh God, no.
That's women have to do these things in order to make it. Oh God.
What the serious fuck?
Okay, what? Okay,
That's a man, baby.
So
Okay.
well.
Hey, hold on, folks. That's a fucking improvement.
I did not come back to the High Council for this bullshit. Okay,
Oh my
so
God. I
That
need to
is
change my thumbnail.
I
for my
might
last
actually be able to sleep with that at night.
I wish I'd seen this when I did my reaction video.
Oh my God.
Oh my! It's
Check
I
your
love
houses on the House Flippy shows.
Oh, one of those brothers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I see it now.
I say it looks familiar, but yeah.
I have to say, Kathleen Kennedy makes the most convincing man I've ever seen.
Straight up.
Yeah.
Maybe there's
Dr.
something we
Kaufman
don't
is
know.
sick too.
Maybe it's Kevin Kennedy.
No. I'm totally okay with this.
Frank.
What?
So, how many months do you
Beard,
think it
yeah.
is until she's gone? You think she'll last her? What is it? 2021 is her
When she
contract,
wants to leave. When she when she tells Bob Iger she can leave.
Did you see that round table thing with her and Favreau and the other guys?
Yes.
Oh,
And he's like, he's talking and she interrupts him just like Spielberg said. And then he's like, yeah, but we're not talking about this. We're talking about this right now. He's like, fucking A, Kathy, get on my fucking planet, okay? Before I belt you or something. You know, he's just like ready to hit her. You can tell he's just like, shut the fuck up, please. I loved it. If you haven't seen it, check it out. Oh, it's amazing.
Now, do you guys, since we're on the topic of her and what she's in charge of, sadly, with Indiana Jones 5 getting a new writer and being pushed back, I keep saying the film's never going to get made. Do you think it's ever going to get, we're going to get Indiana Jones 5, or is it just Harrison Ford will die before we make the movie?
No, I don't think we'll get it.
The only way they could do it is if they DH him like for the entire film, which yeah, just have him do I don't know, speaking roles, get a stuntman, and and deep fake Indy the entire film so we can have a young Indiana Jones. And they want to have him fighting Nazis because, oh God, everybody's fighting Nazis these days because they're everywhere. And yeah, there you go.
I think Harrison Ford would definitely go for it, Jesse, because it's all about the money with him.
He does love that character too. That's the other thing is in contrast to Han Solo, he seems very. I think he's done an interview saying how much he enjoys playing Indiana Jones and he's happy to keep coming back. Now I wonder though, you got to wonder since this is behind in development where the James Bond movie is. It's a similar kind of premise that they were putting out there when they were floating potential what Indy 5 was going to look like with the. Passing the torch to a female version and all that stuff. I wonder maybe now if they're sort of sitting back on moving forwards with production of Indy to see how James Bond sits with people. And if that totally tanks, which it will because it's stupid, maybe they'll sit back and go, I guess this passing the torch to a young female version is not the right model.
I think the fact that James Mangold took over is more proof that this is going to happen, whether we want to or not. And what I mean by that is Spielberg's one of those where Indiana Jones is a big deal to him. And if he walked away, that means he felt like it wasn't ready or he wasn't going to do it. So that meant they were going to do it with or without him.
Which is unfortunate, I think.
It is. But it's at that point where Spielberg isn't Steven Spielberg anymore either.
No.
Also true.
If you want to make a list of films that don't need to be made or shouldn't exist, I'm putting Indiana Jones 5 personally at the top of that list because
And I'm putting Indiana Jones 4 right after.
I would as well. That's a movie that got made that shouldn't exist. I mean,
Yeah.
I just don't get what the purpose of bringing his character back is. He's my favorite Harrison Ford character. Yes, over Han Solo, I prefer Indiana Jones. But I don't want more. More is not more. Sometimes less is more. Riding off into the sunset, poetic and perfect. Bringing him back to do whatever you're going to do, because the movie's not going to be free of garbage politics. They can't keep it out of Star Wars. They can't keep it out of Bond. It's not like... The thing is, too, it's not like it's a small coterie of people on the internet that are obsessed with this. It's everywhere, and that's why people just don't go back to shit. Maybe they don't know how what they're seeing affects them, but they just don't like it, so they don't go back. I've talked to family members that hated the Disney Star Wars films. They don't care about the politics. They just think they suck for reasons they can't really describe. So
that's even my dad. He saw The Force Awakens. He loves Star Wars. He was in line to see the first one when it came out. He absolutely adored it. He introduced me as a kid and all that stuff. Really keen on those films. total, OG nerd. But he saw The Force Awakens. He was like, this is just a dumb retelling of the original. It's not as good. And then he just never went to see any other Disney Star Wars movie ever. That's his baseline was like, that they didn't serve me up something I wanted to see. I'm not going to give him any more chances.
I like the way your dad operated.
Yep, smart.
There you go, Chuck E. Cheese. There you go. You wanted Harrison for Tom Selleck as Indiana Jones. There you go.
That's my bar, by the way, for filmmaking for a movie. If my dad says it's good, I will see it. Because he has one of the highest bars.
There you go.
I would watch 6 Days, 7 Nights Part 2.
Oh no.
That is my. You talk about a guilty pleasure movie that's on the list. My grandma took me to see it.
You gotta be
like
kidding me.
I actually like that movie too.
Anne Heche and
Yeah.
remember when she was such a big deal because she was like a lesbian for a minute?
Yeah.
and- yeah.
Their mustache both got Tom the role and lost him the role. Yeah.
Mustache rides for free.
And I told him the trick to Indy 5 is like, in Indiana 4, we had the prairie dogs. I said, this time you got to go with pelicans. People like pelicans.
If George Lucas really said shit like that, I'd believe it. I know you're obviously
He
joking.
fucking does. Just kidding.
Let me address a couple of the super chats before we go into the super chat mode, because I know there's a couple of things people might wanted to say before we close the show out tonight. Silver Phantom X, thank you very much for your coffee super chat with the little pear. I appreciate that. It's a nice little emoji. Leonardo da Vinci, great name, says, "Hail the High Council. Question, Jeff, what happened to the video featuring Lethal Lightning from a few weeks back? Was it taken down? If it was a live stream, I'll look at it. Some of the live streams do get delisted because of algorithm reasons, which sucks. I mean, Jeremy, Gary, Tom, Mecca, we all have dealt with that crap.
Start a live channel, Jeff.
I have a secondary monetized channel already. I'm telling everybody on every live stream to go to the GMPC Good Morning Pop Culture channel, because that's where I'm going to keep, because I see Nerdrotic Live. What, you hit like 20,000 on that one, Gary?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So,
It's at 26. So it's doing really well. People like it.
It's like Gary told me when he did it. He said, he just puts it over there and people watch it and it doesn't hurt his algorithm. But like me, I started Geeks and Gamers Live and I haven't done a lot of live streaming. And of course, we have like 5 channels now with everything we do. But I've just been dumping a few live streams over there on the Geeks and Gamers Live channel, and we just now hit the threshold for monetization. So I'll be submitting for that tomorrow. And it's good because you don't hurt your algorithm, and you still can have a place to where you can upload, and it'll still generate a little bit of revenue for you too. So
I might do that. I'm going to definitely do it. I don't know if I want to put the High Council on it, because I don't want people to get confused and be like, where'd the High Council go? But I do want to definitely keep I like doing the one-man shows. Gary, you do them all the time. They're fun. I like to talk to the audience one-on-one. But it's, if we're doing it and then you lose whatever, when YouTube does their cycle through, it's like, well, shit, I can't, this channel won't live forever if we keep doing it that way. So, folks, if you're ever like, why did you switch that? It's just to keep the channel around. It's never, a laziness factor. I'd do triple the work to do that and this if it just benefited every aspect of it. So,
yeah. The only bit of advice is try to, it really does help when you import it as fast as you can. So wait the couple hours for it to process, download it, post it up in the same day, and you get a lot of good traction from it. You do.
Then I definitely will start doing that.
Because I was waiting like 2 or 3 days, and when I started doing it quicker, I just started getting a better response. So
I'll start doing that then. Tomorrow night, I'm not going to have a show because Anna's coming to town. So Jesse, Anna, and myself are going to be doing a watch along of X-Men Dark Phoenix. One of our listeners super chatted her and asked her to do that. So if you want that, folks, I want to drop the link now because it's up. You can watch the Matriarchy with Anna and Jesse first, and then you can watch me watch X-Men. I'm an X-Men fan. Gary, you're an X-Men fan, correct?
I am an X-Men fan.
We've watched X-Men turn to shit for a while. So
yes, and I don't think the MCU is.
We lost him again.
Oh no, he cut out.
It's because he was talking about the MCU. Disney stopped him.
Am I back yet?
There you go.
Back.
Yeah, when we have gay Daniel Radcliffe Wolverine, you'll be longing for the Fox days.
Shit, right?
The question I have for you guys straight up, do you think the MCU's peaked? Do you think we'll ever reach the heights that we have with the Avengers because they've already cycled through a lot of their A-list characters? Do you think they're going to be able to make a multi-billion-dollar film out of Captain Marvel, Spider-Man, Adam Warlock, and just other, characters that aren't A-listers?
Okay, so I'm going to answer it in two ways because I do think it's peak, but I also will tell you that that's the same answer I would have had in 2012 with the first Avengers movie. I didn't think they would be able to top that moment, and they did with Endgame, and Infinity War. But Robert Downey Jr., Chris Evans, you're never going to get that magic again. I don't think. You know what I mean?
You've got you don't have the star power with this go around, and they really believe in Brie. So I'm just going to enjoy watching that thing fall apart. Warner Brothers has their moment right now. If they can write Henry Cavill a good Superman movie and make a good Batman movie, they could take over for Marvel. It's their time if they jump on it right now. And I heard some horrible news.
What's the horrible news?
Well, I was watching Emergency Awesome, our friend Charlie over there, and he was talking about Warner Brothers still kind of hemming and hawing whether they should do a Man of Steel 2 or a Superman movie. This is a no-brainer, folks. And the only reason they're thinking about it and this bullshit about, well, we don't know if we have a story to tell. And no, they have a story to tell. They just don't want to have an alpha white male lead in a movie. That's just flat out the truth on this one. So they're going to have Henry Cavill kind of guest star in Hulk. Well, Jar Jar Abrams wants a different Superman. He wants to do Superman. And so it's a battle right now between the fans and JJ. And it's up for the fans to be as loud as possible at every moment to tell Warner Brothers, you want Henry Cavill as Superman, or Jar Jar's going to do what he wants to do, and what he's going to do. So, and yeah, then DC will just crash and burn.
There is not a bigger slam dunk in entertainment than Henry Cavill as Superman. We can debate about the writing of the character, but Henry Cavill cast as Superman is the most obvious slam dunk in the entertainment industry right now. There's no question. He is the right casting, and it's not even close. How anybody can debate that is unreal.
They can't. Jeremy, the DCEU, forget the quality. We're not talking about the quality. And Jeremy, you'll understand this reference. The DCEU is the backup quarterback right now. Everybody loves the backup quarterback. And I would argue that the DCEU is more popular now than it was a few years ago. It wasn't very popular a few years ago, but I think it's actually popular now. And I think if they made something good, it would do very, very well.
I agree. That is an awful picture. Oh my God.
It's horrendous.
Terrible. Yeah, honestly, I agree with you, Gary. I mean, I try my best to kind of step back and look at things as objectively as possible. I would say there's no doubt about it that time has been absolutely kind to Man of Steel. Not for me, but for others. Like Man of Steel now is more popular than it's ever been. A lot of people that didn't like it at first have come to appreciate it. The momentum for Man of Steel and Henry Cavill's Superman and Zack Snyder's vision has never been higher. Again, not my personal, most wanted thing, but yeah, it's there though. Time has been very kind to Man of Steel.
Yeah.
Well, I'm with you, Gary, about the DCEU being where it is and stuff like that. I think the ball is in their court, but I'm worried what's going to happen because the fans okay, I didn't hate Justice League. I thought it was a fine movie. The fans want the Snyder Cut. Cool. You put it out there. I don't want Warner Brothers or Time Warner, whoever's in charge, AT&T, to have a split with double. Having so many different versions of DC characters on film is already confusing with, well, Birds of Prey fits in line with the old DCEU. Joker's its own thing. Now we have a different Batman. We might bring back Ben Affleck. It gets too confusing and murky.
And another Joker is coming. They're introducing another Joker in the Batman.
It's too much.
Too much.
He's my favorite villain, but just leave him. I don't think we need to have the Joker on film for a decade. I would have said that after watching Jared Leto, because it sucked. But then we got Joaquin Phoenix. He won his Oscar. He was awesome. Just let him either play the role or don't touch the
character. If you can get Ben Affleck with Joaquin Phoenix in a movie, that would probably do well. I'm guessing that would make a couple of dollars.
a few bucks. I mean, it might cover, gas or something. But it's like I said, or I don't remember who said it, but it's DC's game to lose, and I hope they don't lose it. I mean, Shazam didn't really set the world on fire, but Shazam has a lot of goodwill. There's rumor that, Superman's technically at the end of that movie. You could go into that. Jesse and I even talked about a good Superman film is going to really change everything because he's kind of the character we need right now. You don't need the Punisher out there doing this. You don't need Batman out there. A Superman story kind of is like the best of humanity type of thing. Like, Gary, do you remember a couple years ago when Alex Ross painted a whole Superman comic? I think it was written by Paul Dini, and it was about famine in the Middle East or whatever, and Superman was like trying to just cure world hunger. A goodwill hero like that, I think, will go a long way on film.
Yep.
Did you want to say that?
Oh, I just had a little piece of entertainment news I wanted to share. Good time.
It is.
Well, Elon Musk and Grimes have officially changed their child's last name slightly. They changed the number 12 to the Roman numeral XII because even California has laws against naming your child something that retarded.
Why couldn't they name the kid like Mark or something?
Because they're morons.
They should have named their kid Tony Stark Musk. Perfect.
This, to me, that is just an example. That's how you know when you're so out of touch with reality that nothing you say or do makes sense to regular people anymore. That's a pretty clear indication.
That was the first kid born on ecstasy.
And not even because either parent was using ecstasy. They probably had ecstasy injected prenatally into the fetus.
Yes.
So we'll be born experiencing reality in a different way.
Oh my God, Elon! What did he do? He married her, and now he's getting rid of all of his worldly possessions, and that will last at least a couple of years.
Well, maybe Amber Heard beat him up.
Well, he's got enough money to buy back all of his worldly possessions.
He does.
Over.
Remember when Nicolas Cage sold his comic collection?
Oh, that broke my heart. Wasn't he living in a castle at one point too?
Yeah.
Mecca, I saw all the stuff you shared. There you go.
Obviously a joke.
No, that didn't work.
It works perfect.
No matter the gender, they still want to speak to your manager.
That's really good. That's really good.
Now I'm gonna, since we're nearing that 3-hour mark and things are starting to slow down a bit, I'm gonna read the super chats.
Yeah.
I want to get to the finale of the show because I know a lot of people are.
Well, there's one more. Can we do one more?
Of course, we can share whatever you like, man.
There's one more.
Oh no!
No. It looks like Leslie Headland.
Maybe that's how he's getting his trilogy.
Oh.
Now
All
you
coming
got
together
an
now.
idea. Guess what's next? Go hit some super chats. I'll make it.
I need to download this app so I can have some fun.
Yes.
SJW woman.
Oh.
That's what he looks like.
How does she spell Lye, right? Leslie.
Yeah, Leslie.
Well, that's probably what she does all day long.
Yeah.
It makes sense. That's what she does.
Lying lesbian. Yes.
Our friend Hammond at Texas, thank you very much. He says, "Hail the toxic geek man. Good to see you here."
Thank
from
you.
Jeremy.
Thank you.
So, Jeremy, I don't know, Gary, if you guys have heard, we're doing an SJW card set. It's like a deck of cards, like a Garbage Pail Kids. And everybody wants me to make one called Florida Man, Jeremy, and make it look like you.
Yes.
Oh my God, this is horrific.
That's a great idea, by the way. Can't wait to see those.
I'll send you. Well, we talked. I'll mention off air last year because Jeremy sent me photos of it. But last year I talked to you guys about a secret project I was working on.
Yeah.
And, we're all part of it technically. I'm going to finally be able to finish it soon because with the comic, all the crap I dealt with, it kind of pushed everything back. But that surprise will be coming soon. I'll tell you guys again off air. I'm excited for you to see that too. And I'm glad you like the card idea. Well, like I said, if you want to be a character in one, just tell me. I'll send you the list. You can pick one that you would like one to look like.
Awesome.
You can be the same as everybody here on the council. That offer goes to Mecca and Tom and Gary and Jeremy and everybody. So, and you too, Rob. I know you're in the chat. Jesse.
I'll be avocado toast douchebag hipster from San Francisco. That would be
well, when you read the list of them, because the list is really good. A lot of the audience chimed in. Tom had a big hand in it too. Like, there's some really good names. One of my personal favorites one is the virtue signal. It's like a bat signal with the big virtue. We also have the Hall of Social Justice.
I actually think you should make a character that's just named Avocado Toast.
Avocado Toast?
Yes.
mercury one.
Tight pants and all.
Oh man, that looks like my brother-in-law. Wow.
Ah,
It looks
Oh
Korean.
my god, that looks like JT. I gotta
he
show
does
that.
it like he does. It looks like some weird, like partly Asian something. Very upsetting nerd who does not like the way you do anything, including pronounce that word, read that passage, clean that house, etc., etc.
That person starts every sentence with "actually."
Oh my god! Actually,
And his name is Todd.
his name is definitely Todd. Oh,
Well,
God.
the chat
Or
officially
Devin.
named him Larry Headland. So
Aw. Also, guys,
Larry.
clear rooms because I
It's
just found my
Larry.
throwing knives. So
we'll have some fun with our throwing knives.
yeah.
We should stream throwing knives off air or on air later on your channel. But while you really horrify the chat, I'm going to read a couple more.
I just realized I threw away some old pillows. Like those have been perfect to throw knives at. Damn it.
Well, you have 4 cats, so.
And that's how Jeffrey's channel got.
Yeah. I love shit pancake. Come on. Modalicious says unpopular opinion. Kaliga something people is a lot like using the N word. It's done all the time, but nobody seems to care until a white person. Oh, okay. Political statement from Modalicious. There's a lot going on right now. Like I said, I'm not afraid to talk about stuff. I'm not worried about my opinions getting out there, but I'll be honest too. It's something we've talked about in our everyday lives for weeks now, because like I said, we're in the middle of this. A lot of times I'm exhausted from real world issues because like I moved from Ohio where it's this nice land where no one gave a shit because it's Ohio and it seemed like whatever. And I was doing this there, but now I'm kind of in the front lines. Gary, you live in California too. You see this shit every single day. And Jeremy, you're on the flip side of it too, because we were reading news about your state all the time. So
Florida sucks.
yeah, well, Jesse says Florida sucks. So sorry.
You know what? Florida doesn't have riots in Florida. We're living it up down here. So
Yeah.
we're doing good.
You can go shopping at a comic store in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, dude, I miss comic stores so much. It's not
Oh.
fair.
I legit was not on lockdown. Like I could go out. I mean, again, there were a lot of places closed. But I could go out, drive around, bullshit, whatever. I wasn't stuck at home. At no point was I stuck at home here in Florida.
Well, there was some mandatory lockdowns. I just don't have my car out here, so
We were always, the only time we couldn't drive around was just the few curfews to do with the protests. That was brief. We never had to stay inside because of coronavirus or anything like that.
yeah.
We did earn a lot of hate on our park hopping channel because Drunk 3PO has riled up the entire theme park community. So we're basically this Barstool Sports of the theme park sphere now. So they all hate Drunk 3PO. He gets more downvotes on his live streams than like Gary does when Gary has like 200,000 views. Jay will have like 20 people watching and still have more downvotes than Gary does on a 200,000 view video. They hate him.
I'm gonna upvote him now just for that.
He's such an asshole on Twitter, and I love it. So good.
He is.
He did hit 10,000 subs on his
He
personal
did.
channel.
Yeah.
Congratulations,
I gave him a big
to
old
Drunk.
super chat today for
Yeah.
congratulations.
Congratulations to Drunk 3PO.
Why does
Great
J.J.
guy.
Abrams look like Elaine from Seinfeld?
Oh wow!
Oh.
Yikes.
Doesn't it look like Elaine from Seinfeld?
He looks like a Democratic senator from New
does.
York. He used to be a librarian.
No, it's a very judge. He's Ryan Dreyfuss look.
If
And now as a judge.
Now as a judge, yes, and a consultant for Hollywood. So
Julia Louis-Dreyfus is like a billionaire heiress or something. I
yes,
think
she is.
some kind of big.
But
fortune.
he does kind of look like her.
It does. It's uncomfortable. Now, Tom, what app is this? Is it only available on iPhone?
No, it's just a regular phone app. It's called FaceApp. It says it right there on the thing. Yeah.
I'm gonna download it.
One. Oh.
I'm gonna have so much. Ew! Is that Alex Kurtzman?
It is.
He looks convincing as a woman.
I know. It's fucking terrifying.
I get uncomfortable because some of these dudes are like, that's so and so. I'm like, really? That is a convincing female. Ugh.
Like Shatner was not wrong. I'd probably do Shatner as a chick. I'll be honest with you.
I don't know about those cheekbones, but Alex Kurtzman looks like a Karen. I mean, if you give him a Karen haircut, that is straight up Karen Kurtzman.
I'd do me, but I wouldn't do that.
So up next we have our friend, a Canadian collector. Excuse me. Sorry, I don't know. I can't speak all of a sudden. He says, I picked up the newest Marvel Legends Vulture, and he is awesome. Canadian Collector, I also have that Vulture figure waiting for me back in Ohio. Reason I picked it up, because it has 2 different heads. Gary, you'll understand this. Remember back in the 60s when Adrian Toombs was in jail and the second guy took over for the Vulture? He was a younger guy.
Yep.
And like Blackie Draxton or something like that.
So that's awesome.
Yeah. I got to, as much as I am into dumping on, Disney products and stuff, and even Hasbro Star Wars toys, I got to give Hasbro credit with their Marvel line and their Ghostbusters line. They're knocking it out of the park. So if you're a collector out there, folks, and you like Marvel, now is the golden age of Marvel action figure collecting. Even better than the Toy Biz days. Yeah, you may not get your little comic book and your card, but you get better figures, in my opinion. And eventually they'll get to your favorite. So if you're a fan like Salvador, just wait. It'll cycle through, and you'll get your favorite characters and Canadian collectors. So Salvador also sent in a super chat. Thank you very much. He says, well, if it doesn't have time for the High Council, Jeremy. I want to hear your voice about the new G.I. Joe figure. Have you seen the newly announced Coco? He looks like a pirate. We did address that earlier, but I always read these in order. I don't want people to think, oh, Jeff, what about me? Everybody.
Yeah. I did see that Cobra Commander, and it looks great. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of the 6-inch, I think is what these are, because I still haven't received my Snake Eyes. I ordered it but it's still not supposed to come in until next month still. But I think they're 6-inch, and, I prefer the 3 3/4 GI Joes. But I can't be upset that we're getting new GI Joes that stay within. They're not moving away. They're honoring, the look of the Joes. So I'm very excited for that Cobra Commander. I think he looks really cool.
Rhino4563 says, Jeremy, how do you feel about what Filoni said destroying Luke in that interview in The Art of the Rise of Skywalker?
Well, I covered that on the channel, and I called him out for that. When I went on, like I said, about a month on the channel, I went after Filoni. So yeah, I mean, I have issues with a lot of things that Filoni has said. I just don't have issues with a lot of the things that he's actually produced. I have some problems with some of the things he's produced, but overall, oh my God, that fucking picture. Overall,
there's like no change.
Jesus Christ. Amy, what's your face?
There's like no change at all.
Ew.
Lost my train of thought, but yeah. So I do have issues with a lot of things Filoni has said, and as I've said many times in my videos, I think he's probably a soy boy. But his content has generally been very, very good, with some issues, obviously.
Tom, I wish you would have never told me the name of this app, because now I have it, and I'm so uncomfortable right now that I can see myself as a woman.
Oh, let's see you.
Who do I look like?
We gotta see you. Yeah.
Sure. Hold on. I'm game. Here we go. Ready? I'll show my camera.
Please.
I'll turn it on my phone like this. Where am I?
Oh, you got to take my thing down here, Hank. There you go. Well, you just deleted yourself.
I did that during my stream earlier.
You did that on Twitter earlier.
Okay, so let me.
Are you not used to turning your camera on?
To you.
Okay, you send it to me and then reshare my.
I'm going to just send it to you, and you can do it, because every time I go to turn on my camera, it takes me out of the.
All right.
It bumps me to the green room. Here is. I'm going to regret this, but there you go.
All right. I got one before that, and then we'll do that one.
I love all the comments. Are like, "Is that Jeremy?" Like, yeah, I'm here. I have time for the High Council now that Twitter banned me. So,
my goodness, Jeff.
I don't know if I want to see this.
Okay. Well, first, there's one more celebrity here. If I can get it to come up.
Someone said do one of Anna. Anna, I did this a while back, and the one she did, she looked like Ben Shapiro.
Oh God!
Now, of course, my computer's freezing now.
Well, while it's frozen, let me.
There we go.
You got it. Okay.
Yeah. Here's this one.
Ooh.
Are you ready, folks? Here is Jeff Farina. I love your hair.
It looks fantastic.
Those are some dick-sucking lips. I'm just gonna say it.
That is, yes. You would definitely make a hell of a hooker, Jeff.
Yeah. At my size, I'd be the scariest one on the planet. No one would rob me.
Oh my God, that looks like a. I won't say.
I would have just apologized to the chat and everyone here on the High Council tonight for being subjected to this.
turn this into a chill stream all of a sudden.
I remember when they did Gary as a girl. That one was kind of eerie too. And then somebody had to post Jeremy again as a girl after I posted mine earlier.
People are laughing their asses off. Great lips. I'm a Latina MILF. Bang that.
I was gonna say, how many kids do you have?
Oh, there we go. It's ma'am. The funny part is, like, I have really shitty stubble right now. It wiped all of that out. AI technology is terrible. It's great because it's terrible. And then when I do, it's weird, is when I do the masculine one, it gives me shorter hair and changes my skin tone. Weird. I'm gonna play with this off air. I'm sorry, folks. I just wanted you guys to see this.
All I'm saying, Jeff, okay, you're gonna get a lot of people tonight. They're gonna go, not my proudest fap, but whatever. A lot of people in the comments are gonna be saying that. So
I do not judge.
I see people going, I'm so confused
right now. We're talking.
Talk about confusing genitals.
Yeah. I'm a Mexican lady now.
Really Mexican lady.
I know, you might see me working at Ralph's.
Cleaning by art building?
Are you that uncomfortable? Okay, you date me. Does this make you uncomfortable?
Like, it makes me uncomfortable, but it's definitely you, but it's definitely a woman.
Oh well, there you go, folks. You can all laugh. I can play Batwoman now. I can play what's her face, Ryan something was her name, right? Ryan Steele. No, wait, that's the guy from VR Troopers. Either way.
New chick. Oh no, sorry, you can't be in competition with me for that role. I am definitely likable. That's the #1 character trait.
Selma Hayek.
Definitely a likable homeless person living in my car who kills a lot of people. That's me. That character description is me. You will not take my role.
We live in your car?
It just feels right.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go, folks. I'm so sorry to have subjected you to this. This is a high council first. We gender swapped on the. Oh my God! I need to get a picture of Ethan to see him as a woman. Hold on. Would you do me a favor? Would you find a picture of Ethan on Google and send it to me, and I'll run
get a picture.
Okay, I'll do it for you too. While we're doing that, folks, stick around. I'll show the Wokebusters trailer too at the end of the stream. Let's see. Drake is 6 says, "Oh my God, look, Jeremy. Oh my God, it took Jeremy getting canceled on Twitter to have time for the High Council with 3 laughing faces." Thank you though. Drake is 6. Jerome Gadinsky says, "The world needs a Xanax enema." You know who else thought that was the Joker in Batman '89? So I'm with you there, Jerome. The whole world will just mellow out forever. Mad Mardigan says, "Tom, I figured out what's wrong. Bangs. You really need to grow out your bangs." Is that from Parks and Rec? Was that line earlier? Oh no, that was Ron making fun of her bangs.
No, what bangs were.
Swinging Cod says, "You're still wrong, Jeremy."
That's got to be on the Filoni thing.
Yeah, it's me and Cod. He loves to rip on us. He's a big supporter of us all, but man, he will rip us apart too. He's fun.
The 2 most unpopular opinions I've had was taking up for Zack Snyder when he told everybody to basically go fuck off, and taking up for Filoni.
Okay, so I have a picture of Ethan. I'm going to run it through the app real quick. I'll send it to you, Tom, in a second, and then you can, I'll send, hold on, shit. Also, we have our friend Leonardo da Vinci that says, "Hail again, High Council. Welcome back, Jeremy."
Welcome back. I'm happy to be here.
Our friend K-Stodham42.
Jeremy, don't lie.
By the way, who's one of our newest patrons, so thank you very much. He says, "Naughty Dog lost me when they fired Amy Hennig. Her contributions to Uncharted and other games that Naughty Dog had put out can't be brushed aside, but then when you get rid of her, you get Last of Us 2 and you get controversy. So we'll see if that was a smart plan at the end of the day."
Yeah, I mean that's a clear issue where politics started creeping in, and that's when she was no longer there. So
yeah. Now our friend GMTC Podcast says, "Tapper's Arcade Bar here in Indianapolis has X-Men Arcade 6-player version, and it's so damn addictive. If you're ever in Indy, check it out." Dude, by the way, I mean, I know who you are. I'm not gonna say your name on air, but if I'm gonna be there, I'm gonna call you up and we're gonna go to the arcade room and we're gonna have played X-Men. I'll get the guys from the podcast, and we're gonna be in Indianapolis at the end of September or mid-September. So be on the lookout. That's when World Class Bullshitters makes its next live appearance. So just contact me, man. Ray's Double Dong did chime in and say Raiden is the game that Jesse's talking about. Andy Lee says, get Cameron Pasha on the High Council. It would blow his mind. Is that the guy that you've been interviewing?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
If he wants to come on the High Council, he has a welcome invitation. All he's got to do is just tell me he's interested. We'll send him the link, and he's welcome.
Yeah, I can hook you up with him. He's a great dude. So yeah, I mean, we've moving forward. I mean, the main Geeks and Gamers channel is going to be making some changes. Not like change, but I'm going to be interviewing a lot more people. Like that interview yesterday was great for us from all perspectives. And I've got some other people that I have planned to interview, and then that's just going to lead to more opportunities. Like this past week, I've interviewed Young Ripa and I had Cameron Pasha, and both of those were fantastic interviews for the channel. And we're going to continue to do more things like that. So
I definitely want to have Young Ripa on the High Council too, because I've been a subscriber of his for a long time. His name Eric July, I believe, is his name. Mm-hmm. So he's cool in my book. I know Ethan liked him as well. So maybe we'll start reaching out, Tom. Maybe we should try to get him as one of our last before we go on our little hiatus.
Yeah, he's great.
Young
Ripa.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Andy Lee, we already read his. Thank you very much. Jack Bauer says, "Is there a gameplay reveal there's a gameplay reveal this Thursday for Star Wars?" I will definitely be watching that, Jack. I know you guys missed that part of the show, but we talked about that Star Wars Rogue Squadron game, and there'll be footage this week. So hopefully it's cool. Once prove me wrong, EA. That's all I can say.
Well, speaking of that, Star Wars Episode 1 Racer has been announced. So it will be coming out June 23rd. It was initially delayed. So it's coming on Nintendo Switch and PS4 on June 23rd now. I'm looking forward to that. So,
well, every day Jesse and I kept going to look for it because I want to buy it because that's my favorite thing of Episode 1. That game's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
So
we'll be streaming that over on Twitch and probably on the Game with Geeks channel as well. So,
Jeffrey Turner, aka Mega Jetty 1 says, "I trusted EA for its Lord of the Rings and Batman Begins tie-ins." Well, Mega Jetty 1 also, though, those games we're talking close to 20 years. Two Towers came out in 2002, so I mean that's why. I went on my EA rant, folks. You can go back to the stream and check the replay out. I stood my ground there, but they did make good games back then as well with James Bond. So it just depends. Culture Casino, thank you very much for your unicorn super sticker. I appreciate that. Canadian Collector, thank you for your generous super chat. He chimes in and says, "I have a feeling it's going to be a Woke Squadron simulator game." Oh well, I'll wait and see. That's a good attitude to have, but I don't trust it until they do something to prove me wrong. Now, Jeremy, did you get a chance to play Jedi Fallen Order?
Oh yeah. Fantastic game. I mean, look, I'm a mega Respawn fan, so I had high hopes for that game because of Respawn, because Respawn has produced two of my favorite games of all time, which is Titanfall 1 and Titanfall 2. Titanfall 1 didn't have a campaign, but it had incredible mechanics, and then Titanfall 2 had everything Titanfall 1 had, except it had an amazing campaign. So going into Jedi Fallen Order, had high hopes. My expectations were completely met. It was one of the best things that's been produced under the Disney banner. So, what did you think?
Never played it because after the Battlefront stuff, I was like, I don't trust it. So.
Well, Battlefront's campaign was trash. Now, but the multiplayer, I do enjoy the multiplayer on both the Battlefront 2015 and 2017 games. The multiplayer is really good, and it's very authentic to Star Wars. It's some of the most authentic Star Wars you'll get in the Disney side, but the campaign was trash, absolute garbage. Fuck that campaign, seriously. But so far, yeah, I mean, overall, even if we do have Jedi Fallen Order, even if the Battlefront, multiplayer was good, dude, fucking Disney has had this property since 2012. They've produced 3 fucking games, and only one of them is an objectively good game. You know what I mean? That is fucking trash. That is unacceptable to get rid of LucasArts and to not produce anything worth a damn in 3 years except for one game. It's unbelievable. 8 years and they haven't done shit. Pisses me off.
Sorry, we're having too much fun with these damn face apps. I'm blaming everything.
Did you get EVS?
A lady. The thing is, I was trying to do the EVS one. Jesse sent me the perfect photo, but my phone, for some reason,
Do you want me to try that?
Yeah, you try, because it doesn't recognize the gallery. I downloaded it twice and it won't do anything. So
Let me try that.
Canadian Collector, we read yours. Thank you very much. Loch Ness Monster says, or Mobster, Loch Ness Mobster says, FEA, just remaster X-Wing and TIE Fighter. I would like that, but I think that's out of their wheelhouse. That's why you have other studios re-releasing Star Wars Episode 1 Racer, because it's not EA. I guess it's somebody else bought the license. So, yeah, maybe if one day they'll do that. That'd be fun in 4K. Jeffrey Turner, Mega Jetty 1 also says, don't bash Masters of Terras Kasai. It has Slave Leia. Did you guys see there was a poll to bring back old Star Wars figures, and number 1 on the list was Slave Leia?
Of course.
Tom, I've seen Ethan as a woman. He's getting ready to send it or Jesse's getting ready to send it your way. Folks, if you're drinking,
any of us are ready for this.
if you're drinking, put your drink down. If you're eating, put your pie down. Don't just wait a second. It's fucked up. Oh, while we wait, the Great Ghost, which I love that screen name, says, you guys are missing the point of the first person perspective. It's so you can battle the galactic patriarchy from the female point of view.
Yes, obviously.
That's what I want out of Star Wars. You know, when I was a kid, I didn't care about lightsabers and Millennium Falcons and ships. It was, no, I want the female perspective on a galaxy far, far away. That's how I consume art.
All right. Tommy, you got it on Twitter.
There you go, Tom. You pull that up. While we wait, also, Dr. Coffin says, Ryan, have you ever watched Captain Fordo's videos on why the Clone Wars did not fit into Legends? That made me see your point of view on Filoni better. Dr. Coffin, I'll ask Ryan, or Jeremy can ask Ryan his thoughts on that. One of these weeks, I want to have Ryan. Has Ryan been on as a guest the full show, right?
Yeah, I think so once.
Okay.
On the high
Yeah. Okay.
I remember that. It wasn't that long ago.
Oh,
yeah,
you're
that
talking to her?
was only like a month ago he was on.
Yeah, because remember that was when he mentioned that somebody hosts a Tuesday Mario Kart stream instead of doing the High Council now.
Mm-hmm. No more though. I was gonna do a stream tonight, but then all that happened with Twitter, and I did a main stream, and I didn't feel like streaming a game tonight. So,
well, that's something I want to
Mario
start
Kart
doing, because when I go back to Ohio, I'm bringing out all my consoles and shit. I'm gonna ship them out here, because I bought 2 years ago. I bought all this stuff to Twitch stream. We just never. Oh God, here we go. You guys ready? Ready for Ethan?
no. Damn it.
There's Ethan. Well, what was it? Athena Van Skyver?
And like keep it it should be he should have a Roman name though, because he's it's a good A name that's Roman. I'll think of one.
You'll think of it, because I don't know any A names. All right.
I'll think of something.
People do not like that. Okay, I'm not taking it off. You're gonna live with this, folks, till the end of the stream. Actually, we'll change it in a minute. I want to give you something to look and laugh at. Mecca's losing it over here. Mecca, have you used this app yet? Because I turned myself into a woman. I think you should turn yourself into a man on it.
If you guys want to, go ahead. I don't have any space on my phone anymore. It keeps telling me I have to delete files, but
Guys, I just texted that picture to Ethan, and he said, "Stop, lol."
I was reacting to some of these earlier for a video for tomorrow. And it was just all Star Wars and Star Trek and a few YouTubers. So now these are all new. Oh my God.
I might throw a couple of these. Now, you know what? I might throw a couple at my end of my next video. So be on the lookout, folks.
Yeah, Tom, if you want to swap me, go ahead.
I'll try here. Hang on.
Our Edna Van Skyver. I like that one. That's your old aunt.
Edna
Van Skyver. Melissa Lord, thank you very much. Melissa asks or says, will it be as good as X-Wing versus TIE Fighter? Maybe. I could be wrong, folks, on all the game stuff. Gotta see it. Gotta see it. So we'll find out. But I don't have my hopes that high. Now, our friend Disturbed Fan 0717 Productions, who I haven't heard from in a while, says, Star Wars Episode 3 for PS2 was my addiction. Well, Disturbed Fan, I actually bought a new copy to do a live stream of for last Star Wars Day. But, again, I moved, so I forgot to. But I can still do it. I bought a brand new copy, and I bought a new PS2. So maybe we'll do it.
You actually come up as a celebrity, Mecca.
Who?
You do in this app.
All right. How?
I just put you in as a celebrity, and you came up.
Okay.
This is weird. It doesn't really change you much, though.
Oh, no.
Okay. This is odd.
Jesse, you can search yourself in the app. You're the first person.
All right. You're going to Twitter.
Yes! Oh my God, that's so great. Can people turn themselves into...
What?
I just lost him.
I think we lost him.
I'm sorry. I showed her a picture that you can turn yourself into.
That might be the pro version.
Oh, it's the pro version.
You can turn yourself into what?
Oh no! When you searched up Mech, I searched our names, and Jesse popped up. I'm gonna see if I pop up. I doubt I will because I'm not famous. But
where do you search for things?
No. Thankfully, you don't find me. When you search my name, you get a bunch of old white dudes. And is that Mel Gibson? No, it's not Mel Gibson. Anyway, no, I am not on here. Thankfully, I do not want to be on the.
Celebrity.
I don't want to be on the FaceApp at all.
I'm a celebrity according to the FaceApp.
Yeah. Let's see. Our friend Melissa Lord also says the PS5 looks like a lit up modem. I agree. It's not an attractive system. Culture Casino says Cyberpunk 2077 will dominate the landscape. That was in response to Ryan saying that he thinks The Last of Us 2 will be the top game of the year.
In sales?
Yeah, that's what I asked him.
Yeah, I disagree with him. I think Cyberpunk will definitely. Well,
dude,
because it's multi-platform though, right?
Yeah, it is.
See, this is The Last of Us isn't. So,
never underestimate the power of Keanu Reeves, dude.
So I think it's definitely going to be Cyberpunk.
Ooh, Keanu.
Our friend Rfar asks, thoughts on the new KFC console? I might get one. I actually had to look this up, Rfar, because everyone kept talking about this KFC console. And no, it's not real. It's a joke. I wish KFC made a chicken console. It would be amazing. Not really. Our friend Gunnar Reneoli says, I just bought a graphics card for my Linux PC, so now I'll just be gaming on that and the laptop. Many Steam games work. Nothing against consoles. I get it though. I understand the convenience. If you want to put in the initial startup cost for a gaming PC, you get a good result. Personally, I don't. I'll spend a couple $100 on a console, and that's all I want to do. I don't have to touch it, upgrade it, do anything. To me, a computer is a work device and maybe a fun device for like art and stuff. But gaming, I don't know. I don't have a nice setup, and I don't want to sit in a little chair. I like to lie on a couch and game from bed or whatever. So that's going to require a lot more work than I'm willing to put in. That's my honest answer. Austin, who are you getting now?
I'll share them here. Just give me a minute.
Oh, dude! All right, I can't wait to see you, Austin Moore.
Oh, me? You've seen me already, didn't you?
No, I looked away for a second.
Oh, mechas? I haven't shared mechas yet. No.
I think it's disappointing though.
I got one while you're waiting.
Okay. Ew, Adam Driver. Jesse, it looks so gross. Adam Driver.
I'm mad at you.
Oh, the Raylos are having all kinds of problems right now.
He looks like an ethnically ambiguous schoolgirl. He looks like he should be like Bella's best friend in the next Twilight movie.
That was really good.
Aragorn from Lord of the Rings actually makes it a woman. That's weird.
God, that's so weird.
Ew.
That's disgusting.
Gandalf as a woman looks like Kate Blanchett.
Kinda.
That looks like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Oh god.
Did yours get posted, Mecha, or not?
Oh my god. Christopher Lee just looks like a witch.
Let's see.
You added me instead of.
I got it. Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
Austin Moore says, I was glad you brought up episode 3 in HD. My Blu-ray had so much film grain that some of the special effects were causing weird screen issues. My DVD copy looked better, but was broken now, so fucking hell. Sometimes older movies do not look better upscale because they're not produced properly. They haven't been, I don't know what the proper word to say is. Future-proof. That's what I'm looking for to say. Future-proof. George Lucas jumped the gun to advanced technology, and at the end of the day, he made his film from 2005 less attractive looking than a film from 1977. So maybe that is his greatest failure. Darian217 says, I have a PS4 with a 2 terabyte hard drive down to 246 gigs left. I'd buy the PS5 disc.
Oh god.
Oh! What? Dude, come here. Look at Baby Ridley. It looks like Tom Cruise.
No, it does a little bit. It looks a lot like someone else, though. I can't place that.
It looks like he's gonna try to sell me like something late night, like Pans or a Vegetti or something.
I'm gonna have a lot of issues fapping tonight because of you fuckers. So
who passed the Daisy Ridley?
All right, you guys ready for Mecha?
I'm ready for
Jeremy. Now I know you're gay.
I'm ready for mechas.
I don't know why it kept her hair long, but there you go.
Yeah. It's disappointing.
That's Mecha. All of mine are the same. They're like very minorly altered in just subtle little ways, which is funny because when I've done like gender swap makeup before, just for skits and stuff, that's what I look like.
So
it's pretty
Ew.
dead on. What? Yeah.
So I'm running myself through the filter twice. As if I'm gonna turn myself back into a man. Do I turn into me?
You do, with the world's worst mustache.
Oh God!
Tom looks like she's about to complain about something.
Can I speak to your manager?
Oh God! Stop looking at that, looking like that nerdy chick that I want to write poetry with when I was in high school.
God.
That's what you look like to me.
Oh God! This will be a stream long remembered. It started out coming in hot, and then we ended with looking at
Jeremy into a woman.
and
yet?
Jeremy's been. You turn him into a woman. You have access to his photos.
Okay.
Go Big Boar, Go Home says, so happy to see Gary here. Big fan of Nerdrotic.
Hey, thanks.
By
Happy to
the
be
way,
here too.
folks and Gary, check out the channel Go Big Boar, Go Home. Sean's a great dude. He's been on Jesse's channel countless times at this point.
He's awesome.
He's definitely a friend of. He's a part of the Fandom Menace. He's a friend of all of ours, and in the YouTube world. So if you guys like gun channels and stuff like that, or just people that know their shit about
I like
entertainment,
people who shoot big guns into stuff.
yeah, Sean's your dude.
Right on.
We also have Modalicious who says, yeah, dickhead. Oh, wait, I'm bald too. Doe Liefeld says, I just want to plug an author Stephen Walton's coffee cleansing ad for the Fandom Menace. If you guys have 30 seconds to spare, replay it. Send me the link on Twitter. I'll try to remember to play at the very end of the stream. Because, like I said, I'm a little backed up on these. I want to let everyone get to dinner and sleep and stuff. We still have dinner and cleaning to do. Melissa Lord also says, it sucks they're canceling everything. Hashtag this is 2020. The only thing I would say is cancel 2020 because this year sucks, but we'll end it strong. I mean, all of us are going to get together in Vegas. We're going to build this Fandom Menace convention. We're going to make shit happen. So just be on the lookout. Melissa Lord also says, hashtag hail the Fandom Menace. Here's a Hamilton. Does anyone know anything about the next trilogy? Tell me it ain't Ryan Johnson. Love your channel, Jeff. Well, Melissa, thank you very much for all the support you've given us. There is no trilogy on the books. I know Jeremy usually has the best insider info. Well, you and Gary do. There's no trilogy from Ryan Johnson.
There's a trilogy. It's a trilogy. Oh, wait a minute. That's right. They didn't quit a movie. They quit a trilogy. Benioff and Weiss quit a trilogy because Kathleen Kennedy's a fucking moron of a leader. I still think they were fired, but the point is that the press release was they quit. Not a movie. Talking about a trilogy. That's how bad it is when motherfuckers are quitting trilogies at Lucasfilm. Okay. Motherfuckers quitting trilogies. Who quits a goddamn trilogy? First of all, who the fuck signs up two motherfuckers that ruined the greatest TV show of all time to do a goddamn trilogy?
Kathleen Kennedy.
The same motherfucker that gave Ryan Johnson a trilogy before The Last Jedi came out. The same motherfucker that let Solo, hashtag Solo lost money, that let Solo get 90% done before she said, I'm going to have to go do some work and see what's going on here with her smoker voice. Fucking cunt hair bitch. Anyway.
God damn.
That's who fucking is running Lucasfilm. I got a little worked up. I don't apologize. Fuck Kathleen Kennedy.
By the way, it looks like my conspiracy theory regarding Benioff and Weiss is totally dead on about how Netflix Disney made a backdoor deal with Netflix to buy them out and never use them because they're doing literally nothing right now. They are in production for 0 projects. They are working on 0 things. Netflix has made 0 announcement about stuff they're working on. So I'm proud of my conspiracy theory. Also, fuck you, Kathleen Kennedy.
Oh God, is this Jeremy as a woman?
Yeah.
I'm going right now. I'm going full Buffalo Bill and Silence of the Lamb. I fuck me. Would you fuck me? Fuck me,
Jeremy,
hard.
don't take this the wrong way, but you kind of look like a Karen.
Put the lotion on it again.
Hey, puts it in the basket.
Oh man.
Let's see. Up next, we have our friend Culture Casino who sends in a unicorn. Thank you very much, Culture Casino. Melissa Lord says, "Don't touch the Monster Squad." I hope they don't either, and that's also a film they could never make today because we all grew up on it or were adults when it came out. Jeremy, I'm joking, but no, it's a good movie that you shouldn't make or shouldn't try to remake or touch. There's nothing to it. It's done. It wasn't a success. It's one of those cult classic films that should just exist on Blu-ray.
Wolfman wouldn't have nards anymore either.
No one's allowed to have nards in Hollywood, dude. We all know that. Up next, we have Matt G with another unicorn sticker. Thank you very much. Modalicious says, the state of Oklahoma does not claim Mike Gundy. There you go, Jared.
I don't think anybody should claim Mike. I mean, I've never liked Mike Gundy anyway, but yeah, that was a total bitch move by him bending the knee to some dude offended over a fucking t-shirt while you're on a fishing trip. It doesn't get more 2020 than that. It really doesn't.
We also had Clinically Insane say, The Last Jedi versus The Rise of Skywalker is like choosing cockroaches or broken glass on your pizza. They're just different flavors of suck.
Yeah, it's true.
Private Halo 117, thank you very much. She says, it's like we're watching the Chinese Revolution where they destroyed half of their agent culture. But it's more like the Democrats are just being straight up racist towards everyone by pulling up in all different groups. 2020 is a weird year. Do you have anything you want to add to that? It's just... No. Sorry for the race car sound effects, folks. This stream's just falling apart at the Steam. But Private Halo, I don't really know much about the Chinese Revolution. I'm one of those people who's like, yeah, I studied history in school. I did what I had to do to be a good student. And then, I don't know, years of partying kind of either destroyed it out of my brain or Spider-Man back issues, something. We all know what's up. But, I'll have to look in deeper to that. Like I said, I apologize. I don't understand the historical relevance of that. Or not relevance, just the reference. Melissa Lord says, Gary knows never apologize. Is that true, Gary? Never to apologize?
Never apologize.
Never give up. Never
surrender.
We should have when we all get together in Vegas, just a private screening of that film, just for the fuck of it. I love that movie.
Galaxy Quest. Yes. That's one that the kids these days just don't know, and it's too bad.
Yeah. William Sova, thank you very much. If you watched Razor Fist's Hollywood Was Always Red video, you can see that people have always been entrenched since the dawn of Hollywood, so this is no cakewalk. William, I should see if Razor Fist will be able to come on to talk about this in the next month. I think I've watched. Yeah, wait. If it's an older
video, no, it's a video. Well, it was like a sequel to his original one on that one. So I'm sure you've seen the older one, but this one came out last week. I saw it while I was driving up from San Diego. It's fucking brilliant.
I need to, because we've been lucky to have him on the channel twice, maybe 3 times. Dude's always on point. So love to have Razor Fist, and he's just fun to talk to. Like, he loves pulp comics and stuff. He's more than just an angry voice on the internet. The dude knows his shit. So, Jeffrey Turner Mega Jetty 1 says, just learned Holdo is a replacement for Star Wars EU's Winter. I did not know that. I don't know who that is, honestly. I'm the worst fandom menacer because I don't know much about the EU. I apologize. We have books. We downloaded one. We have the Thrawn trilogy now on audio form. Maybe when we take a long drive, we'll start. How's that sound?
Sounds good to me.
Roger Haynes says, Jeremy, I liked your video with Az yesterday. Funny how you had to do it in response to people freaking out. What's wrong with heated debate? I swear this 1984 crap is pacifying everyone. If McCarthy were alive today... ...
No bad think. No wrong think. God, Jeremy, why do you let people with wrong think talk on to you? Why do you let them express no, Jeremy, why do you express your wrong think? You're in the wrong in this one. Disagreeing with the rest of the Fandom Menace on something. Take your wrong thing somewhere else.
Yeah, Jeremy. Culture Casino. I do want to. The thing is, Roger, I'd actually talk to Jesse. I want to have more debates on the High Council. That'd be a segment that I'd like to have. We used to have the great pop culture debate on our podcast years ago. I'd like to bring it back, bring other people each week to debate a topic. And, Tom and I can debate which Bill and Ted movie's better, stuff like that. So I'm I'm interested in that. We also have Culture Casino says, Quibi is trash, bad launch, short form by Hollyweird. And then Quibi also raised $1.8 billion to fail. Celebrities suck. Celebrities do suck. Did you guys see last week that stupid video?
Yes.
The all black and white one? That one pissed me off.
That was hilarious.
Oh, what the fuck is that? I just stepped away and I get back and I see is
that Ross Tico?
Oh my god.
Oh my.
Am I going to have to be the one to say it, or is anybody else?
What, Ross Tico?
No. Who does she look like as a guy?
I don't know who you're thinking.
Harold Kumar?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking, what's his name? I was thinking, hang on.
Yeah.
I gotta look this name up. And make sure
There's
I
a
don't get it.
comedian. I think I know who you're talking about, Jeremy. I can't think of his name.
No, we're talking about somebody different for sure. Because I don't. This is such a random thing. That's okay. God damn it! I gotta show it. Let me.
All right, show it. Better not be porn.
No, it's not.
Probably
Come
Daisy
on.
Ridley porn.
Hang on. Keep that image up for a minute because I want everybody to see what the first thing.
Jeremy,
I
don't
thought.
make me cry on air.
So,
I'll get it back.
so this is the first thing I thought of. If you guys, I believe everybody will remember this is the first Fast and Furious movie. Let's see.
Rick Dune, yes.
Johnny Tran, or is it Chan? Johnny Chan from the Fast and Furious. That was Vin Diesel's like arch nemesis. That's exactly what I thought the moment I saw that picture. So that's it right there.
That looks just like him.
Is it Tran? Is it Tran? Yeah, Johnny Tran. I think I'm Johnny Chan. I can't remember what his name was in the movie, but yeah, Fast and Furious right there. So
I need to finish. I need to go through all those again.
I love the Fast and Furious movies.
I love most of the Fast and Furious movies, Jeremy. I think that now they're big, crazy, fun movies. I even liked them when they were street
Yeah,
racing.
but Jeremy still thinks chicken nuggets are adult food, so his taste.
Chicken nuggets are amazing. Okay.
Do you get the dinosaur shaped ones?
I get to pay Krista Nova and Chicky Nuggies. So I mean that is that's all she does. She just does videos for Geeks and Gamers for chicken nuggets. But yeah, dinosaur shaped chicken nuggets are amazing. So yeah, 100%. I'm totally down with chicken nuggets.
Hey, Jeremy, how do you like your steaks cooked?
Mid-well.
Midwest? That's not even a thing. Mid-well?
I don't like it quite.
Mid-well?
I don't like it quite burnt.
You mean
Just a
medium
touch
well?
from burnt.
You mean medium well?
I say mid-well.
Already dead and killed
I'm
me
from
Medium
Alabama.
well.
12 more times.
Yeah, I'm from Alabama.
So you have no taste. We've covered this already.
You don't like In-N-Out burger, okay? And
It's not that good.
the only fucking time you eat In-N-Out burger is to taunt me, which pisses me off. Not only that, let's tell everyone how you had to tell me about the news of you and Jeff. You want to go ahead and tell that story?
Oh, of course. That's the best story ever. So I've kidnapped Jeff, right? And this was something that Jeff and I did not plan. Y'all know the story pretty much. We were supposed to have a weekend in Vegas. We started officially dating that weekend. Instead of taking him to the airport, I took him to California for a month. And we got there, and I promised him In-N-Out. That's why he let me kidnap him.
Yes,
And,
cheeseburgers.
It took most of the day because we were already leaving late because we didn't want to leave each other. I had to rush back from Las Vegas to Los Angeles to teach fencing lessons. And then we finally get to the end of the day. We pick up my cats to them, saying, my friends, all this craziness is over, and we're going to In-N-Out. Like I promised, I'm like, wait a second. So we order our food, and I text Jeremy, and I'm like, yo, I need to show you something. Can I video call you?
I knew something was up when you said video call. I'm like, what the fuck is she up to?
I think it's really important. I got to show this to you. And you're like, okay. He's like, okay. So I get the video call. And at first he thinks I'm just fucking with him over the In-N-Out burger because I've got the In-N-Out burger. I'm like, oh, it's so good. And he's already mad about that. And then I pan over and I'm like, oh, and by the way. And
y'all kissed. Y'all kissed.
Yeah. Just turn over and we kissed. And it was cute.
Oh, man. I was like, what the I was like, I figured it, but I wasn't. I was really you did well. You distracted me with the In-N-Out, and I'm like, fuck, this is bullshit. And then I was like, oh shit, I'm so happy.
Yeah.
Our friend Joe's Atmosphere says canceled WWE. Pay-per-views just not the same without fans. It is weird. Actually, Joe, I skipped Backlash this week, and WrestleMania I made the thing, spent the time to get the food and do all that crap, and WrestleMania kind of sucked this year. Jeremy, did you watch it?
Nope.
Yeah, don't.
Yeah, don't. Yeah, I mean, I typically even if I'm not checked, if I'm not fully engaged in wrestling, which I haven't been since CM Punk left, but I will still watch WrestleMania usually. But yeah, this year I did not. Nope.
If I ever find it when I move or when I clean up at my house back in Ohio, I got his autograph. You can have it. It's not signed to me. It just says CM Punk on like a ticket or something.
Hell yeah, man.
I'm gonna give it to you.
Hell yeah. Love CM Punk, man.
Albatross Flight says, damn, Jesse hit the nail on the head. So there you go. People like your statement earlier. Joe's Atmosphere also says, honestly, debate has become extinct. That's why I want to bring it back, Joe. I think it's funny. Our friend Joseph Bienowitz says, say hello to Mr. Winky. Also says, should it be Star Wars The Forced Awakening? Well, it was definitely forced.
It sounds rapey.
That does. Raging Rhino says, hail the High Council.
Somebody's got their Twitter on the screen.
Star Wars The Force Awakens. That's what it should have been called.
Oh.
The Forced Awakening.
Forced Awakening?
There you go.
Raging Rhino says, hail the High Council. Great stream. Thanks, guys. Yes, thank you, guys. Gary, Jeremy, for joining us tonight. Tom, dude, always is. Dude, Tom, folks, if you like the guests we get, thank Tom. Give Tom all the love you can. It's him that is really like, hey, I got this guy or this guy. So, Tom, always thank you very much.
Yes, Tom's awesome. Captain Robert April says, Jeremy, Tug's got a video about you and Naughty Dog. All right, I'll have to check that out. Tug's great. I love that umbrella guy. I appreciate Jeremy from the quartering putting a signal boost on it, and everybody that's talking about it. It's really cool. Gary texted me immediately. He's like, give me the fucking meme that they banned you for. I'm gonna fucking about to tweet it every hour. So good stuff. It's good to have awesome friends that have your back, and that's what we have in this little bitty corner of the internet. We have each other's back.
Definitely, that's part of the allure of the Fandom Menace. A great community.
Yep.
Dean Holtzhoffel says, did you guys hear about the Iron Man comic reboot? I did not. Did you,
Yes.
Gary? What's the deal? Is it more Riri Williams?
No, it was a sign of things turning around. That's why it was so disappointing to see, the events of the last couple of weeks as it affects pop culture. They're bringing back Tony Stark, and in the trailer they say back to basics. It's Tony Stark, Iron Man in an Alex Ross design suit. That's pretty dope, actually.
Ooh.
And it looks like it's just, hey, we want to make comic books again and with superheroes that you actually recognize.
Hopefully it's good.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. I'll say it interests me.
Joe's Atmosphere also says Man of Steel is the best Superman movie ever.
No.
Is that Uche?
No, that's not Uche. But if it's your favorite, that's cool.
Yep.
It is not the best, and there's never going to be a best except for the one and only, and that is the Donner Superman.
78.
Yeah. I even prefer the extended cut of that. So.
Yep.
Oh, hell yeah.
Up next, our friend Jason C. Super awesome super chat. Thank you very much. He says, hail world class bullshitters, hail geeks and gamers, hail Gary, hail Mecca. Thank you for everything you do. Hail Tom as well. Thank you, Jason.
Good.
Thank you guys.
We're all doing it. We're all chugging along. So thank you guys for being here with us every step of the way. Crossbreed Azure says, I like how everybody's talking about their birthdays and turning 30 on the stream. And today is my birthday, and I turned 29. Well, happy birthday, Crossbreed.
Happy birthday.
Grandmaster.
For Nave just said one of the greatest lines in cinema history. You've got me. Who's got you? Love it. It will never get old. Never get old.
That's
so good. I want to watch it. I want to watch it right now.
Yep.
So,
well, it's going to be on. It's not on HBO, is it? So you'll find it. It's somewhere.
Oh, I mean, I have it. But yeah, it's so great. And again, I understand for people that maybe didn't grow up on it and they may think it's really cheesy and really dated, but it's all about. I mean, outside of even here today in 2020, if you think that a lot of the effects are cheesy, a lot of the dialogue is cheesy, I'm not really going to argue with you on that. Christopher Reeve is absolute magic. And he will always be magic, and nothing will ever touch Christopher Reeve as Superman. No performance, as great as Robert Downey Jr. is as Iron Man, as great as Hugh Jackman is, nobody will ever touch Reeve as Superman.
Well, did you see that Mezco, the 1/12 collection, actually has a new Christopher Reeve Superman figure out?
Yes, I did. I
Did
will
you-
be buying it.
I got one.
Somebody want to buy it for me?
Do you have it in your hot little hands yet, or did you just?
I just pre-ordered it.
Yeah.
Did the thing.
No, I've got everything Christopher Reeve ever made, toy wise, even custom stuff. I have it all. My Superman 3/16 scale hot toys, evil Superman.
Oh, I love that one.
Got them all. Listen, in 1970, I told this story before, but I was there. It was as popular as Star Wars. Everybody was wearing a Superman shirt in 1978 and 1979. And if they hadn't screwed up with the sequel, it would have been much more popular than it was. And that was because of the producers and the fight with Donner. Yeah.
The sequel still was good and it did really well. I mean,
but
in retrospect, the Donner version was.
They filmed Superman 1 and 2 back to back and they didn't finish it. That's the whole deal. And they didn't get Brando back and
release the Donner. Oh, never mind.
They did.
Well, two of the most impactful, most impactful moments in my life as far as watching movies are seeing Christopher Reeve fly as Superman for the first time, and Jurassic Park, seeing that in a theater for the first time. Those two moments, and again, I could talk about how Return to the Jedi and how the impact that had. And I've told that story about how that basically was the movie that my parents figured out if they turned it on, would shut me the fuck up. But those moments, Reeve flying and, Jurassic Park, those moments are unbelievable.
That John Williams music right when the whole montage thing ends at the Fortress of Solitude and you just get that one lone fucking, it just starts and he starts flying. I'm not going to do it, but damn. I mean, I get goosebumps thinking about it right now.
Yeah.
One of my earliest memories is of tonight on the ABC Sunday night movie, Christopher Reeve, Superman, the movie.
And you would get that extended version if you're watching it on TV. You get the 3-hour version. And like they broke it up over 2 nights sometimes. You would have Superman Part 1 and Part 2.
It blew my mind as a kid because, I mean, it was just like, what the hell is this? And it was Superman, it was just, everybody knows Superman.
Yep. I just want Superman. I want Superman to be viewed like kind of how Captain America is viewed at this point after what they did with Chris. Like Chris Evans did such a fantastic job, and Captain America is he's looked upon in that light, and I want Superman to be viewed like that again. But right there, that is Superman. That is Superman.
Yep.
And Christopher Reeve as a man, was he was a great guy, and he did a great job of representing, Superman on and off the screen. He was an awesome person.
It was really sad. I mean, I remember being a kid and they're like, oh, the horse accident. I remember seeing it on a magazine cover. I was like, that's Superman. At the time, I had never seen the movie. This was 95, so I would have been 6 or 7, depending on what part of the year it was. And then I found the movie a little later. Admittedly, the first time I saw it, I was like, okay, I like the cartoon more. But I'm at a point now, Henry Cavill's great, but he's not this great. He'll never be this great unless they give him a movie that's worthy of that. So I'm all Christopher Reeve Superman. Gary, I'm like you, I do try to pick up stuff. I mean, you have it all. I have the NECA and I have this new Mezco one. And if the hot toy came out when I had the funds, I'd have bought it too, because he, to this day, is still Superman for me. Much like I love Michael Keaton Batman. And, just the iconic version.
Do you get that Mattel pack with Zod and Luthor?
Are you talking the doll set that came out?
Yeah.
I picked that up for pennies on the dollar at an Ollie's. That place I film my toy videos? They had them. They had cases of them because they were that Mattel, was it Matty Collector, right?
Yeah, yep.
That was kind of a disappointment at the end.
It was a disappointment, but it's like, God, it's the only Lex Luthor you can get. So,
yeah, because we'll probably never try to do this over again.
Let me ask you guys this, Tom, Gary, and Jeff, because you guys, am I crazy? Because we know Superman 4, it's not good. It's not a good movie. But am I crazy to think that Reeves still makes that movie watchable with his performance as Clark and as Superman? He's still magic. You know what I mean? He's still magic.
I think there's even a good movie in there somewhere. Have you seen all the deleted scenes and stuff?
Yeah. Long time ago.
Yeah, and I mean, they meant, well, I'm sure most people know that this movie had the budget basically bled into other movies. So that's why it looks so cheap, even though it costs so much.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was just a bad deal all around. They gave Christopher Reeves a bunch of money, and they let him have some say on the story and a bunch of stuff, and then in the end, they turned in a piece of crap movie. I wish they released like I don't know what you would call it, like a Christopher Reeves cut or something like that, but I mean, it'll never happen.
No. Canon films.
Christopher Reeves.
Yeah, good old Canon films.
How would you guys feel about a Christopher Reeve deepfake Man of Steel?
Don't worry.
Not a whole movie, just like a little clip.
Just a clip, just as a
Sure.
I think it'd be funny.
Somebody kind of did that because there was that rumor that they mixed in Christopher Reeve's face in that one bit, and that.
Yeah, when he's looking up at the energy beam or whatever, I remember that.
But yeah, so I think I've seen a video of that. It didn't look too bad. I don't know.
Let's see. I want to read these so we can close out the stream. I want to thank everybody for sticking with us this whole night. Grandmaster Chris says, just watched the Back to the Future trilogy for the first time. Truly some of the best cinema ever. Hopefully never gets remade.
Wow.
Yeah. Hey, Back to the Future is my all-time favorite movie. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Grandmaster Chris. If you ever want to ask questions, I'll be on a stream like Thursday. I'd love to talk about Back to the Future all night. Believe me, there's nothing I don't want to talk about when it comes to Back to the Future. If you want to talk about the fucking tires on the DeLorean in Part 3 versus the tires in Part 1, I'm your guy. I'm glad you enjoyed it, though. Seriously, I think Back to the Future 1, and I wouldn't change a single thing about it. Nothing. Chuck E. Cheese says, after that pick, I got to ask Jeff what that mouth do. Jesse, what does this mouth do? But Chuck E. Cheese, thank you very much. Yeah, I do make an oddly. I actually ran all the bullshitters' faces through the FaceApp while we were streaming. I sadly make the best looking woman, so I don't know if that's an accomplishment, an achievement. Should I be concerned? I don't know, but
It just means you're the most universally attractive.
well, thank you. You're too sweet.
I do want to see Deanna as a woman, though.
Oh, here you go. It's gross.
Ah!
The weird part is he has a twin sister, and I thought he would just become his sister Diane. Nope, nothing.
He doesn't look anything like Diane. He almost looks more like Hillary than he looks like Diane.
That's true.
Funny.
Let's see. Sergeant Politeness says, can somebody run a picture of Jeremy through the FaceApp so we can get the guy version? Hashtag cancel Jeremy. Welcome back.
Yes.
Sergeant
Yes.
Politeness.
Sergeant Politeness, you're my hero. I love you.
That was great.
Yeah, a burn and a half.
Yes. So to be fair, making me more feminine in the FaceApp is a lot funnier than turning me into a guy.
I gotta go get some aloe vera.
Thickens my eyebrows, sharpens my features, and gives me facial hair. But the girl one makes my hair longer and it looks scary.
Yeah.
We're proof finally that Jesse is not meant to have long hair.
Andrew Clark says, favorite Wilford Brimley alive film? Me? Cocoon. I'm gonna go with The Thing. That's my favorite Wilford Brimley film. Let's see. Bronzeleo4 says, Jeff, I disagree with your assessment on Spider-Man 94. Sure, it has pacing problems and the animation was a bit erratic, but overall it's still my favorite incarnation. Bronzeleo4, I would ask that you check out the Spectacular Spider-Man. I think it is the best Spider-Man cartoon hands down, but I'm a little harsher on the Spider-Man 94 cartoon than I should be. I do enjoy going back to watch it, but I still think it has been better. There's a better Spider-Man cartoon, but it's nice, and I do get that feeling of nostalgia. I feel very safe when I watch it, and I still love the theme song. I'm not going to argue that the theme song is not one of the best, second best, next to the original. But Bronzeley 405, anytime you have a question about that or want to bring it up, just hit me up, man. Again, something I love to talk about. Really don't get tired of it. I had an episode on the other night, the Mutagenic Nightmare Volume 1 or something with the X-Men. Andrew Clark says, mindless entertainment, play Movie Bob or Nazi. I don't even know what that is. Do you guys?
What is this? Say that again. It's about Movie Bob.
Yeah, it's Movie Bob or Nazi. I guess it's a game.
It's probably an EFAP meme. It's probably EFAP. So, but I'm not familiar with it. I don't have 8 hours every time they could on to listen to EFAP.
Dude, when we had them on the International High Council, I had no clue it'd be an 8-hour stream. I felt Mecca joined, Anna joined, Jesse was here. Like it was an all-day thing.
What's funny is Mahler was the one who I think was here the least amount of the time.
Yeah, he had to go first. Let's see. Andrew Clark, we read that one. Let's see. Satlazier Games has 2 in a row. Thank you very much. He says, why not Stadia? It has lower upfront costs.
Guys, pause. Sorry. The second image, if you search MechaRandom42 for celebrities on FaceApp, the second image is me.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh shit, there you are together. Now the reason I won't personally do the Stadia stuff is because Google Stadia is because I don't like a streaming game console. If we can't even get streaming movies to work properly, games are way more intensive on your bandwidth. That's why I'm not ready to invest. Now he also asks, why do people that live in the United States call themselves Americans? Is everyone on the continent Americans? Also, what are your thoughts on Stadia? Usually it's if you're in the United States, you call yourself an American, then it's per country basis because North America is technically the name of the continent. even though we're the United States of America as well. So that's why we call ourselves Americans, because Canada is part of North America, the continent, but they're always Canadians. Same with South Americans. It's just wherever country you come from type of thing. But my thoughts
It's
on
not even a real country anyway.
what, America?
No, Canada.
Yeah, I would say like what? Yeah,
It's a song.
it's
It's not even a real country anyway.
I want to watch South Park the movie soon. Austin Moore. Oh, but my thoughts on Stadia is I like it in theory, but the games that they're offering, like I don't want to pay money to play. What is that game? Not Anthem. Oh God, it's from the people at Bungie. There's 2 of them. Shit, it's Jeremy. Help me out. It's a shooter from Bungie that's not Halo. It's their other one. I can't even see it. So I'll look at it in a second, see if somebody in the chat can help me out.
What do you what do you want to know? I wasn't even paying attention.
What's the name of that Bungie game that's popular? It's a first-person shooter that's not
Destiny.
Halo. Destiny. That's why. Yeah,
I only
Destiny.
played the first one, so I hated it, so I never played the second one.
I'm just saying that's why I'm not going to be jumping into like Stadia stuff, because it's like they're selling you on old games that I never wanted in the first place. I've always had the newest consoles.
Yeah, I will say as far as like people love Destiny 2, so I mean I'm just saying I didn't like Destiny 1, and apparently they made huge upgrades to it after, because I played it day one. I bought it day one, and I did not like it, but people love Destiny 2. So. But anyway, I just wanted to make that clear because Destiny fans are going to come at me.
Hey, they can come at me too. I'm not a fan. Jeff,
You look alike.
Jeff, do you got any? Our friend Austin Morris. Jeff, do you have any plans to do a live stream talking exclusively about action figures and other collectibles? Every time it comes up, I'm all in, especially the Star Wars stuff. That's my bread and butter. Austin, I have done them actually, a couple of them. We had a collector stream a few months back. We had Retro Blastin'. Tom was on there. It was right after Toy Fair. If you remind me on another stream, I'll gladly send you the link. It's like 3 hours long. So if you're into that, I definitely want to do more. And I'm working, thanks to our friend Salvador, he gave me a couple of tips about how to get a little more involved with the toy stuff. So I'm going to be trying to throw my hat into that ring as well. So Austin, I will send out the link if you're looking for more stuff. I gladly do more stuff. If people in the audience care, I talk about toys all the time. It's my wheelhouse. So just ask. Joe's Atmosphere says Zal from Die Another Day when Jeremy showed his Rick Yoon photo. Yeah, with the expensive acne. Our friend Brett Cohen says, geez, don't kill the cow twice. Rare is best. Yeah, Jeremy. Our friend Chime247 says, I was there in 78. And Jeremy, you are not wrong.
That's right.
Dreary Nitpicker says, is it me or does Jeremy look like the banjo kid from the movie Deliverance? Any relation, Jeremy? Hail, guys. Jeff. I was drunk. LOL. I've said some weird shit when I was drunk too. Dreary Nitpicker. Do not worry. Let's see. Our friend Joe's Atmosphere, for some reason, where was that? I'm trying to get the load. It says, I saw it when I was 13. Reeves, Hackman, awesome. Still the best iteration of the character. Never, to me, especially with Lex Luthor. Kevin Spacey was going to be like, everyone was going on about how great he was going to be, and he was okay. But just Gene Hackman just brings a new level. And
He's the greatest criminal mind of our time.
Otisburg?
It's just a little Otisburg.
And then, please. That's my favorite line of the whole movie. And then finally, our friend Dreary Nitpicker says, Jeff, in all seriousness, these past couple of years have been crap for me, but listening to you guys has been such a big help through the BS. Hail, much love. Dreary Nitpicker, thank you very much for that really kind message. We say this all the time. All of us here on the channel, must speak for everybody. We do it for you guys. That's not us, giving you some sappy sentiment, some BS, some verbal hand job. No, we mean it. We do it for you guys. You guys come back all the time. We love to entertain. We love to have these shows. So my method or my rule of thumb is if you guys are coming back, we're going to keep on doing it. So I think we've finally reached the end of a really long stream. First off, I want to thank Gary and Jeremy for joining us as our special guests.
Thank you.
Epic.
And obviously, I want to thank Tom for working this out. And Mecca, thank you too. Now, Mecca, where can we find you on the internet?
I am Mecha Random 42, and I have the channel, and I'm on Twitter at Random Monkey for now. They'll probably come for all of us. So, here, Midnight's Edge After Dark, my channel, Patreon, all the things.
Tom, where can we find you on the internet?
Why do you say these things when you know I will kill you for it? Oh, well, you can find me on Midnight's Edge After Dark, hanging out here in the high councils and everywhere else that I guess I don't sleep, so I'm everywhere.
You do not. Gary, it's an obvious question, but where can we find you at on the internet?
Who's Gary?
I don't know. Where am I? I'm on the internet. If you search
If cousin
nerd,
it turned upside down, that'd be Gary.
that's it. You can find me at Nerdrotic if you want. It's okay if you don't. I'd understand.
Jerry, not Jeremy. Crap. Sorry, we're watching Parks and Rec, so Jerry keeps throwing me off. Jeremy, where can we find you on the internet?
GeeksandGamers.com. It has been an incredible week. Officially launched the website Friday on Friday Night Tights over on Nerdrotic, Gary's channel. And we have nearly reached 2,000 registered users now on the website, which is far beyond my expectations. And I really appreciate it. Closing in on 100 premium subscribers. Again, well beyond my expectations for the first few days. I want to thank all of the stupid motherfuckers at Naughty Dog. And I want to thank everybody that hates me, that continues to talk about me, to push more traffic our way. We will continue to work on the website. We'll put all of my resources behind it as those resources come back to me, because I've spent all my money on the website. But yeah, great to be back on the High Council. Thank you, Jeff, for having me. Thank you, Tom, for inviting me. Mecca, great talking to you. Jesse, I love you. And Gary, I guess you'll have to put up with me again on Friday Night Tights.
Yeah.
So
Hour and 9 minutes straight.
One
Thanks
place
for
you
having me.
won't find.
Thanks for having me on, Jeff, by the way.
Oh, anytime, man. It was my
I
pleasure to have you
appreciate
guys
it.
on tonight. Tom, what were you saying?
I was just gonna say one place you won't find Jeremy is on Twitter.
Yeah.
that's right. That's right. And honestly, I will.
Sorry about that, Gary.
Honestly, I don't even think I don't think I'm going to come back, even if they won't, even if my account, because I just don't want to. I don't think I will make that official decision this Friday on Friday Night Tights. But I don't think I'm going to come back. I really don't want to fucking be there. So, because I mean, if they'll probably lift my suspension, or it's like Anna. Anna went through like a 2-week suspension a while back.
Yeah.
You remember that when she got suspended? But I don't want to be back. I don't like Twitter. So
I heard a lot of people have been leaving Twitter. I heard it's been quite a thing lately. So
yeah,
I think that would be good.
yeah. So I mean, again, we still have multiple Twitter accounts for the Geeks and Gamers brand, and I don't get those brands caught up. I don't get those accounts in any nonsense. Those are there to represent the brand, not me or any individual. But I just don't like Twitter at all. So.
Yeah, I rarely use it. I don't even care. So, folks, you can find me here on this channel, World Class Bullshitters. I'll have a video out tomorrow afternoon, maybe in the
video to
evening.
watch though.
Oh yeah, what?
The Ghostbusters one.
Oh, that's what I was going to close this out on.
I'm sorry. I thought you were going to close out. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, no, dude, don't apologize, man.
I was going to remind you because I thought you forgot. My bad.
Oh no, I appreciate it. But folks, you can find me here on the channel. I got a Naughty Dog video coming out tomorrow. Throwing my hat into that ring. Got a lot to say about Naughty Dog and game culture in general. So if you want I won't call it a scathing review, but I don't pull any punches, because I'll say fuck Naughty Dog too, but also fuck IGN and the current video game culture we live in. These corporate, I don't want to call them bitches, but I'll call them these corporate bitches, are the worst when it comes to trusted journalism in video gaming. So I'll be back then, and Thursday night, obviously, I will have the podcast. No stream tomorrow night because I'll be over on Mindless Entertainment. The link has been posted in the chat. I'll post it again. But before we go, folks, I want to share this, and this is how we will close out the High Council this week.
Is there supposed to be audio?
No.
Okay.
So, folks, I'll have that comic at the end of the year. So be on
That
the
was
lookout.
me vaping in the background, by the way.
All right, from all of us here at in the Fandom Menace, thank you for watching. And as always, folks, be excellent to each other.